District 1,
Present.
District 2,
Present.
District 3,
Present.
District 3,
Present.
District 4,
Present.
District 5,
Present.
District 6,
Present.
District 7, District 7, District 8,
Present.
District 9, District 10,
Present.
District 11, District 11, District 12, District 12, District 13,
Present.
District 14,
Mr. President.
District 14, and place 15.
I'm here.
You have quorum, sir.
Thank you very much, Ms. Pacina. Good morning, Commissioners. Today is Thursday, June 17th, 9:10 a.m. Welcome to the specially called hearing of the Dallas City Plan Commission. Commissioners, we're going to start off with a briefing. Our two gentlemen are here and ready to go, and we will go to take some public input after that. Good morning, gentlemen.
All right, good morning. Thank you so much. Thank you. Hope those fathers had a great Father's Day. So let's get going. So today's going to be very brief for this briefing. Just going to give a quick overview in terms of where we've been the last 6 months with this project with you all, and go over some touching points from the last update to the plan document, and then just open that up for any questions or comments, and then we can go into the public hearing. So I'm going to touch on the CPC process to date, highlights of the most recent plan update, and the next steps for this project. So in the last 6 months, we've had a lot of interaction with this body from CPC briefings, workshops, public hearings, and what we want to do is just give a quick snapshot of what we've done so far, in addition to other engagement we've had with council, the community, et cetera. Just want to highlight what we've done with CPC so far. So we've had 6 briefings, 2 workshops, and this is the 3rd public meeting that we're having with this body. In addition to that, we've had a number of town halls, neighborhood meetings throughout the city. Those that have been led by you all or council members, these are the ones that we're showing. This does not include, individual meetings with council or the professional organizations or our technical review committee. But just want to give a quick overview that we've been doing something probably every week since the beginning of the year. And in this map, I want to just kind of touch on what we've heard so far. So as the public has been providing comments to you all through letters or the public hearing, what our team has done, those that have provided their address as required for these public comments and public hearings, we started to map those throughout the city just to be able to find or figure out or see where certain sentiments are coming from. We think this is very important to know exactly which areas are saying what, and also just to see visually the feedback that we're getting from the public. So just wanted to show this, that the blue indicates those are usually in favor, those that are in opposition is in magenta, and those that are neutral are in black. So again, just trying to show a geographical spread of the comments, where they're coming from, as we are taking that input from you all, from the community, and other organizations that are helping us to update this draft. So plan update highlights, and what we're going to do too, I'm going to talk through these on the list, and we'll use this as a general guide as we begin our conversation. I'm just going to touch on the major highlights from the last update. So one, we've added overview and purpose language in the document, specifically elaborating on the historic districts, NSOs, conservation districts, and how those relate to Fort Dallas. We've added a historical context and trends section that gives a bit more context in terms of where we're coming from this particular process, from the city, and where we're looking to go. We touch on current conditions and the equity connections to all the land use themes. So I think that was a feedback from you all, just to make sure that that connection to the themes are connecting to what's on the ground, what we're seeing, and equity throughout the city. So we've done that as well. We've added some emphasis on TOD, specifically how additional density should be focused on TOD and how that should work within the place types. We've also defined and updated the primary and secondary use definitions. And also, too, we've added and updated the land uses within that matrix to coincide with those definitions as well. Last four, we've updated the context language and added locational strategies for each of the place types, specifically the community residential place type, to address a lot of the concerns that we heard from the community and this body. We've also added some updates to design strategies throughout the entirety of all the place types. So providing a bit more context, a bit more detail on how certain additional development should look like in these place types. We provided clarity on the environmental justice implementation table. There was a bit of ambiguity in the last version, so we've added a bit more clarity on what those action steps should look like. And then lastly, we've added the context, the supporting documents, specifically context maps, glossary, area-specific maps, and the existing conditions report into the comprehensive version of this document. So those items that we reference in the main plan document, you can also look at the appendices to see how those tie in to the document. So also what I want to do is just quickly give a quick overview with the schedule. We'll come back to this as well at the end of the meeting. So today, like I mentioned, we've had a series of public hearings, workshops, public meetings as well, and briefings. So today is a public hearing and briefing. And after today, we'll probably have more conversation in terms of what the next step looks like in terms of in July, how we're going to be moving forward this particular process. But just for today is a public meeting, which is going to include a public hearing. And just for clarity, we have a regularly scheduled CPC meeting on the 20th of this week. Staff is going to be available for Dallas. Staff is going to be available for any additional questions, but that meeting isn't meant as a public hearing, just to answer any questions that this body might have after this meeting has concluded. So with that, that is all that I have. Go back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And just one quick question for me in terms of the calendar. The meeting on the 20th, it's just a placeholder. It's just we put it on there to have flexibility and to give commissioners the opportunity to ask questions of staff on Thursday, if there isn't, are any at that point.
Correct. Yes. And what we typically do is every CPC meeting, as this project is on, we're going to be on that just to allow the possibility for us to speak to you all. But if not needed, then we won't have to answer any questions. But we're going to be on all of those meetings moving forward until this project has been recommended to the council.
Excellent. And it is a large document. Many of us have printed it out. Still working through it, commissioners, and there is still time. We still have, in fact, weeks before the possibility of a global vote to take on this issue.
Correct.
Questions, commissioners? And let the record reflect that Commissioner Epler is online, joined us at 9:05 a.m. Any questions, commissioners? Okay. Thank you very much. Yes, commissioners, just a point of clarification. The plan is to, if we have any questions for two gentlemen here, if not, then we will go to our public speakers. And after our public speakers, we'll discuss the items that we discussed before that we tried to get consensus, as well as the new language that was emailed out from some of us last night. Did you receive that? Yes. Okay. And anything else, yes. Yeah, absolutely. Yes. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to take input from you. Let me state the speaker guidelines. We are going to go with 1 minute per speaker. I will please ask you to begin with your name and address for the record, and to address all your comments to the chair. Please make sure not to name any plan commissioner by name. We do have some speakers online. For our speakers online, make sure that your camera is on and working. State law requires that we see you in order to hear from you. We're going to take, in no particular order, folks, so if you want to just come on down, we're ready to take input. Your little tag just fell, sir, if you want it. Good morning.
Good morning. Ed Zara, 1003 Valencia, Dallas. Forward Dallas has gone backward. The new version of Forward Dallas dropped on us like a bomb without any public input is another attempt to destroy single-family neighborhoods. The community residential place type now includes tiny homes instead of ADUs, so anyone with a garden hose, extension cord, and compost toilet can put a mobile home in their lot. Cottage courts, a slick name for multifamily development on a single lot. Single-family attached, townhomes, duplexes, triplexes, multiplex, multifamily with fewer than 10 attached units. Property taxes will increase due to increased density. For years, Dallas residents have clearly stated they want existing neighborhoods protected. All of these land uses are unacceptable. The solution is easy. In our zone districts, single-family detached is the only primary use. Only one utility service allowed. All other land uses in our zone districts are classified as secondary uses only.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. It's okay. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Brian Toney. I'm here on behalf of the Dallas Housing Coalition. I would like to say that this new draft is actually a strong compromise. Improvements, including the design standards, context language, and locational strategies. What's most important here is that we are creating an inclusive city, one that has a vision where everybody can succeed here, can start a home, can age in place, and our young adults and students can prosper. We have several of our members here today in our audience. This is equally a fair housing issue, including that all neighborhoods must accommodate more housing. High opportunity areas must allow more housing. We've only seen affordable housing put into our southern sector. That's a result of our segregation. Forward Dallas looks to address that. And then there are neighborhoods stuck in the middle that need more policy solutions that will come along after Forward Dallas is put into place. But this is a visionary document, one that we needed to have updated since 2006, and it's a citywide plan. We want that vision to be one that is inclusive, that's fair to everybody, and allows us all to prosper. Please continue to help move this plan forward, and thank you.
You please state your address for the record.
And my address for the record is 1500 Pecos Street, Unit 4, Dallas, Texas.
Thank you, sir. Good morning.
Good morning. Diane Birdwell, 5705 Meadowick in Dallas, 75227. Y'all seen me before. You've seen me at 4 meetings, so I didn't understand all those positive comments because that's not what I've seen in my experience. The neighborhoods that will be impacted by this are actually those in the southern sector. The ones who will be negatively impacted will be the middle class and working class neighborhoods of Casa View, Buckner Terrace, Parkdale, Pecan Heights, Dolphin Heights. It will not really impact Lakewood very much, but it definitely won't impact Preston Hollow. But what it's going to do is negatively impact us, jamming more people into a city, into the same area where we have not enough resources right now for garbage collection, power grid, cops and fire and ambulance. It's ridiculous. And I wrote this because I'm on the Veterans Commission for the city of Dallas, and I represent D7, and I remember that I represent the citizens and the veterans. I don't represent business interests, and I want y'all to remember that. And remember the person who appointed y'all, because when the next 3 elections come up, as the city council comes up for election, we are going to remember how this commission voted on everything. And we're going to remember who appointed y'all.
Thank you.
It's going to inspire us.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it. Good morning.
Jennifer Judkins, 6255 Ravendale Lane, Dallas, Texas. So I live over in Caruth Terrace. And I get this whole density thing, but it's all about the math, fitting more people in, but the math doesn't work. Caruth Terrace, we've recently had some new duplexes go in. They're selling for $900 a side. So I don't think that there's going to be affordable housing at 900 a side on a duplex. As far as a nineplex goes, my neighborhood, we have 60 feet of frontage, about 18 of that is a driveway. It leaves 42 feet left. Standard parking space, 18 feet by 9. So you're getting 2 cars there. If you've got a nineplex, you've got 2 cars per place. Where are the other 16 cars going to park? So, assuming they're going to park on both sides, my street is 26 feet wide. If I've got an 8-foot car on one side, 8-foot car on the other, I've got 10 feet left. So, is my street going to become one way? How is sanitation going to pick up the garbage? Already, they have to beep to get people to move their car.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Lovey Hawkins, 1824 Altadena Lane, District 8. My major concern is since this last summer when we started working with Forward Dallas, we were told then, as we worked with Forward Dallas, that the input that the community gave to Forward Dallas would immediately be given to the zoning commission. Whenever anybody came up for a permit or anything, the zoning commission would be aware of what the community had said through Forward Dallas. I know that Forward Dallas is merely a guideline, but it is our hope in the community, as we are having all of these meetings, giving our input, that the commissioners, zoning commissioners, will pay attention to what the community is saying now. Because we are tired of every time something comes
Thank you,
up,
ma'am.
we're the last to
Thank you for
find
joining
out
us.
that some company.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. Thank you. Yes, sir. Good morning.
Good morning. Adam Lamont, 9432 Amberton Parkway. Been down here before. Be down here again, in order to try to make Dallas a better and more affordable city. So, I'll say it's always easy to say no. In this case, the clear answer with Forward Dallas is yes. There are quite some loud voices in the room fighting back against any sort of changes happening to single-family neighborhoods. When we actually do surveys of Dallas residents, when there was an actual survey done a few years ago, there was clear majority support for those things. So I think that's super, super important, is not just to listen to the loudest voices in the room, but to really understand where the people of Dallas are. You all know that Forward Dallas wouldn't allow any of these things to happen by right. It will be great to work out exactly how we want to implement these changes down the road. We can do things like what they did in Arlington, Virginia, limit the number in the first few years, right, to see where these changes are happening, and put some geographic designations on it too. So
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate you, and thank you so much.
Thank you for joining us. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Matt Bach. I live at 15746 Covewood Circle, of course, Dallas. I do support the concept of Forward Dallas. I think planning is essential, but the current version would irreparably harm one of Dallas's greatest assets, its neighborhoods. I'm asking that you please require Forward Dallas to be amended to eliminate the land uses that allow for new duplexes, ADUs, or any multifamily apartments, cottage courts, and please reinstitute a place type solely dedicated to traditional family neighborhoods. I'm asking here that you really protect the existing homeowners who have chosen to make Dallas their home for 10, 20, 30 or more years and moved here because of the wonderful neighborhoods. When we purchased our homes, we assumed the underlying zoning and character of the neighborhood would not change. The notion that increased density will help affordability is simply not true, and studies have shown this.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Rudy Karimi, 6214 Goliad. I'm still the proudest and most unapologetic Council District 14 resident you'll ever meet. and unfortunately still a millennial. The lack of actual representation by some of you is the single most disrespectful exercise of public process I've ever seen in my life. I'm tired of being told we're misinformed. There's nothing misinforming about seeing multiplex as primary use in our single-family neighborhoods. Our ask has been painfully simple this whole time. Remove multiplex from community residential so we don't have to keep coming back to fight it. Trust me, we would rather be fighting for our streets, our schools, our libraries, our parks, but if you keep this in, we will keep fighting it. We absolutely will. And I will tell you, if multiplexes aren't removed from community residential, we will organize, we will raise money, we will run our own council candidates in 25, and we will keep fighting back. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Roseanne Messinio Mills. I live at 6906 Casa Loma Avenue. I am a member or resident in District 14. I have submitted my detailed comments to all members of the commission, and I ask that those comments be included in the record of this proceeding.
They are.
Thank you. I am strongly opposed to the following. First, retaining multiplex as a primary use and not revising it as a secondary use, retaining the multiplex definition as 9 to fewer units and not revising it down to 8 or fewer, including and shoehorning the undefined cottage court and the undefined tiny house into the single-family attached definition, and there is more commentary in my notes that I have submitted to you. So to continue, as other speakers have said, multiplex is a primary use unsupportable by city services. I find that the comments that those who are opposed to the plan have the opportunity to enter into NSOs and conservation districts.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you for joining us today.
Profoundly backward and elitist. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Morning, sir.
Good morning. My name is Mike Lemonette. I live at 2210 West 10th, Dallas. I was on the Landmark Commission, the Designation Committee. I was the president of Heritage Oak Cliff, the Oak Cliff Conservation League. I just want to say briefly that this is not going to cure affordable housing. Fort Worth, they 26% of homes in Fort Worth are owned by corporations. There are no more fixer-uppers for people to acquire. It's home buyer versus corporation now. They text us constantly, pretending they're our friends. Hey, Mike, would you like to sell? Blah, 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 blah. My name is not Mike. First-time homeowners have large student debt. If you make the land able to do more, the land is going to be worth more, and the land is going to be taxed more. And those kind of taxes for land value are not able to be appealed at DCAD. And if you're going to do this, make conservation district and historic districts easier to acquire and lower the percentages so that more people can protect their neighborhoods if that's going to be the only way that that's possible. And all else I have to say is that on social media, people are being demonized for buying a house 10, 20, 30 years ago that nobody wanted, fixing it up, making a neighborhood desirable, and now you want to give it to developers, and I just really think that's wrong. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your service. Good morning.
Morning, Commissioners. My name is Billy Lane. I reside at 2831 Whitewood in District 3. I'm a member of the Dallas Housing Coalition, and we fully support the community place type. I am a homeowner. There's a vacant lot next to my home. I'm proud of my home. I would have no problem with a duplex, quadplex. What I am tired of is watching people who look like me laying on sidewalks for homes. Our city cannot continue like that. And I think the Forward Dallas plan will help move us forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, Carol Bell Walton. While I fully support the environmental justice portion of Forward Dallas, I'm very concerned that the planning didn't actually involve science, that it was seemingly done in planning and they didn't go to transportation and they didn't go to DWU. So that science is out there, and I beg of you to consider the science. What would a 5% reduction in permeable land do to our overtaxed stormwater system in East Dallas? We already can't sustain the stormwater we get. Okay, what would a 10% do? Now when we consider that 25% of our homes are owned by corporations, what would a 25% reduction of permeable land look like in East Dallas? It would look like flooding. Did you know the spillway in White Rock Lake is only at 75% capacity for what is recommended for flooding? we can't sustain the density. The other thing is traffic. Why didn't they go to traffic? We have thoroughfares that are locked up in East Dallas because of the lake.
Thank you so
Ask
much.
traffic if we increase 10%.
Thank you,
What
ma'am.
is that going to do?
Thank you for
What kind of
joining us this
gridlock are we
morning.
going to cause? Thank you.
Thank you. Morning.
Good morning. My name is Jose Rivas. I live at 6145 Parkdale Drive, Dallas, Texas, 75227. I'm discouraged. Everybody knows where I stand on this. I'm just discouraged to learn how this body has not really been listening to the residents of our single-family neighborhoods. I'm disappointed that some of our council members are also, who I openly supported and assisted with lifting into office, are not listening to our residents. I want it to be known I will spend every available working moment of my life from this point forward working to dismantle this unbalanced vision that only benefits special interests and not the voices of the residents of this city who live, work, play, and pay taxes here. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Ma'am, I think the microphone got turned off there. There's a little button there.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am, I can. Thank you.
No, you don't want to miss this. Forward Dallas violates the approved 2033 Dallas Housing Plan, which states increased preservation to improving housing affordability for a broad mixed income in all cities. Forward Dallas completely ignores this and makes affordability worse and breaks the Dallas policy. Forward Dallas promotes demolition and redevelopment, especially in our most affordable neighborhoods. Because it promotes multifamily on single-family lots, competition for lots will soar, and I've already got 4 applications in my neighborhood to change single-family to duplex. Gentrification, redevelopment, and increasing the tax burden, which has happened, will push more and more owners out of their homes. Planners admitted Forward Dallas doesn't address affordable housing. Now they must admit it encourages bulldozing our most affordable housing in neighborhoods, and it
Thank you for joining us.
ignores neighborhood protections by planned development.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Is it on? Yeah, okay. My name is Angela Madrano, 2331 Douglas Avenue in the Oak Lawn area. I'm here without, comments written down because I don't know what to say anymore. The trust that y'all ask us for, you ask for our trust and then you continually don't listen to what people say. Mr. Agu presented all these things that could be changed. We could take these dots out and then we get a new draft with so many changes. And then code reform is coming, right? A year ago when we were here fighting STRs, that got passed, that $2 million to rewrite the code. So that's gonna come like right after this, right? So everything you do on here, y'all are gonna have the code rewritten to support exactly what the developers want, and the greed and the people that aren't here.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for joining us.
Trust.
Thank
It's
you.
about trust.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Christine Hopkins. I live at 1118 Elmwood Boulevard, and my opinions on Forward Dallas come from an equity lens. There's one thing that Forward Dallas has gotten absolutely correct, which is removing industrial uses and the industrial residential adjacencies in West Dallas Joppy and Floral Farms. Our coalition worked very closely with the planning department to get those wins in this plan, and so we want to see the plan move forward. But I do think there's one thing that the plan is getting wrong from an equity standpoint, which is putting expensive, ugly multiplexes in single-family neighborhoods that currently have properties valued between $100,000 or $300,000 to $300,000. There are still those affordable working-class neighborhoods out there, and these are pictures from Oak Cliff, where I live. You have a 9-plex here that is right next to a single-family home towering over it. That house used to have a DCAD value in the $100,000s. Now it's going up to over $300,000, and there's a $1.6 million property next door. We have another example of that here, where a property used to be in the $200,000 range.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning. Dolores Soroka, 4822 Swiss. Forward Dallas is overwhelmingly opposed because it violates Dallas housing policy. This new version of Forward Dallas lacks community input. It influences zoning decisions. It ignores our aging infrastructure. It cannot impose context sensitivity by Texas law, and it doesn't protect single-family R-zone districts. Forward Dallas promotes luxury housing and now offers brand-new concepts of cottage, court, and tiny homes, which were never discussed and no one requested. Forward Dallas also encourages bulldozing existing homes, which is our most affordable housing. Violating Dallas housing policy is deliberately putting affordability and homeowner protection on a back burner, I guess, to die there. CPC, you must fix this draft to include what we and the YIMBYs demand: quality, affordable housing and protection for single-family districts. Do not vote to kick affordability issues down the road in order to promote deregulation and big business.
Thank you very
at the
much.
sacrifice of existing homeowners. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Renee Schmidt, 715 Parkmont. Thank you for holding this public hearing. We're all trying to digest this new document. Forward Dallas states that the Dallas Urban Heat Index is the second highest in the nation. Curiously, the maps in Forward Dallas show that the lowest heat indexes are in single-family districts. The former Dallas Land and Loan, now known as the Bishop Arts District, used to be affordable housing. That area has been upzoned and the old housing stock is being replaced with greater density apartments and condos. Greater density is not contributing to greater affordability. In addition, that area now has one of the greatest heat indexes in the city of Dallas. We've got to get this right. We can hear gaggles of requests from inappropriate developments because, quote, Forward Dallas states the comprehensive plan serves mainly as a guide for zoning requests, end quote. Forward Dallas defines community residential as largely single family.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us, sir. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Pam Yoder, and I am at 7621 El Pensador Drive. In District 11, I'm representing not only myself, but my mother, who also lives in that same neighborhood, but she is in District 12. I'm just here to say I bought my house 25 years ago because it had beautiful trees, and it was a beautiful neighborhood, and I love where I live, and I don't want that to change. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers, folks? Okay, commissioners, questions for any of our speakers? Oh, we do have some folks online. Pardon me, Commissioner. I don't have the list. George, who's first on our list, sir? Thank you, Ms. Pacina. Folks, if you, at some point today, if you could just come down and fill out one of those little yellow cards so we can have a record of your visit with us. Okay, Mrs. Nettles, good morning. Please make sure you have your camera on and working. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Janie Cisneros. I live at 2821 Bedford Street in West.
Mrs. Nettles, make sure you toggle your mic on. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can now. Good morning.
Okay. Morning. My name is Janie Cisneros. I live at 2821 Bedford Street in West Dallas. I'm in support of Forward Dallas. I want to thank PUD for listening to us and taking seriously the input from residents who live in EJ communities. I am grateful that this new draft prominently calls out the reduction of industrial proximity to residential homes as a goal. To meet that goal, residents in my neighborhood of the Singleton Corridor in West Dallas propose a flex commercial place type buffer along the south side of the train tracks. The reason being that it's inappropriate to have a logistics industrial park place type immediately adjacent to a primarily residential place type like community mixed use. As a reference, there are homes located less than 200 feet from industry in my neighborhood. We also want to flag that community mixed use lists light industrial as a potential land use. And we're concerned about this if the majority of our neighborhood is to be designated community mixed use. We'd rather not have any industrial residential adjacency issues now or in the future. Again, thank you to everyone who's worked on Forward Dallas for making EJ a priority in this process. The plan shows that we're moving in the right direction for more diverse housing options and getting closer to Dallas becoming a safer, more walkable city. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. I think we have one other speaker online, Ms. Champion. We have a couple of minutes. Okay, commissioners, questions for any of our speakers? Commissioner Forsyth, please, sir. Commissioner, your mic.
Ms. Hawkins, you had stated that you live in Oak Cliff and that you gave an example of a single-family home that is next to a nineplex. And you stated that the property taxes on, or the value of that home, single-family home, went up from $100,000 to $300,000. Is that correct? You were about to give an example of a second home, but the time constraint didn't allow you to do so, and I'd like to ask you to give that second example, please. Well, okay.
The microphone.
I don't know how to get the slide back up on your screen, but it was a home that had been historically in the $200,000 to $300,000 range, and they built luxury condos next to it, and there are, I think, 10 units that are they went for $665,000 each. So it's like a $3 million plus property that's next door. Now this house is over $880,000 in 2023. I looked up 2024 and it's over $1 million valued. So things like that are going to price people out of their homes because they can't afford the property taxes. And I'm really scared of that if it's opened up to anything beyond ADUs or duplexes.
Thank you. Thank you. I had a question for Adam Lamont, too.
Please, I think he stepped out.
Still here? Oh, okay. He stated that the majority of the citizens in the city of Dallas support a proposition, but I wasn't clear about the proposition that they support. But
Would you like him to take your question, Commissioner?
yeah, I mean, if you can answer it for Adam, that'd be great. I'd like to hear that, and I'd like to know what was the basis for that.
I believe he was referring to the community resident input surveys that the city of Dallas has put out in recent years. We can find those links and send them to you about people in Dallas actually having a preference for a diverse option of housing types.
Okay, so that was what he was saying, that the majority
Yes.
supports. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for the clarification, Commissioner. Commissioners, any other questions for our speakers?
I have one other question.
Yes, sir.
Forgive me, the lady who stated that she lives on a neighborhood where there have been 4 recent applications for duplex homes.
Ms. Roberts.
Yeah, Ms. Roberts, thank you. I'm sorry you having to come all the way down these stairs again. Forgive me. Thank you, Karen, for coming all the way down again. So you indicate that in your neighborhood, there have been 4 recent applications where the developer wants to rezone home lots that are in an R-zone community to duplex. Is that correct?
Well,
Can you
my
expand on that?
neighborhood is zoned with a planned development, which is not protected
Okay.
by this plan, by Forward Dallas. And I know, Friday, I got notices I get the city notices. There is one person that has 3 houses on one street that he wants to turn into duplexes. And what's happening in my neighborhood is that with the planned development, each lot is zoned as it was at the time that we passed the PD in 1981, 100% by all council and plan commission.
The base zoning of the PD is residential, right?
And you can, if your property is a duplex, you can rebuild it. But if it's single family, it has to come back single family. And what we're having is our little, as she referenced, our little $200,000 now houses, who'd have thought, are being torn down and turned into over $1 million duplexes. And obviously that's what this guy wants to do. I haven't met with him yet. And this is where our affordable housing is going.
Thank you for expanding
you,
on that. I appreciate that, Karen.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Hall?
Here we go. All right, got it. What are the size lots that you're talking about?
R75.
R75?
Yes, sir.
A minimum of 7,500 square feet?
Yes, sir.
Are they much bigger than that?
No, the lots are R75 throughout the community.
Okay.
Throughout, I mean, there are a few exceptions. There are a couple of little apartments, et cetera. There's some commercial property, but the lots are R75. And I did notice on the application that I read that did say R75.
Thank you for joining us. Commissioners, any other questions for any of our speakers? I'm sorry, ma'am. We moved on. Thank you so much. Commissioners.
I just want to acknowledge anyone who did not speak is welcome to send written comments in to all of us at any time, and we do receive those. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And we do read them. Slowly, but we do it. Hundreds of emails. Yes. Okay, Commissioners, if there are no questions for any of our speakers, let's take a break here. Let's be back at 10:15. Thank you. Kepler, we're set. Were you recording? Awesome. It is 10:26 a.m. My apologies for the delay. We are back on the record, Commissioners. Vice Chair Rubin.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a motion, and my understanding is that in order to start consideration of the document and to start amending it as a City Plan Commission, that we first need to make a general motion on Forward Dallas 2.0 draft number 4, at which point we will be able to start as a body introducing amendments to the document. So with that, and then I do have some brief comments if I have a second. So in the matter of our Forward Dallas Comprehensive Land Use Plan Update, also known as Forward Dallas 2.0, I move that we recommend the document to City Council for consideration.
I have a second. Thank you, Commissioner Herbert, for your second. Comments?
Great. And my understanding is that we will not take a final vote on this today, but we just need this so we can start amending it and considering the document.
I thought we'd have lots of questions. Let's go ahead and take those. I saw Commissioner Hampton first.
Well, I think, could you restate the motion? Because I think as it's phrased, it's as if we are moving this forward, not that I understand that's not the intent, but the language as I heard it as we're recommending this document to move forward to City Council, not that we are opening the discussion for consideration of a future recommendation. And perhaps Mr. Moore might weigh in on the appropriate form.
Yes, so Commissioner, we need a motion on the floor in order for the body to debate it. So it could be it could take the form of a motion to approve or a motion to deny. My understanding is the intent is to consider amendments today and then to hold to a date certain. In order to consider amendments, we would have to have a motion to approve on the floor and then amendments to that motion, to the underlying document. And then a motion to hold could be made because that takes precedence over the main motion, and any amendments, that motion, if approved, would hold the document or hold Forward Dallas into that day certain.
So, Mr. Moore, the motion that was already read into the record does not prevent other changes from happening when we take this back up at a hearing in July.
Correct. It would just be an amendment to the main motion as made by Vice Chair Rubin.
Okay. Commissioner Hampton, did you have a follow-up?
Could you restate the motion?
Yes, and I'll also speak to my intent, and I understand that I need to make this motion in this way in order for the body to start actually amending the language of the document. So my motion is, in the matter of the Forward Dallas Comprehensive Plan version 2.0, to recommend the document for consideration to council, and I can add in subject to any changes made by the body at this hearing or a future public hearing on the document.
Commissioner Blair.
So with the amended motion, and Mr. Moore, help me if I'm incorrect. So with the amended motion, it shows the intent for us to provide some form of Forward Dallas to be sent on to City Council at a date left open after we are opening the opportunity for this body to go through it and make changes as we and see the community has asked us to make. Is that correct?
Commissioner Blair, in order to have debate on Forward Dallas, we need a motion. There was a motion to approve, and now the floor is open to make amendments.
And we have a second.
Right, of course, assuming you have a second.
So now we can discuss Forward Dallas as it is today, correct?
Correct.
And we can amend it as needed as of today, correct?
Correct.
And then in the future, we will get probably version 5 or 6 before we send it on to City Council for approval after we debate it and change it. Is that what the motion is actually asking us to do?
I will defer to staff if they will make the edits to the document based on the amendments that are adopted today, but you will be able to amend it today and at a later date if it is held.
I understand and I appreciate the motion.
One quick question for you, Mr. Moore. Is it would we need a motion then, after we're finished discussing the changes to the document? Do we then need a motion to hold the document?
Yes, sir.
Perfect.
Is this-
Commissioner Kingston.
If we vote to approve, then we're done. I mean, somebody would have to make a motion to amend his motion. And I have a second question. If someone votes to start approving amendments, can that person later ultimately vote against the entire plan being forwarded to City Council?
Yes, Commissioner, to the second question, if you can vote, make amendments and vote no on the final, when it comes up for the final vote. For the first question, you are correct. If the body were to adopt the amendment as currently made, it would be over. But I think as Vice Chair Rubin and the Chair suggested, the intent is to consider amendments today and ultimately hold the matter.
The intent is not to send the document to council today. The intent is to make the amendments, many of which we have heard from folks for the last 2 years, and then have the time to go through the document again and come back in July and hopefully take a global vote to pass this on to council.
But we need a motion on the floor in
We need
order
a motion
to
to
begin
crack it
that
open
process.
Commissioner Forsyth.
Do we have to vote on this motion then?
Yes, we do. We're discussing it now because it is a little bit counterintuitive. It was to me.
No.
A vote
We do
on
not need to vote on this motion today. It simply has to be made so we can start discussion and amendment of the documents. And then someone can move later in the day to hold it, which I anticipate one of us, if not myself, will make that motion, which I fully intend to support. And then we will pick it up again, most likely at our meeting in July, after we hold it.
Commissioner Hall.
Okay, I understand this is a parliamentary legal procedure that we're about to do, but over the past few months, we have tweaked this document. So what's the difference now versus what we've been doing for the past few sessions?
We've given general suggestions to staff on ways to tweak it. This is going to be actual modifications to the document that are being made by a motion by commissioners on this body to, for example, replace certain language with other language, strike provisions and things like that. So we've given general directions on staff, and we've gotten staff drafts before, but with this motion, the document is now fully in the body's hands to modify and adjust.
So at this, if this is going to go through, that means we would actually be making changes to the existing document or voting on recommended changes to the existing document. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Wheeler.
Sorry, late. I had to open up my business first. What is the motion? Or couldn't it be emailed to me if it's already written?
Yeah, the motion is simply for the purpose of starting debate and allowing us to make amendments to Forward Dallas is to recommend the document to be sent to council.
After we do the update?
Subject to any amendments that we make today or at a future meeting.
Okay. And do we have any of those, or just the ones that we throw out today?
I think any member of the body is free to introduce amendments to the document, is my understanding.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
That is correct, Commissioner. And we would, though, like to focus on the things that we spoke about the last time, which were the consensus items. That includes the place types and the 7 other things that were on the PowerPoint. Commissioner Carpenter.
I'm sorry, I'm confused. So we've been given a pretty substantial revision of Forward Dallas that most of us have not had in our hands for 2 weeks. And as far as I'm concerned, there are still a lot of just fundamental issues that need to be address through this. I don't think limiting discussion to just, I just don't think, I mean, personally, my preference, I'm not going to be supporting the motion. My personal preference would be that we continue the sort of input that we have been giving, the last few meetings. Because I know I'm certainly not, I did not come here prepared today to give specific textual changes on the very large number of, issues that I have with this. So.
Right, but just to be clear, we're not limiting it to that. It's just, these are the items that we have discussed, that we discussed at our last hearing, that were emailed out. We're not limiting to that, but those are the main points that I think we had not gained consensus on, and which in fact we did. I think in 5 of the 8 or 6 of the 8, we had consensus as a body. Open to discussion, Commissioners. Vice Chair Rubin.
Yeah, I'm really excited to start this process of getting Forward Dallas into good shape to send on to City Council, which won't be finalized today, but I think we can do some really good work. I had the honor of chairing the Comprehensive Land Use Plan Committee, and I am really happy that our Forward Dallas update is finally before this body for consideration and a vote to be forthcoming to pass this on to City Council. This has been a process that's gone on for roughly 2.5 years, and through lots of hard work, extensive community engagement, and some very healthy and much needed dialogue with some very meaningful changes that I believe that the body will make either today or at a future meeting. We've arrived at a great comprehensive plan that will serve the city well in its future planning and zoning efforts. This was the product of extensive community engagement, 31 club meetings, 9 CPC meetings thus far addressing the comp plan, over 200 in-person events and 70 virtual events, more emails than any of us can count, and some really innovative online engagement by city staff. Many of you know that I've spent countless hours talking about Forward Dallas, and I could spend hours today going on about it, but today I just want to focus on a couple of issues in Forward Dallas that were the most difficult and arguably the most important sections of this document. So the first is the environmental justice theme. Aside from historical land use policies that we've seen calling for racial segregation in the city, the biggest land use injustice that we've seen in Dallas history is allowing incompatible industrial uses to be located far too close to areas where our Black and brown citizens predominantly live. The previous draft of Forward Dallas didn't do enough, or version of Forward Dallas from 2006 didn't do enough to address this, and the version that we have in front of us today is a massive step in the right direction. It really thoughtfully addresses areas like West Dallas, Joppa, and Floral Farms, and calls for targeted zoning interventions in those areas, and also addresses some of the increasing tensions that we've seen between warehouse logistics uses and existing residential areas. I will get to thank yous at the end, but really want to appreciate all the great input that we've gotten from several people, including Commissioner Carpenter, who was my club vice chair, city staff, and the group of environmental justice advocates who regularly met with city staff to address this piece. The other piece that I want to address is the housing choice and access and community residential place type, which I think has been by and far the most controversial piece of this, but also probably up there as the most important. So we are in the middle of a substantial housing shortage due to, among other things, not building enough housing to meet our city's housing needs, which has led to housing prices that have become increasingly unattainable for many people who live here. And all of that has happened under our existing development zone code and our existing zoning. And we need to address that housing shortage both today and to account for future projected growth of the city. And this draft calls for a number of strategies to increase attainable and affordable housing in the city, including facilitating transit-oriented development, mixed-use redevelopment in existing commercial areas and along corridors that are almost exclusively retail today, and then missing middle housing and gentle density. None of these solutions is going to be sufficient on its own, and it's important that we don't put all of our eggs in one basket. As we've seen recently, TOD done well, transit-oriented development done well, is quite complex and can take years to see to fruition, and mixed-use redevelopment of aging commercial has generated significant concern among certain members of our community. So that brings us to the missing middle housing piece, the gentle density piece. In other words, adding additional housing units in a way that's sensitive to the form and scale of existing homes in the area. Things like accessory dwelling units, duplexes, and small multiplexes. In some parts of town, we already have missing middle that fits really well into our neighborhoods. Much of this are duplexes built in the 1960s and earlier, and multiplexes built in the 1950s and before. And there are substantial benefits to missing middle housing like this. It presents additional housing options in a market where many single-family homes have simply become unattainable. It provides opportunities for key members of our communities like teachers and first responders to be a part of our most vibrant neighborhoods, and it's also important to our sustainability goals. Too many people who work in Dallas and choose to spend their free time in Dallas have to come in from the suburbs for this, and we should be able to do more to accommodate them in our central city. Now, we've seen significant opposition to this missing middle housing. Some of the opposition stems from the fact that some of the product that we're getting built today, like duplexes and other products, is problematic when it comes to design. It's out of scale with existing housing in neighborhoods, and too often we see homes with 4 front-loaded garage spots, too much concrete in the front yard, and entrances that aren't oriented to the street. Moving forward, we need design standards in our code that are meaningful and language to address where and how missing middle housing can be built. And I hope that I or some of my colleagues will offer language to address that in the Forward Dallas draft. That brings me to the question of multiplex use in the community residential / small town residential place types, which I think has probably generated the most consternation among members of the community. We've heard concerns that because multiplex is a primary use in these 2 place types, anyone could come in and knock down a single-family home and build up to a 9-plex on any lot. That is not the intent here, and I don't think the existing draft calls for allowing 9-plexes on any lot or multiplexes on any lot. We do need to be thoughtful about how and where we incorporate multiplexes, in particular to be sensitive to concerns about displacement of existing residents in neighborhoods that are at risk of gentrification. And to that end, that I understand that one of my colleagues today will make a motion that will change multiplex from a primary use to a secondary use in these 2 place types. And if that motion's made, I do plan to support it because I believe that it represents a good compromise to address these community concerns. The last thing on the housing piece is that this is just the beginning. It's not a zoning change. It's not it's not an amendment to our development code. And I really look forward to seeing the next steps as we look at the ways that we address our housing needs both today and moving forward. Finally, I just want to extend a few thank yous to people who played really important roles in this process. There's the Comprehensive Land Use Plan Committee, my invaluable Vice Chair, Deborah Carpenter, as well as Peter Goldstein, Roy Lopez, Jennifer Scripps, Nathaniel Barrett, Joe Cannon, Jerry Hawkins, Kristen Nightingale, Linda McMahon, Matt Houston, Maureen Milligan, former Commissioner Jasmine Anderson, Dustin Bullard, Jennifer Ronhell, and Lynette Aguilar. Also, thank you to PUD staff members, Interim Director Andrea Gillis, Lawrence Agu, Patrick Blades, Brian Price, Chalanda Mangiro Johnson, Ashma Sheikh, Ted Helm, and Arturo Del Castillo, plus George Mendoza for all of his technical support. And thank you also to our former PUD Director, Julia Ryan, and our new PUD Director, Emily Liu, the Technical Review Committee. And finally, thank you to all of the community members who have engaged in this process in myriad ways, from emails to community meetings to public hearings to meeting with staff. Your voices have been heard. I believe we'll see some really good tweaks to the document today and possibly at our next meeting to address a lot of these community concerns so we can move forward to council with the consensus document that, while it might not satisfy everyone 100%, is a real step forward for the city of Dallas and its future land use needs. And with that, I look forward to hearing the amendments and discussion amongst the body, and hopefully we will be sending this on to council at a future meeting.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Herbert, sir.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I appreciate the time. I've appreciated the time that you and the chair have listened to me in my community. Most of the commissioners around here know I represent a section of the city that has been calling for equity for quite a long time. So finding ways to get consensus amongst us all every week, we've been able to talk through some things, meet in the middle, and find ways to improve. With that, I want to move to amend the motion with the following changes. For the place type and land use matrix, for small town residential and community residential, change multiplex to secondary use. Under housing choice and access A1, replace with to ensure that different housing types that may be added into neighborhoods are compatible with existing homes. Consider implementing design standards into the development code and strengthening the neighborhood stabilization overlay ordinance to address, among other things, height, roof design, garage parking placement, impervious surface, lot coverage and square footage, location of front doors, and setbacks. In some instances, design standards for different housing types may need to be more stringent than those imposed on the established housing type in the neighborhood. For example, consider requiring parking at duplexes in the rear of the lot, while continuing to allow but not encourage front-load parking for single-family homes. Under Housing Choice and Access A, add a new item. Consider implementing criteria that facilitates the development of different housing types, such as single-family detached and multiplexes, and locations well-suited for such development, such as near transit stations and along corridors, and transition areas between non-residential and existing residential areas, and on formal civic institutional properties, and possibly on corner lots. Add to the introduction, many established neighborhoods, ranging from those that consist of exclusively single-family detached residences to those with a diverse array of housing types, have experienced considerable changes since the first Forward Dallas Plan was established in 2006, in large part due to market demands for housing significantly outstripping our housing supply. While some of this redevelopment has benefited neighborhoods, in too many instances, it has led to existing residents being displaced from their longtime homes. On one hand, many Dallas neighborhoods have experienced significant displacement despite being zoned single family. On the other hand, neighborhoods that have allowed different housing types have not been immune to displacement either. The most important consideration as the city moves forward in the conversation about adding new housing types are: 1, meeting the housing needs of Dallas residents in the midst of housing shortages, and in light of projections that housing demand will continue to grow along with the city itself. And 2, ensuring that residences of established neighborhoods are not displaced. Other considerations are also relevant when having discussions about adding new housing types to existing neighborhoods. These considerations include but are not limited to ensuring that the new housing types are sensitive to and compatible with the existing housing in the neighborhood in terms of design and location, and addressing the mitigating any adverse environmental impacts that could result from the careless addition of the new housing types. In contrast, certain considerations should not be given weight in any discussion about adding new types of housing. As history shows, land use and zoning have been used as tools to segregate people. Unfortunately, some continue to voice those sentiments today, particularly when it comes to excluding people of a lower socioeconomic status. Arguments based on these sentiments do not deserve any weight. Rather, land use and zoning decisions should proceed from the fundamental tenet that all residents of Dallas are equal and can live and thrive as neighbors in all parts of the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Herbert, and thank you, Commissioner Blair, for your second. Commissioner Herbert, did you have any comments on the, and just to summarize, we do have a motion to amend the document to move multiplex in small town residential and community residential to a secondary use. Made Commissioner Herbert, seconded by Commissioner Blair. Comment, sir?
A brief comment. What you guys heard was a lot of the passion and emotion that we've heard from the environment, our citizens that are out in the community and are the loudest. I've engaged in a lot of comments, a lot of criticism, a lot of encouragement and lack thereof. And I tried to capture as much as it can, deliver that to some of my counterparts for consistent partnership, and deliver it the best way I could to meet everybody's needs, if that makes sense. So thank you.
Commissioner Blair.
I second the motion, and this is a start to today's discussion. This gives us a basis to say, let's further discuss and have consideration of this massive document. When we started, it was something we could read online. It has, with the changes, and by far some of the changes we've seen today, you can only read this in print. We have heard, and we are hearing, I have heard from District 8 intensely on some protections that they felt are needed. This by far starts a healthy discussion when it comes to housing choices, protections that we have heard already from today. And I can only speak intently on District 8. But one of the things that I know some of the other districts have concern is the environmental justice piece. I am happy to hear and happy to second the motion that states that consideration should be given for the environmental justice, and that equity in housing choices should not be only considered in one area, but equitably throughout the whole entire city. So thank you with that.
Thank you, Commissioner Blair. I will be supporting the motion. I didn't opine on this the last time, but I believe that shifting the multiplex to a secondary use in community residential and small town residential reflects the current realities on the ground. This adjustment also aligns with this plan with the philosophy that many of us follow when considering increased density, and that is implementing changes where it makes sense. The reality is that the city of Dallas will not solve its housing crisis by developing nineplexes in the middle of single-family neighborhoods. This phenomenon did not occur after Forward Dallas in 2006, nor is it foreseen to happen with this current update. Development of nineplexes in the middle of single-family neighborhoods is not a goal of this current proposal. Such an approach is simply not scalable. The very presence of many of you here today, along with the dozens and dozens of emails in opposition, underscores just how unrealistic this idea is. As many of you have pointed out, Forward Dallas cannot create affordable housing directly. That is correct. Creating below market rate housing requires either financial incentives or the exchange of entitlements, neither of which Forward Dallas is empowered to do. Instead, it aims to welcome the creation of more attainable housing by suggesting various housing types where it makes sense. In numerous town halls meetings and dozens of emails, many of you have posed a crucial question: what will happen to our neighborhoods? While this question is indeed significant, I believe there's an even more intriguing one to explore, and that is, how will these changes unfold? Implementing any change involves engaging in the rezoning process, which can be costly, time-consuming, and most of all, unpredictable. After a staff recommendation is published, a commissioner representing the district where the application originated reviews the case. Most commissioners live in the districts they represent. An important aspect of our responsibility as commissioners is conducting community meetings, particularly in cases facing opposition. This process culminates in a public hearing where individuals can voice their support or opposition. The final decision rests with the City Council, determined during a public hearing open to speakers both in support and in opposition. It's essential to recognize that no words in a comprehensive plan can shield against a zoning change, as property owners retain the right to apply for such changes at their discretion. The safeguard many seek lies in the process itself, overseen by individuals around this very horseshoe, starting at the City Plan Commission and ultimately the Dallas City Council. Our approach is characterized by transparency and accountability, incorporating checks and balances at each stage. Recently, Commissioner Blair and I discussed a case that initially seemed as straightforward when viewed through the lens of the 2006 Forward Dallas Plan. However, upon visiting the actual site and gaining a deeper understanding of its context, location, impact on the surroundings, and the specific details of the zoning request, we realized that the solution wasn't as simple as it first appeared. It became clear that the Forward Dallas guidance, while valuable, simply didn't align with the realities on the ground. This is not unusual. In many cases, it's the unique circumstances and intricacies surrounding each site that drive our decision-making process. While some applications may fit well within the broad strokes of Forward Dallas recommendation, others simply do not. Forward Dallas, as the city's official policy, must realistically address the needs of the entire community. As members of the City Plan Commission, we rely on our experience with zoning and our understanding of the city's data-proven housing crisis in our decision-making. We have a moral and professional duty to respond to these housing needs. Implementation will happen incrementally and largely on a case-by-case basis. We heard clearly, however, that priority must be placed on first establishing an update set of codes that incorporate design standards directly into the development standards to ensure greater predictability and more alignment with the established development. There is no single solution. It's about creating options where they make sense. As a city, we need to look at how to bring people together and not how we separate them. Housing options play a crucial role in this. The housing crisis has left many with fewer choices, and our land use policy should not create additional barriers. Strengthening our great neighborhoods remains a priority, and together we must explore sensible ways to accommodate our city's evolving lifestyles, preferences, and needs. And I think we are on the right track to doing just that. Commissioner Wheeler.
One of the things that I hope that once Forward Dallas moves forward in housing is design standards, allowing design standards in zoning cases that is related to housing. It is very imperative that that happens because oftentimes because it's a straight zoning case, we are not able to consider design standards. And those design standards, when a developer walks out the door, they might show us something that is nice and we see it and they say that's what they're going to build, but it's not what's actually being built on the ground. And that's been my concern with housing. I'm going to support the motion 100%, but my concern has always been why can't we consider design standards when it comes to housing types? And here's design standards are essential in zoning cases related to housing to ensure that new development aligns with the needs and desires of the community. By incorporating design standards, we can promote a cohesive and attractive urban environment while also addressing issues such as density and affordability. In straight zoning cases where design standards are not considered, there is a risk of allowing housings that may not be in the best interest of the community without proper guidelines. Developers may prioritize profit over community needs, resulting in development that are out of touch with the surrounding areas. By implementing design standards, we can encourage a mix of uses along major corridors that will allow for increased density and affordability, while still respecting the character of single-family neighborhood. This approach promotes a balanced and sustainability urban environment that meets the diverse needs of residents. Overall, design standards play a crucial role in shaping the built environment and ensuring the new development enhance the quality of life for all community members. By incorporating design standards and zoning decisions related to housing, we can create a vibrant, inclusive neighborhood that reflects values and preferences of the community. I get to say that because I think I might be mistaken, and staff can correct me. I believe that my community, my neighborhood in my district is the last of the area plans to be completed. Am I correct? We have been working 4 years on an area plan. We thought we were finished, but then we had these mega mansions being built in South Dallas. And because of design standards, there were duplexes that were built in South Dallas during my term on the CPC, that because of design standards, that we saw something pretty at CPC, and when it was built, it was not a product that we would have approved if the design standards would have been in place. And we get a great choice of this weekend going out in the community with PUD staff. We're going out in the community with members of the community leaders so that we can make sure that in our area plan that our design standards is implemented so that we can have housing types and where we fit. Our community has a diverse amount of housing types, and we want to make sure we get it right. So by supporting this particular motion, it aligns with what PD 595, South Dallas Area Plan Task Force, has went in and said, this is what we need. We should have probably been finished with everyone else, but because our area is so unique and we were in the middle of a flourish of housing that is grossly incompatible, as our honorable former council member Diane Ragsdale has said over and over again, is grossly incompatible. And so, but we're also saying that we need, along corridors, we can look at what does that look like. I had an awesome chance at talking with Joppy about they were 100% against any apartments, but I was able to talk to them and say, well, let's open the idea of a small, you want along Carbondale it to be a commercial corridor, but you also can get some density and not a crazy amount of density that reflects other areas so that you can have supported house types that are in that single family neighborhood along that corridor that will not impede into the current neighborhood. So when you're looking at house types, I think this has to go neighborhood by neighborhood, community by community, because there are communities who need that. But my only fear in the southern sector is because we're so vulnerable and susceptible to developers who do not come into the community and ask what the community wants, that we might not get a housing type, that the housing type might be density, but it might look like garbage and it might be overpriced. So I am 100% for density, especially small density. I have talked with PUD extensively. I've worked with Andrea and Patrick for quite some time, and Lindsay and Ms. Bowie, and that driving forces me driving the city. I drive from one end to the other end, and they get calls sometime 8, 9 o'clock at night because something popped up, and I seen something for the first time, and how does and where does and can that fit in South Dallas, but give us density. And oftentimes there is voices that are being spoken about the southern sector who has never passed 30 in the last year and does not have and do not have an understanding of what our crisis is. Our crisis is there is not affordability south of 30. If it is, it's full affordability. We can't, oftentimes even here, we can't get affordability in zoning cases because of a in lieu fee. We need density, we need affordability, we need different housing types, corridors. I am for a single family home. I own a couple of single family homes, but I also grew up in a small apartment complex, similar to the ones on Gaston, where my mother was a single parent and she can go to work and holler across the courtyard and tell the neighbor, can you look in on my kids? And we had a family setting. My mother lived in a 6-plex right in the middle of South Dallas, but it fit and it was affordable. 1 bedroom. When she didn't have any kids, she didn't want an apartment complex. She neither wanted a house, but she was able to see a 6-plex. So that diversity where it fits, making sure that the community is involved, those neighborhood stabilization overlays, this gross incompatible housing that is outpricing our seniors where they can't age in place anymore. Those things really is considerable. And so I believe that the main focus of me is for myself on voting on these cases is there going to be design standards? Is that going to work its way into how we vote on housing when it comes to straight zoning cases that is considered housing? And that is my deciding factor on which way do I vote. And that design standards being in place and having commissioners that understand that design standards is the only thing that separates me from saying yes or no. And I believe that PUD staff has greatly heard us over the last couple of years. I'm so ready to close the South Dallas Area Plan Task Force out. When I first came on, the only thing I was concerned about was parking incompatibilities, 25 feet from the curb, NPD 595, and catering services as a SUP. And that was all I knew. And it morphed in me learning and going back to school and saying that I want to make sure that I am a part of the change that South Dallas is going to need. That's not probably in my lifetime, but in my nieces, nephews, and my 8-year-old son. So I support this, and I thank PUD. When Andrea came on, we had 160 area plans in South Dallas that had never came to full fruition. And she said, we're not doing that again. We're going to look at the ones that's been in place and let's go in and do some surgery. And believe me or not, housing type was one of our surgeries. I believe it's one of our guiding principles that we went in. Also, we have unique zoning in South Dallas that I think most had never heard of NCs. And we're now looking at saying, can we get some housing types along those corridors in South Dallas that will allow for those apartments that so many of our apartments were torn down are now having some single family housing or some duplexes on it. So I look forward to this as long as it has design standards worked into it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Kingston, please.
Thank you. In the interest of time, I'm not going to repeat a lot of what's already been said. I agree with most of it. I will be supporting the motion as the first of many motions I hope to hear. As the District 14 representative, I represent a group of multiple competing interests that have been at odds with one another throughout this process. And I think that this is a balanced compromise. I know that probably all of the groups are unhappy with the compromise. The single-family homeowners want no change, and cities that don't change don't thrive. And the housing advocates want no rules, and I don't think that's a fair response to the people who have invested over the course of decades in the city either. And so I think that this strikes a healthy balance between the two primary competing interests. And I also think it's reflective of what's on the ground in so many neighborhoods. If you really look at the history of the city of Dallas and how we got the zoning we got, it's an overlay that doesn't accurately describe what's on the ground because it was put in after the fact. And most of our, particularly in my district, East Dallas historic neighborhoods are not single family, even though they're named that. And so I think that this compromise, by taking out the multiplex, really doesn't fundamentally change the character of these neighborhoods. And I think the language that talks about creating infill design standards as part of this plan goes toward what's really the heart of the issue with these smaller density infill is where do we put it and how is it going to reasonably fit into the existing stock of the neighborhood. And this plan doesn't do that, and it's not designed to do that because this is an overarching planning document. It's not an implementation document. That implementation piece is going to have to be something we work on next. And that has to be something that is part of that, and this amendment specifically calls for that. I also think that this amendment helps address the gentrification issues we see, and I don't think it goes far enough. I think there needs to be more in this Forward Dallas, and I look forward to having more amendments to address gentrification in this before it ultimately goes to council. But I think this is a good first step in starting to talk about how we protect some of the working class neighborhoods that will be targeted, that are already being targeted. If we don't do another thing, those neighborhoods are on the chop. And you know it, and we see it. And so what this plan can do, and what implementation features in this plan can do, is start to create ways in which we can formulate implementation to start to protect those neighborhoods that do not exist today. And so those are some of the reasons I'm supporting this amendment. And frankly, though there are a lot of loud voices who oppose it, there are so many voices who support it. I have received easily as much support for this plan as opposition. I have received thousands of emails, calls, texts, in-person meetings, and the support for it is overwhelming. I know that some of you don't want to believe that, but it's true. And I have an obligation to represent all of the constituents, not just the ones I know the best, or not just the ones who are the loudest, or not, frankly, just the ones who like to threaten me. So I also support this because I think it addresses the concerns about adverse environmental impact. That is not just building warehouses next to homes. It also specifically goes to, is allowing a certain development going to create, impermissible runoff on neighborhood properties, impermissible drainage issues that might adversely impact a neighborhood, or other types of adverse environmental impact. We specifically chose a broad term like that to encompass a variety of different ways that development can and sometimes does adversely impact communities. And I think that goes to a lot of the concerns that you all have raised about infill development and how it can adversely impact neighborhoods from an environmental concern. And finally, I reject the idea that we don't need to plan for housing, that we have enough housing. The statistics simply do not bear that out. That is just untrue. And we are the fastest growing region in the country, and Dallas County and Tarrant County are not growing as fast. And the data is pretty clear that is in many ways because we are not building enough housing that's affordable enough for people to live here. And one of the ways you create more affordable housing is to just build more housing. While Forward Dallas is not an affordable housing plan per se, allowing for different housing types and allowing for more housing is one way to combat that. And I am sympathetic or empathetic for people who have built their families and lives and bought homes and invested in communities and lived here for decades, because I'm one of those people. But I can be one of those people and be empathetic toward younger people who want that same life and can't afford it, and think about how the future of the city needs to operate and start to transform in order to allow for future generations to have what my generations and generations before me have had. And if we don't do things differently, that's simply not going to be the reality for so many people. And I just find it unacceptable to say, well, then they can live in Frisco or Allen until they can afford to move to Dallas, because that's not sustainable for our city, and that's not the attitude that leaders in our city should have or want for our communities and our cities. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Forsyth.
Will Commissioner Herbert accept an amendment to your motion I would like to propose that in the second to the last paragraph on the second page of your motion, where you say these considerations include but are not limited to ensuring that the new housing types are sensitive to and compatible with the existing housing in the neighborhood in terms of design and location, in addressing and mitigating any adverse environmental impacts. I would like to insert where it says in addressing, I would like to change and to while, and then say addressing the infrastructure needs in the community and in mitigating any adverse environmental impacts. Are you willing to, would you accept modifying and adding that short little change to your statement?
Yes, Commissioner Forsyth, I will.
Thank you.
And I agreed with that change as a second.
Excellent. Anyone in the body object for the change in the language? Commissioner Forsyth, additional comments, sir?
I would like to say I support this motion. However, and I'm excited to see, you know, the change of multiplex to a secondary use in the small town residential and the community residential place types. I do have concerns though regarding the fact that we've added cottage courts and tiny homes to the single family detached land use and cottage courts to the single family attached land use. And I would like to ask the chairman how I can address that. Do I address that through a change or to this, or would that be a separate amendment?
It would be a separate amendment. Okay. Yes, which you can absolutely make. But at this point, we're just going to discuss this, what Commissioner Herbert read into the record, changing of the place type, as well as the other pieces, as well as the friendly amendment added by Commissioner Forsyth. Commissioner Hampton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this is an important first step in protecting our existing stable neighborhoods, but those that are also at risk or most likely to experience gentrification. I don't think this is the end, in my opinion. I think we have much more language revisions that I look forward to this body debating. I think one thing that I don't see, I think this starts to talk about it, is not repeating issues that we have seen in our city. This is not the first time that our city has confronted what is termed a housing crisis. I live in a community that directly experienced that. I bought my first home in the Munger Place Historic District. It was 20 years after that ordinance had been put into place. It was a single-family house that was converted into a triplex with plumbing run on the exterior of the building. I would like this body to stop and think about that. There's nothing in this plan, there's nothing in our building code, there is nothing that prevents that from happening in the future. I represent neighborhoods that are clearly established, that have many of the protections that we speak about. I represent many other communities that do not. They are directly at risk from gentrification, ongoing and in the future. Those are the communities that I am most concerned about. We heard Ms. Roberts earlier today. A community that has an established plan development district, has a land use map that was put into place. They are seeing gentrification on a scale that most of us can't imagine and is now being identified for future density, contrary to their established plan development district. Plan development districts aren't addressed in this plan. That is one amendment that I hope this body will consider because it is critical to acknowledging not just where we have NSOs, historic districts or conservation districts, but those that also have established plans that are the guiding documents that have allowed those communities to thrive and are now some of our most at risk for our naturally affordable housing. I look forward to continuing this, but I appreciate Commissioner Herbert and the other commissioners who put the time in with this first amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hampton. Commissioners, any other discussion before we go to second round? Commissioner Carpenter.
I do support the motion for what was read into the record as a first step. But echoing what Commissioner Hampton has said to a large degree, and and now that I know what the format is, I will come to subsequent meetings with very specific wording changes, hundreds of them possibly. The tension in this document is adding density and preventing gentrification. And it's just like on the last paragraph of the first page, number 2 is ensuring that residents of established neighborhoods are not displaced. It seems to me that, it's just always the thumb comes down very hard on adding density, and it's like, oh, well, and it'll be nice if we can prevent displacement. There really needs to be very rigorous plans, language put into this document that elevates the importance of preventing displacement. I'm very troubled by the language in section, page 2-10 under housing choice. Why is this important? Number 1, decreasing stock of naturally occurring affordable housing. I could support that up to that point, but then it goes on to say partly due to poor conservation of older housing stock. Now the subject is worthy of an essay, but that's not the main reason why we don't have affordable housing. When you get to number 2, a lack of diverse and affordable housing options citywide due to zoning and land use barriers, that's basically saying if we had more density, we'd have more affordability. We might have more diversity, but we're not going to have more they don't go together. They really don't. And number 4, disproportionate displacement in low to moderate income areas due to burdensome development restrictions. Absolutely not the case. Not the case whatsoever. We're getting displacement in low to moderate income areas for a number of reasons. One, the way DCAD values land. Recent studies said DCAD systematically overvalues property in lower income neighborhoods, and they underestimate in higher income neighborhoods. Any new construction that goes on in a low to moderate income area resets the land values, and adding density to that just does it more and more and more and more. So, I will be coming back at a future meeting with some specific, language changes, but I just give these as an example of the thumb is very firmly on the scale in this document of putting more density into these neighborhoods, and at best it glosses over the displacement that's going to happen. It references an anti-displacement checklist or document that does not exist. I've never seen it. I'm told that no one has seen it. There may be a draft. We just can't rely. And I think even if it's developed, it's going to be like a feather standing up to a bulldozer. We're really going to. Unfortunately, the NSO process is so time-consuming and takes so much community and staff time that, we saw it happen in Elm Thicket. I'm seeing it happen in other neighborhoods. By the time we catch up with the process and get something in place, the displacement has already occurred. If we don't develop, if this document doesn't point out the necessity of stringent, I'll say, design standards to accompany or to as a precursor to any sort of entitlement to add density, then we're just throwing a match into dry grass as far as displacement goes.
Commissioner Wheeler.
I think I will concur with you on some points. It depends. I do know in our case, and I can only speak to our case, where there is a plan development that was put into place to stop some bad actors and as far as business is the type of housing that we wanted. But what we did find was there was some barriers from zoning that did not allow for, during a time before COVID, that did not allow some affordable housing to be built in places that now inaffordable housing is at. If those zoning developers ran from that area because of zoning, our PD had all kind of restrictions purposely during a time that it needed it so that we wouldn't be displaced. And I believe that even though our community is seeing some grossly incompatible housing in certain areas, we have areas that has maintained their affordability because the PD was written in a way that could not happen. When we're looking at addressing the zoning changes and areas that need PD, I have Joppy. Joppy has been fighting for years because of environmental injustices, housing types. No one ever, when sitting down, because they originally just yelled at me and never talked with me. But when we did get ready to, when we did sit down, no one had ever told them about a planned district. Nobody, they didn't even know what it was. And I was so confused because a planned district would have allowed them 10, 15, 20 years ago to be able to address some of the needs that were needed in areas. And oftentimes that information is left out of communities that do not understand zoning. They just understand the basic needs, but not the language or the tools that needs to be put in place. When I explained to Joppy, why hadn't you all had planned districts, and they had worked with people who came into the community that were AICP certified planners. They had worked with city staff, environmental justice agency. They had worked with all these different people who had never said, you need a planned district. You need to plan your community. And when and this was a couple of months ago, about 3 months ago, I immediately went to PUD and said, Joppy needs a planned district. 310 needs a planned district. These places in the southern sector do not have planned districts. Thank God for Councilman, former Councilman Diane Ragsdale and Leo Cheney and those who saw that knew the language. We didn't know what they were doing. We didn't understand the reason that these things have been put in place, but thank God that they did, because South Dallas would have been like West Dallas, gentrified before they could ever get a plan. And so, but we do have restrictions. The zoning matters. It matters on the housing. It matters on, there's a developer, not a developer, person that buy properties. Just so happened he lives in the Cedar, but he's totally engaged in our community. And he said, I want to turn it, I wanted to go back. I didn't know that there were apartments above a building that I have went to since probably before I was supposed to go to the building. But when I asked my mother, she said, oh yeah, it was apartments there. I was like, seriously? And they could not replace them. And he was like, it'll be fun. I said, well, why don't you apply? So I think it depends on where the zoning is at. Neighborhood stabilization overlays, most communities didn't know it. Queen City didn't know about it, and they have faced the most amount of grossly incompatible housing in my community. And now that we have some things in place. So I do believe that we do need to think outside the box. We need planners who are engaged in the community. We need our commissioners. Sometimes we have to visit communities. We have to go across lines, because we have great historical buildings or legacy buildings in every community throughout Dallas that are being lost because of these design standards, communities not being educated and don't have the time to be educated. Again, I tell you all 100 times, I brag because for me that's a great feat. I'm 47 and I'm in school for urban planning. That is something, if I would have knew as much as when I learned zoning, I love it. I can talk about it for hours. If I'd have knew that at 20, I could have been in my community making great changes, right? So some of those things that we need to address, but in our community, I can't speak of everyone else. I do drive the whole city. I've lived a little bit in everywhere in the city. We have zoning laws that have really held back our growth. We have zoning laws that, and other people who want to open businesses in South Dallas can't because of zoning. The zoning issues. When we went and looked at our zoning issues, the first thing I ever did in my life was I was a beautician. But there's a beauty shop on every corner in every neighborhood, in urban neighborhood in the city of Dallas. I mean, not city of Dallas, in the United States. I know this for a fact. I've traveled you know when you're entering in what we call the hood, because there's a beauty shop, a barber shop, a convenience store. It's so many different types of business, a check cashing place, all these different types of businesses that are more that does not add to diversity because of the zoning. PD 595 says catering service needs a SUP. I have cousins who have left corporate America. They're caterers. Their business is not next door to their house. Their business is across town because of zoning. And that zoning leads to affordability issues because now she pays more in rent for a place outside of South Dallas. She gets less time with her children. She left corporate America so that she can be with her children. There's housing types along major corridors that would be allowed everywhere else. She could possibly own a building and build a house or build her housing on top of her building. Is not allowed in our corridors. And so I think that zoning plays a major issue. I believe that some solutions that we do have with the city of Dallas is not offered readily to communities in urban neighborhoods that would be offered in other neighborhoods, and often because they are already educated on those things. Again, I can't say Joppy was just surprised when I said planned district. To me, it was a solution that was a no-brainer that said, if you get this, then you get to make choices as a community, and you all have been yelling and screaming from the top of your lungs for years about what you need, and a planned district would have been simply able to get you that, and it could have been initiated by staff. And so I think what is good on one side of the fence is not offered readily on the other side of the fence. And that's the major issue that we are having. That's why the communities are staying the same. And the only time that changes are coming is when someone with the financial backing comes in and applies for a zoning change, and they get what they get when it could have been applied from the city. And I think the city staff, as of recent, I think they're doing a better job. But of old, they did not. They did not come into these communities and offer solutions that would not cost the community financially, that it would have been on the city's back.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other comments? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion. Including the friendly amendment, yes. No, not that. That's going to be a separate motion, yes. I believe there was no opposition. Unanimous vote. Commissioners, why don't we just go ahead and take these items one at a time? We can discuss them, vote on them, and then also we have time to make any other amendments that you feel are necessary at this time. And again, the process doesn't end today. We have time to make additional amendments to the document. Commissioner Kingston? Let's take a 10-minute break. I think some of us we'll get more copies of this. 10-minute break. Recording, 11:59 a.m. We're back on the record. I think we all received copies of the draft number 4 highlights. We can take them all one at a time. We'll need motions to add them and amend the document. Okay, let's go to item number 1. Edit overview and the purpose language elaborating in relationship to historic district, NSOs, and conservation districts on pages 1-6 and 1-7.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Hampton, please.
Regarding the language on 1-6, relationship to historic districts, it's the 5th paragraph. I would suggest that we add after NSOs, established planned development districts, so that the revised language would read historic districts, HDs, conservation district, CDs, neighborhood stabilization overlays, NSOs, and established planned development districts and other neighborhood-led efforts respect, and then go onward.
Thank you, Commissioner Hampton. Thank you. Let me get that. Is that a motion? Perfect. Thank you, Commissioner Hampton, for a motion to amend the amendment, and Commissioner Kingston for your second. Let's discuss that. Vice Chair Rubin? Commissioner Hampton, did you?
Well, I think just as we've heard, we have a number of established planned development districts that are still widely utilized, relied upon by the various communities throughout our city. And I think having those referenced, I was particularly concerned that when we go on to the next paragraph where it talks about relationships to other plans. I think the intent was to reflect that there are some PDs that are no longer needed, may be in conflict with current policy, and that it's appropriate that those perhaps are not carried forward. However, there's many other cases where those PDs are relevant and important within their communities. From PB 193 to I'll use PD 99, Gaston Avenue, which is the spine that connects four of the historic districts in Old East Dallas. I think all of those are still very much relevant, and I think reflecting those in this document is important. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hampton. Vice Chair Rubin, did you want to go Commissioner Kingston before, since you know? Vice Chair Rubin.
I like the intent of this amendment, but I think it could probably use just a little bit more. In my view, it paints with a little bit of a broad brush here in just simply adding the word in PDs right after neighborhood stabilization overlays. And I think this came up at a prior Plan Commission hearing where we have seen PDs that are really good and really important for neighborhoods. We've also seen at the other end of the spectrum, PDs that where some paid consultant comes in and ramrods them through, and they don't represent good planning efforts, equitable planning efforts, thoughtful planning efforts, whether they're residential or particularly other non-residential uses. So I was wondering if Commissioner Hampton would accept a friendly amendment that in front of the word planned development districts adds the word equitable neighborhood-led planned development districts.
Well,
Commissioner Hampton, please.
Thank you. So, I said established planned development districts, and there is still language that is within and I completely agree with you, Commissioner Rubin. I think on the next paragraph on 1.7, further on, it says sorry, I'm missing it. It's essentially where policies, this plan supersedes any policies in conflict with those in previously adopted plans. So that's on 1.7, first paragraph, which I think speaks directly to the idea that there are plan developments that are no longer appropriate and will be in conflict with both the language of this plan as well as the map. I mean, I have no objection to reviewing that language. I'm just questioning that we're going to hit the intent of it.
Yeah, and I see the relationship to other plans is addressing plans as opposed to things that are in the zoning code, like Chapter 51P, like planned development districts. So I just want to make sure that as we incorporate this language, since we have a separate paragraph or subsection addressing things that are actually in our zoning code, that we also, when we address PDs there, because the word PD doesn't appear in the following section talking about plans, it talks about plans, not PDs. So just want to make sure that we get the language right on PDs in this relationship to historic districts, conservation districts, and NSOs.
Commissioner Kingston, please.
Yeah, it seems to me that in the context of this paragraph, planned development districts is pretty clearly neighborhood PDs. I mean, we're talking about historic districts, conservation districts, NSOs, and other neighborhood-led efforts. Putting PDs in there in the language of that paragraph seems pretty obviously neighborhood PDs. I don't share Commissioner Rubin's concern that that's going to be taken out of context or misread, and given the nature of this type of document, even if it is misconstrued by somebody, it seems like it's not going to be outcome determinative of what the body does with it.
Commissioner Carpenter.
I have a suggested tweak, which would be to say the historic districts, conservation, NSOs, and other neighborhood-led efforts, including PDs, reflect thoughtful considerations.
Would that work?
Commissioner Hampton, you okay with that amendment?
Yeah, I think that makes sense, and I think
Kingston?
it addresses the concern raised by Commissioner Rubin, Vice Chair Rubin.
Excellent. And Commissioner Kingston is okay with that? Any other discussion? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it. Let's go to number 2, added historical, please.
I have one other
Yes, sir.
addition on this page. Under relationship to zoning, we already quote the, on page 1.6 under relationship to zoning, we already quote the city ordinance addressing the relationship between the comp plan and zoning and development. I'd also like to propose that we also quote Texas Local Government Code section 213.002C, which reads, a municipality may define in its charter or by ordinance the relationship between a comprehensive plan and development regulations and may provide standards for determining the consistency required between a plan and development regulations.
So that is correct, and that would be under the Texas Local Government Code?
That's the language of Texas Local Government Code, section 213.002C. Yes. It's add language quoting Texas Local Government Code 213.002C, which reads, a municipality may define in its charter or by ordinance the relationship between a comprehensive plan and development regulations and may provide standards for determining the consistency required between a plan and the development regulations. And that comes before the city ordinance, the ordinance language from our city code under the relationship to zoning portion on page 1-6.
Okay. Thank you for your motion, Vice Chair Rubin and Commissioner Blair for a second discussion.
And that I know there's been some confusion about in some of the discussion about Forward Dallas about the relationship between the plan and our development regulations and zoning. And I think this provision of the local government code is really important to include in addition to the language of our city code as well, which makes clear that these are that the comp plan guidelines and not binding. We can consider other things in addition to our comprehensive plan between the local government code language and the language that we've used in our city code to give effect to that language from local government code.
Any other discussion, commissioners? Okay, seeing all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it. Any other amendments, commissioners, in item number 1? Okay, we'll go to item number 2, added historical context and trends language.
1.8.
1.8 and 1.9. You want to get any of those into the record, Commissioner Carpenter? Okay. Commissioners, I'll need a motion to amend the document per this document. Commissioner Blair, thank you for your motion, and Vice Chair Rubin for your second. Any discussion?
Point of clarification.
Yes.
If we do have comments, we could bring those back at a later date.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes.
It's dense, and I think I am going to have comments. I'm not ready with language today.
Yes. Absolutely.
Thank
Yep. Yeah. Yes. That's why, these are the 8 items or so that we kind of got a consensus on the last time, but knowing full well that once we see those words on the document, we may want to tweak them a bit. Yes, please.
Andrea Gills, Planning and Urban Design. I just want to take this opportunity, since several of you now mentioned that you would like to bring forward some edits. I would very much ask that at the next meeting or upcoming meeting or before the meeting, that you have that language fleshed out. So in the way that, Commissioner Herbert had read into the record, so that we can have that all pieced together so that everyone can see it beforehand. Thank you.
And point of clarification, is it acceptable if we do similar, and I appreciate Commissioner Herbert sending that, send a written draft form, Ms. Gillis to yourself, Mr. Agu, copy of the chair, and then we can circulate so that everyone can look at it in real time as we're debating it?
Yes,
Thank
yes,
you.
please. And just substantive changes. If you want to just send us sort of edits like capitalizations and things like that, we're happy to make those changes.
I would certainly appreciate that, Commissioner Hampton. Unlike our very talented attorney friends, I need to actually read things and think about it. And so the improvisational reading for me, it doesn't work. So I would appreciate receiving everything in advance, like Commissioner Herbert sent that out. So we do have a motion on the table. Again, we can come back and revisit this if there are any other adjustments. All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Go to number 3, update the current conditions and equity connections for themes on 2.4 and 2.17.
So one question on those, and I will just say, in comparing the current draft to the prior, there's formatting changes that I was having difficulty aligning. Not that, again, I understand, I think, why some of it's done, but I think I'm going to have a difficult time getting through all of those today. Is it possible that we defer this one, which I think is one of our more substantive items, until our next meeting? And I don't know if that needs to be a motion.
I don't think it needs to be a motion.
Okay.
No, and I'm happy to do that.
Well, I would appreciate my commissioner supporting that. Like I said, this one was just very dense.
It is complicated, yeah. Okay, then let's go to number 4.
Mr. Chair.
Table number 3, yes, sir.
So the way I understood Vice Chair Rubin's original motion was to recommend approval based on what was presented that included all the updated pink language.
Okay.
So I guess, in short, I think we've already done this.
Okay.
So we don't have to go through each topic and say, are there any, if you want to make changes, we would have to obviously do that. But if it's just to approve the pink language, I don't think that the body needs to do that, if that makes sense.
I didn't understand that, no.
Okay.
Sorry.
So and maybe I might be the only one confused, but for example, we looked at item number 2, the added a historical context and trends language, and it's all pink, which means it was updated language from this draft compared to the most recent one. And it sounded like the body just tried to adopt this pink language. And what I'm saying is, I understood Vice Chair Rubin's original motion included all of this language. So if you want to, and I see Commissioner Kingston saying no, so if that's not how Vice Chair Rubin's original motion was understood by the body, I will defer.
I know where you're going, Commissioner Kingston. Please go ahead.
If that was his motion, I didn't understand it, and I would like to.
Yeah, I think we just take them one at a time and just take it slowly.
That worked.
Yeah. Thank you. And again, just like on item number 3, some of these changes are complicated, and so happy to table those. Number 4, are we on number 4? Added emphasis on transit-oriented developments, 2.6 and 2.9. How are we feeling about that?
No changes today.
You have no changes. Anyone have any changes? Or do we have a motion to accept that today? Commissioner Herbert, my
Yes,
apologies.
I had time to review the TOD, especially because it was a huge aspect from my community, and I'm willing to make a motion to accept the changes to it.
Thank you, Commissioner Herbert, for your motion, seconded by Vice Chair Rubin. Discussion. Commissioner Wheeler, please.
think that when I want to ask the question. When we're talking about increasing land use mix within the TOD centers, I would want, I guess in some type of language, because it would be mixed use. Commissioner Shernock last hearing, put some language in to a development that where it would not be a burden on a developer, that where there can be the shared workspace, but it would, until a development gets to a certain area. Is that considered, I'm not for sure. Commissioner Shernock. Can you kind of comment on that? Because I think that would make a total, well, we don't overdevelop a developer in the beginning, which would lead them to have some alternative housing and commercial types mixed in.
So you're asking how we can work similar concepts into TODs?
Yes, because most of those would be that type of development that unique spin that you gave us last time, that we.
I mean, I would definitely have suggestions. I would need some time to craft the language on it if we wanted to hold it, or I may have been more than willing to offer up some stuff.
I don't remember exactly. I don't know if Andrea was here last time, or Patrick, when you can you give a reference to that language, kind of the language you did? It was concerning the shared work on one side until development gets to that point, because you have a district that has a lot of mixed use and some of the retail on ground, and it's suffering where it doesn't have tenants yet.
So the concept was, if the gold standard is to have street activating uses in mixed use projects, but the current market conditions don't make that possible, how can you still not inhibit development, meaning promote development today in 2024-25, but do it in such a way where at some point in the future, those spaces could then adapt and morph to a heavier commercial use? One of the core ways that you can do that is making sure that the building shell is sort of commercial ready at a future date. And one of the current uses that can straddle both worlds is a live-work concept. So you're having a street level residential that may have some street activating component to it. The other concept that would go along with that is making sure that you have ground floor access to the units, as opposed to one entrance and then accessing those live workspaces from, say, a central corridor interior to the building. You really want to make sure those entrance egresses out onto the street. So those were two of the core concepts that we used in that zoning case.
So I wanted to make sure that was said by you, that this can be included in this, because we're working on our area plan right now. And I don't believe that Patrick or Andrea was here, and being able to have this kind of in that writing would really play a key on attracting developers who otherwise would not want to do a mixed use community, even if it's close to a TOD, because of the fear they won't be able to occupy or use those spaces. And I didn't have the language, but I definitely called Lindsay and said we need to look at the hearing so that you all can hear that, and that works, I think, especially in the southern sector. But if you can get that language, because that was really a pivotal point when you introduced that.
I could see some adding it where maybe it says where are we today? I mean, if we had some language in there that recognizes that although we may not have market conditions that could support commercial spaces, the intent is to have them there someday. And what would be some of the ideas that we would implement today to help us get to that, if we want to just call it the gold standard or the, overarching goal?
Yeah, yes, Commissioner Wheeler and Commissioner Shernock, I think we can come back with some language either in this section specifically or in the implementation section, where we get at the same concept of it may not be commercial right now, but we're creating a code and creating a development around TOD to speak to both of your points. Yes. Yes, I think we can come back with that language, yeah.
So there was a case that we had our last hearing, and it was related to that, and that language was kind of put into place, and it is helping, because it's at, I think it was on the side street, it was Beckley, and I can't remember the side street, but the side street.
It's 5th and 6th, Beckley on 1 and Zhang.
And what happened was that on the side street, it would have a live work until it can get to that. And I think that would go a long way of attracting all kind of businesses that could have that combination, a small business owner that just needs a little space but want to live, and it gives an affordability, and it will help us in our affordable housing process, because if I can live and work in the same place, now it saves me income.
And it's from staff's perspective, if you two wouldn't mind either finding the language of that case specifically, and then providing that to us so we can then find a way to incorporate exactly what you all are mentioning, so we're not guessing.
Okay, thank you. Most definitely, I definitely PUD, which was, Patrick and Lindsay, because again, we're in the middle of our housing, and I really thought that would be considerable in South Dallas. And we're out the whole city, though.
Commissioner Kingston.
No, I don't think I'm ready to vote on this item today. I have some pause about the last paragraph. It seems fairly dismissive of the low-density residential neighborhoods. I'm not sure. It recognizes that 1/3 of the land around rail stations is low-density residential neighborhoods, rather than something that might be more appropriate, but it doesn't seem to solve for what would happen to those neighborhoods. And I'm not comfortable with being quite so dismissive to those communities. I think that language is pretty rude.
Commissioner Hampton, followed by Commissioner Carpenter.
I think one thing I'm trying to make sure that I understand is we, again, have reference to vacant or undeveloped land. I think as we've talked about in other sections, vacant can mean a lot of things. And I did go back, and I appreciate having the glossary now because it is defined in the glossary, but it also doesn't include language that we sometimes consider, such as, as of the passage of this ordinance, so that it's clear that, any land can be made vacant. And I think how we define that, I think I understand what the intent is, and I think it's appropriate that it is an opportunity for us as we're talking about whether it's mixed use, flexibility, where market conditions aren't there. I think I understand all those items. I feel like those two paragraphs might need a little bit more attention.
Commissioner Carpenter.
I think there's a considerable opportunity for misunderstanding in this particular theme, because I think to most people, transit-oriented development means the area around DART stations, the parking lots, and perhaps some commercial property immediately around it. And in fact, the second pink paragraph here says the land within TOD areas, then in parens, half-mile of DART rail stations, and all the figures that come along afterwards, that really understates where this could apply. Because if you look in the glossary, or you look over under did you know in the second, on page 26, the second paragraph, it says a TOD can be focused around light rail stations as well as major bus nodes, bike infrastructure, and trails. And if we're being dismissive of single-family development within half a mile of all those things, that covers a great deal of the city. You just take the DART stations alone, and you draw, half a mile circles around them, and then you go to major bus nodes. Well, I don't know what a major bus node is. If you're near a hospital where there's fairly frequent bus service, does that, it puts a lot of, it just adds a lot of ambiguity. So I'm thinking perhaps that we need to have a clearer expression of what the extent of this could be, because I think when people hear transitory development, they're just thinking DART rails. And this one paragraph about the land within DART TOD areas very much understates how much land this theme could encompass.
Skillis.
So based on those comments, I would ask that I'm hearing from Commissioner Kingston, Commissioner Hampton, and Commissioner Carpenter that you want to see different language in here. So I would hope that coming into, that if you all could work together to get some proposed language for this section so that the body can digest it. Because we can talk, I mean, I know you pointed out a lot of concerns, but until we can see that actual language, I think it's going to be hard for us to nail this one down.
Well,
We've
could I-
tried to make several attempts at hearing what you said, but I think you all need to bring something to us.
If I may. I think it would also help us to hear a clarification of intent from, the PUD staff, because if the intent is to discourage single-family zoning within half a mile of all these different places.
That's not, so this is a description of current conditions, existing conditions, what we have today. I think one of the comments has been from the community, put all your density in our transit-oriented development areas. This is acknowledging that a large portion of our transit development areas are zoned for single family and they have single family uses. So just to say, dump your density there, I think is not, I'm looking at it in the sense of that's going to open up a whole can of worms that I don't think, and that's why in the implementation area, it's in the implementation section for TOD, it specifically says we need to plan for these areas and we need to do more strategic plans for those station areas. It's not at all intended to say or be dismissive of, and if that's how it comes across, we need to change that, because it was to come across that acknowledging that there is a lot of existing single family and single family zoning in those areas. So we can't just say, put it there without further analysis.
If I may. I think the disconnect here may be that I think for the layperson, the people that I talk to, when they hear transit-oriented development, their mind says DART station and parking lot. And like I say, maybe a little bit of the commercial, but they're not thinking the neighborhood, within what we could be considered walking distance. So I'm thinking that planning staff and ordinary non-planning staff people are just seeing different areas when they hear transit-oriented development.
And that's fine. So we need to come up with language that makes that clear, because the standard in the world, like the transit-oriented development world, is TOD is half mile from a transit station. So if we want to handle that differently here, and I think that's why we've added in, because there was concern about that, the neighborhood centers, the mixed-use centers, the city centers, that there are varying scales depending on how you've got the environment built out. So some of those images that, yes, when some people hear transit-oriented development, they just think, potentially 40 units with all the different units mixed, or all the different uses mixed in. But the reality in Dallas is that's not the case, because we have varying scales, and our transit stations were not necessarily placed in areas that were going to maximize ridership.
Right. I can see there being different guidelines for transit stations that are in the midst of a single-family neighborhood and others that are surrounded by something completely different or undeveloped. So,
100%, and there should be.
I'll definitely.
So if we need to make that more clear, even more clear, or if it's coming across as that's not what the intent is, then we need to come up with some language to make that very clear.
Okay.
Commissioner Charnock.
If the intent is to get more clarity, I'm in favor of that. If we want to use additional language like multimodal transportation networks or whatever, and place more emphasis that this is not just about DART and a half mile, but if the intent is to relook at this and then dial it back to just a half mile within DART, I'm not in favor of that. I really think this is, with regards to density, this is the most important document. This is our path into density in a context-sensitive way. And I think there needs to probably be better public education on explaining that also includes bus networks and other transportation networks outside of just rail. So I'm supportive of that, not supportive of dialing this back just to be the traditional interpretation of a half mile from a DART rail station.
Any other comments? Commissioner Housewright, please.
well, this is an important conversation. I appreciate the observations from Commissioner Carpenter. I was not aware we were talking about a 1/2 mile radius. I read this and I thought we were talking about parking lot and a DART station. But anyway, nevertheless, I'll make a remark basically in that context and in the context of my district. This section reads to me that if we can get the zoning right around our transit lines, then we've solved the problem. In my district, we've had stations languish for decades, and so I would be very open to language that at least references economic incentives, economic partnerships with DART, tax credits, other tools outside of this land use document that I think may very well be required to get the kind of transit-oriented development we need. I just don't see the development community in this city having much regard for transit-oriented development, hence Mockingbird Station, and I can't really name any others. I think we've got an issue here that's bigger than just the land use issue.
And might I just refer you to page 4.8? We did add in the implementation table based on comments, I think it was Commissioner Kingston, about wanting to, again, not just being land use and zoning, but some incentivizing. And so I think we added action step 3 and 4 on page 4 through 8 to try to get at some of that, about the incentivizing, and then maybe some zoning within and of itself within those areas that are tailored. So I just, if we hold this item, I would think about any language that goes into the theme for TOD, and then some of these other related edits that were recommended in this latest draft.
Commissioner Wheeler.
I definitely, because we have actually a TOD plan that was submitted some years back for, I think we're calling it Pilot Point. Is that the name of Mr. Lawson's group, Pilot Point? Point, what is it? What's the name of his group?
South Point.
South Point, that is around the DART MLK station that quite a bit of property owners are getting together right now and is asking city staff to lead to working with city staff so that they can get that type of development. And these are legacy owners who've been in the community some 50 plus years, who own quite a bit of property around a TOD that has never led to development. And now they're saying they're getting together and they want these type of tools that could have been in place that would have allowed them to build right now and develop an area that is going to have that affordability, some mixed use aspects, and they're willing to, some buildings that they have, tear down and add to, so that we can get some more density, affordability, more retail and office spaces that are so missing in our community. But these type of tools being in place with the right language could have put them further forward than where they're at right now. They literally had to fight tooth and nail just to get on someone's books to even have that kind of conversation for a TOD that's already in place. So I think this is going to be a prime example of what this could do to a TOD. I think Patrick can maybe give us some better understanding to how the zoning, how the TOD that's in place, but the zoning is not conducive to that, how they're working to get that done, and will introduce affordability because the right developers and property owners own the land now.
Yes, Commissioner. I think the 3 stations in South Dallas, the transit stations are a good example of the zoning not matching the plan and not being conducive to TOD development. And to Commissioner Housewhite's point, I think even where there are some possibilities there, where they do have some zoning, it hasn't happened in part because of other issues that are going on. And to Commissioner Carpenter's point about understanding TOD, one of the things I would also point out when we talk about how it's transit, trails, high-frequency bus stops is, a lot of people, we all think of TOD as Mockingbird Station, but when people come to Dallas and who are experts in TOD, they talk about the Katy Trail. and that the Katy Trail has been a really good transit-oriented development because it spurred a lot of development along the trail and those trailheads that we don't traditionally in Dallas think of as TOD.
Commissioner Herbert.
Thank you. We have a project currently that's probably coming soon, the Westmoreland Station. And that station took creativity from DART, DISD, and the city of Dallas. A proposal was put out, developer picked up the proposal and had to change a couple times because of change of laws and change of things like that. So as we look at these TODs, we do need to understand it's not as easy as we expect according to the landowners. And to the area, that half mile between here and the TOD or whatever, are we referring to empty land or land that exists or homes that exist? Can that be clarified or does it need to be even? Thank you.
Commissioner Blair.
I've been sitting here listening to everybody about TODs, what it looks like, what it doesn't look like, what it needs to look like, what's wrong with it. I've got one that has a whole lot of land. It has a area plan. The area plan is old. It didn't have a major TOD. The land use has changed. It needs to be activated for a university, and it has land that has been zoned that's inappropriately zoned. And I'm sitting here and I'm thinking, how do I explain this where we are today? Because where we are today for everybody is different, and nothing that anyone writes is going to be right for everyone. So when I'm reading where we are today, I think part of me says that we need to dial it back and be a more broader, inclusive explanation of where we are today, or we need to, because you can't say District 9 looks like this, District 11 looks like this, District 8 looks like this, District 3 looks like this, District 4 wants to go here, District 7 needs to go there. That's what I'm hearing, and I don't think that's what we're trying to do. So if we dial back and say that TODs to where we are today, here's the historical information. TOD should be a half a mile from a DART rail. We need to station, and that TODs today may look different based on needs and use of today. And where the last paragraph said, although opportunity exists there where land use and zoning barriers to realize the potential what I'm hearing for my district is dump, 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 dump. And that's not what we're trying to accomplish. And near the DART, near the UNTD station, it needs to be extremely thoughtfully planned, no matter what is zoned today, because the opportunity exists for beautiful growth, beautiful design, Mockingbird Station-ish, because that area it needs to be youthful because it's at a university, and you need to have this to activate that type of use. So I would say dial it back. Don't be too specific. Just be where we are today is different for every area. In District 1, you guys already have what half of us don't have. So just make it high but give it enough depth that says it's been thought through. What does that look like? I don't know. But that's my opinion.
What that looks like, we need to define and figure it out and do it ASAP. Commissioners, we actually do have a motion on the table. It sounds like a majority. I'm not quite ready to vote on it, but I don't want to vote it down. Commissioner Herbert, you still have the motion, or?
It's a lot of discussion that need to be had, and I'd like to pull my motion.
Okay. You okay with that? All right. So we will table item. That was a quick decision. Commissioners, I look forward to reading your language, your proposed language on this. Let's get that into staff, please. So that's number 4. 3 and 4 have been tabled. Takes us to number 5, updated definition of primary and secondary use, updates to the place type land use matrix on 3.6 and 3.7. Just the definitions, yes. Mr. Rubin.
I'll make a motion simply on the definition section to approve that, not on the matrix beneath it.
I get a second. The definition.
Defining primary and secondary use.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Forsyth, for your second comments. Just for the two definitions there.
I think we talked this one to death at a previous meeting, so I don't have anything to add.
Any other comments?
As long as we change the spelling of complement to have an E in the middle.
That is the friendliest amendment I've ever heard, and I'm happy to accept it.
All right, all those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it. Let's go to number 6, updated context language.
Chairman Shadid?
Pardon me, my apologies. All right, we're getting ahead of myself, yes. On the land use matrix, couldn't sneak that in.
Can I make an amendment, please, on the matrix?
Please.
Thank you. I move to amend the motion, I move to amend the motion by, in the place types land use matrix on page 3-6, remove cottage courts and tiny homes from the single-family detached land use category, remove triplexes and cottage courts from the single-family attached category, and add clustered housing to multiplex. Also, I would propose to change the definition of multiplex to fewer than 8 units and the definition of multifamily from 9 or more dwelling units instead of from 10 or more dwelling units. And that is my motion. I'd also like to speak on my motion.
Okay, do we have a second? I have a question on the motion, Commissioner Kingston. Okay. Yeah, the mic.
Change definition of multiplex to fewer than 8 units and the definition of multifamily from, to be from 9 or more dwelling units.
That leaves out any eightplexes. Do you intend to do that?
I think fewer than 9 would be the.
Well, can I amend that to 8 or fewer? Can I amend that to 8 or fewer?
I'm just making sure that that was what you intended.
Yes, I meant 8. Fewer than 8, 8 or fewer, 8 or fewer. Change the definition of multiplex to 8 or fewer units, and then the definition of multifamily to be from 9 or more dwelling units.
Commissioner Forsyth, I believe it's 8 and 8, so that you don't have a gap in the number.
Well, no,
If you're 8 or fewer.
8 or fewer would be a
And
multiplex.
then 9 or more.
And 9 or more would be a multifamily.
Thank you.
And the reason why I would like to add clustered housing to multiplex is that I guess I need a second before, you
Yes,
know, I can
I will
proceed.
second it so we can have discussion on this.
Okay, Commissioner Hampton seconded the motion. Comments, Commissioner Forsyth?
Yes. If you'll allow me, I would like to read the definition of clustered housing that's in the glossary section of the For Dallas Plan if you go to page GA-6. It states, clustered housing refers to a range of multi-unit housing types that are designed to fit within the scale and form of detached single-family homes. These housing types, which include options like duplexes, fourplexes, cottage courts, courtyard buildings, are integrated into walkable neighborhoods and support diverse housing needs and promote walkability. So basically, cottage homes are fit in this clustered housing category. So they're basically, should fall within this category under multiplex, and it could exist, but it should just be a secondary land use.
Lots of discussion.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Rubin.
can I make a motion to divide the question since there are so many pieces to?
Would you be okay with that?
Yeah,
I think
so
it's,
you'd
it
like
is,
for me to take out the definition of multiplex to
if we could just go one at a time, and that way we can,
okay,
yeah.
divide the question. I
Yeah.
see.
Mr. Moore, can you explain how the motion to divide the question works?
Yeah, so it would just, you would vote on each component part individually rather than taking it as a whole,
Be
essentially.
less complex for us to consider, Commissioner. You okay with that?
That's fine. I would like to continue, though, that with multiplex, that should really be triplex up to the 8 units. I mean, there's no need to put triplex under the single family attached when it fits under multiplex. And that's the reason for making that change. And then again, the cottage courts, which we've added in this version of the plan, to me, that is fits under the definition that we just read of clustered housing, which should just go along with multiplex.
Okay, so let's go back to, let's only discuss the single-family detached, the adjustments that you want to make there, Commissioner, if you don't mind reading those in there, and then we'll go to the rest, please.
I move to amend the motion by, in the place types land use matrix on page 3.6, remove cottage courts and tiny homes from the single-family detached land use category.
Perfect. Can I get a second for that? Commissioner Hampton seconded that. Discussion. Did you want to add additional comments, Commissioner, to that?
I've already stated my reasoning.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Wheeler.
So I want to make sure that I'm hearing this right. So we will not, so you won't be, what you're saying is that the consideration will be for not building tiny homes?
No, I'm just saying that they would be a secondary land use within the community residential place type, not a primary.
Some parts of that I agree with, but some parts I don't. In communities where because we're looking at now and future, people are moving towards tinier homes. And so the tiny home factor of it and what the cottages, I believe should still be able to be in a single family home community. But when you go to talking about multiplexes, the multiplexes and the
Clustered housing.
The cluster housing being replaced, multiplex being replaced with cluster housing.
No, clustered housing would be added to the definition of, in that category where it says multiplex, it would be multiplexes plus clustered housing.
Okay, so that's fine, but when we're going to talk about the single family though, single family removing those single dwelling units from single family, I can't concur with that one because I do know, so if we're talking about density, right? I think I'm going right. If we're talking about density in areas where we can put a single family, a tiny home community, which they are building throughout the country. People are saying, hey, I like tiny homes as college students, people who don't have children, maybe not married yet, are looking for single family, and that's another that can reduce our housing market. Some people don't want to live in an apartment, one-bedroom apartment, but they would like a tiny home. I don't think we can move. I don't think it'll be in good faith going for our future to remove that from the single family.
Well,
am I right?
Yeah, we'll come back to you, Commissioner. We'll go in a row. Does that conclude your comments?
Yeah. So some of the ones that's single, I can't say remove, but I do like where you're going with what we consider a multiplex and what you consider a multifamily. I do think that.
Commissioner Kingston?
Thank you. I won't be supporting the motion. I think that the First Amendment we adopted today that specifically states that we should give consideration to where things like cluster housing, shared access housing, cottage courts go, and specifically recognizes that former civic or institutional properties would be an appropriate place to put those, like, you know, these dead church sites that we have to deal with, addresses some of those concerns. And kind of like Commissioner Wheeler said, I think that cottage courts and tiny home communities are something that other cities are doing. They're successful. They are an avenue to provide more affordable housing options. It's frankly a way to provide housing for people to age in place, for people to remain in their communities when they can no longer continue to manage the larger homes that they once stayed in. And, you know, a lot of folks, we're seeing a trend where people are not settling their larger homes because they don't have another place to move into. We're not providing the type of smaller senior housing for people as another option. So they're continuing to stay in their larger homes, and they're continuing to keep that housing stuff off the market for other people who might want to have it. And if we don't plan to allow the construction of these newer types of maybe not even newer, I mean, cottage courts have been around for decades, but allow our zoning code to be more flexible, then we're not going to provide those opportunities and solve some of those problems. They are detached. They can be detached or attached, and I think it's fully appropriate for them to be in the single-family detached. And where they go is a different question, and I think we've started to address that. I will say that I think tiny home and cottage court are two terms that should be defined in the glossary section. I've made a note on that, and hopefully that might address some of your concerns, but I won't be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Commissioner Herbert, followed by Vice Chair Rubin.
Yes, to give some context, I live in a neighborhood called Capella Park. It's a planned PD, one of the later ones. I think it was approved in 2005. A lot of our homes are in the single-family sections of the neighborhood. A lot of the homes range from 1,700 square feet to 3,500 square feet. Most of us share a side yard, but have huge backyards, front yards, setbacks, so on and so forth. Within the community, we have 3 cottage neighborhoods, 3 cottage sections of the neighborhood that have a shared alley, garages in the back, a courtyard in the front, where a lot of our seniors, like when they moved in, plan to move into. These units do not stay on sale at all. They go. They started at $149 years ago, and now we're at $350, but the homes are selling at $550 and $650 now. So once again, the natural occurring affordability is happening in this area. So that's why, looking at the motion, I understand the intent. The area I cannot support is the removal of cottage courts. I have 3 in my neighborhood. My community will not support it. I can support moving triplexes to secondary and reducing the type of homes in cottage courts, but that's another category, another conversation. I just can't get behind removing cottage courts completely.
Mr. Rubin.
Well, following up, I also won't be supporting the motion, but following up on, I think Commissioner Herbert hit on a really good point is, while we don't have the ability to control ownership versus rental within, our, development code, one really beneficial aspect of some of these other types of housing that fits well into existing, predominantly single-family neighborhoods is that, it's, with these types of housing product, it is feasible to offer it on a for-sale basis. It's not guaranteed. I don't want to overpromise there, but it gives people another entry option into some really wonderful neighborhoods like Capella Park, and I imagine that those have, skyrocketed in price in part because there is demand for it and we're just not building enough of it today. So I am fully in favor of leaving cottage courts and potentially sensitively defined tiny homes. And I don't know if maybe tiny homes is not the right language exactly, but maybe we could play around with that and continuing to move forward.
Commissioner Hampton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I seconded the motion because I think many of us wanted to have maybe more discussion about these contexts of the different housing types that we've, I think, been hearing about, talking about. I do find that tiny homes are more likely, or in my opinion, better served in another one of our land uses. Cottage homes, I'm actually not as troubled about being included in single family for the simple reason that we have many examples throughout our city, from traditional cottage courts to what many of us would call small lot, single family residential. Josephine Courts are in my neighborhood. The bottom, we specifically wrote in language to allow for that. And I think it is one of the tools that we potentially have that honors traditional single family while trying to think about how we might, where appropriate, put it in. I think Commissioner Kingston's comment that including it in the glossary, I mean, that's absolutely needed, because I think it's the other thing that gives everyone, as we've talked about, I think many of the things that I've heard from the community is asking for predictability. And we can't give absolute certainty to anything in the scale of a zoning document, but as much as we can provide more language in terms of intent, I think it helps us. I think it helps future iterations of this body move this document forward, which is certainly what I hope is the outcome of this. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Blair.
I can see cottage housing in single-family detached because in District 8, I can see it as supportive of those that need to age in place, and as I think about when my parents were aging in place, it would have been nice to have something that was manageable for just them, and not a big house where you can collect a whole lot of things. And for others to have to deal with. But so I can see it, and I can see it as communities where those that are aging in place can get together and sit in the front porch and have community. When I see tiny homes, I think that what the intent here was for ADUs. And I can see in single family detached, I see tiny homes as the intent was ADUs. Because when I see tiny homes, I see several homes, because they're no more than 200, 300 square feet, 700 square feet or below. You see multiple homes on a lot, and I don't remember reading in our code where we have multiple single-family dwelling units in one lot. So, yeah, first of all, it needs to be defined so that we know what you're talking about. I see tiny homes as not a single-family detached because it should be all on one lot. And I see, but I also see the availability for ADUs for the purposes in which because we already have single-family homes with ADUs. So this does not provide this for ADUs in this at all. So that's my opinion.
Chairman Shadid, before we put my vote to my motion to a vote, I first would like to state that we made a compromise by agreeing to put single-family neighborhoods in the community residential place type as opposed to separating it out. And the folks in the single-family neighborhoods just simply want the protection that the single-family home, one lot, one home, is the primary land use within single-family neighborhoods. And so we're very happy to see, moving multiplex to a secondary land use within the community residential place type. But so saying that cottage homes would be part of the clustered housing under multiplex, it would still be allowed in the community residential place type. We're not saying that you cannot have the cottage homes. We're just simply saying that it would be a secondary land use and not a primary land use. So I don't see what's unfair about that. However, since I've heard everyone around the horseshoe here, pretty much, including the wonderful lady, Commissioner Hampton, who seconded my motion, say that, they feel that cottage courts should be allowed under single-family detached. I would like to amend my motion if it's possible. And I would like to make my motion to say I move to amend the motion by, in the place types land use matrix on page 3.6, remove tiny homes from the single-family detached land use.
Thank you for your motion. Do I have a second? Commissioner Hampton seconded the motion. Discussion on that item. Commissioner Turnock.
I won't be accepting the motion or the amended motion. Primarily, the way I look at this, we are in a time where we are trying to do more with less. We're doing that with energy. We're doing that with water. We're doing that with materials. Land is no different. We're trying to find ways to use land more efficiently. So that's a primary goal of the day and age that we live in. So it should be a primary use. It should not be a secondary use. We should be trying to promote and find ways to put more housing on less land in an appropriate scaled way.
Commissioner Herbert.
I'm at a midpoint here, and I'm probably going to ask for some advice from the experienced people around the table. In my opinion, yes, tiny homes are needed. I think tiny homes, at a certain extent, exists in District 4 and District 3 at a larger scale, meaning 900 to 1150 square feet. So how do we, as Texans, right, someone who doesn't have a large footprint in the tiny home industry today, how do we define what tiny home in Dallas is, right? Do we say no 150 to 350, but maybe 450 to 9? Is there an opportunity to define what we, a Texan or Dallasite, would consider a tiny home or garden home for that case? So just wanted to put that out there.
Home is different from a garden.
Commissioner Kingston, please.
I really think we need to have the definitions of these two before we vote on whether they should be included in place types, because we are shooting in the dark. Because he just said he considers a tiny home to be 900 square feet. That's a home.
Wouldn't call that, I said that would be the smallest homes that exist in our neighborhoods, not tiny home on a national scale, but in a Dallas scale, right? That would be our smaller style.
I mean, I think the traditional definition of tiny home is maybe a third of that. And so I think we need to flesh out those definitions and then revisit where these concepts appropriately fit. Otherwise, we're just going to revisit it again anyway, likely.
If you'd like, I can, on the fly, do some definitions right now. And then if you want to move on to the second piece, and then you can come back and if we show you the definitions. I mean, if the because he has, to Commissioner Forsythe's, there's a multiple pronged recommendation if you want to do that.
Commissioner Blair.
Well, from Realtor.com, tiny homes is 100 to 400 square feet. So based on that, that should be the definition, or I recommend that to be the definition of, if it's from Realtor.com.
When I look at this, I watch the show, and it's like sometimes
But it
700.
says there isn't a set standard. A tiny home rarely exceeds 500 square feet. So beyond that size, they're merely small homes.
Right, so there is an industry standard, so it's generally 450 square feet-ish. But for we don't need to use that for this because we're not creating zoning standards for this. If you want to provide a generalized recommendation that gives you some sort of parameters of what we're saying, what you're imagining a tiny home to be, then we can go from there.
I think we have Commissioner, were you finished with your comments, Commissioner Kingston?
Well,
I think you are, please.
On the subject of definition, I think a big differentiating aspect of tiny home is it on a movable chassis or not? And I think that that's what we get back to definitions, because while we're not creating zoning standards, we do need to know what the animal we're talking about is. Is this a zebra? Is it an elephant? And just saying it's 400 square feet is not.
You're right.
That's not enough to know whether it's appropriate in a certain category of uses, in my opinion. So I think we need to, look, I'm all in favor of getting this done because I'm, like the rest of us, I think probably tired of looking at it, but I don't want to be expedient for the sake of getting it done and be sloppy. I think that these are concepts that are important because I think they have the potential to allow this document to provide some affordability that's desperately needed. And I think these are some concepts that have come a little late to the game, but I don't want to be dismissive of them. And I think that we should have some good definitions to consider. If we can work some up today and come back to this maybe at the end and move on to a different subject and kind of revisit this, great. But I don't think it's fair to the process or to the public to just, you know, pull up something on Google and, no offense, and go with it.
Well, I think I won't take an offense to that.
I'm going to turn the mic off. You haven't spoken first round. Commissioner Wheeler, please.
Because I did go on Google, but let me tell you that I watch HGTV all day, so so I'm watching tiny homes. I'm all on Google, looking at Home Depot storage being turned into. Listen, I am into it all, but also, where does cottage meet tiny home? Because maybe that's the difference. Because you know, a tiny home is so many feet, and then a cottage is so many feet. So will it be defined? Also, looking at is there so how we have duplex districts? We have, I know Bear Street has a townhome district, tiny home districts, right? I would consider saying in so many words that the kind of homeless solution that the city helped fund on Malcolm X right before that kind of is the border of Deep Ellum and South Dallas, that is for the homeless solution. It kind of fits that tiny home solution. It just so happened it's for long-term homeless solutions, but it has a community center, it has washing laundry, it has some resources. Looking at where does that fit in our communities that gives, that necessarily a developer might not want to do a multifamily unit, but he can do a clustered unit, and it sits right on the outskirts, or it sits in the area, and we can get our seniors in a community right next to us, that they would to get that community feeling, because all seniors don't want to live in an apartment complex or live in a senior living per se building, but that cluster and adding, is there any way we can add to it, like those sub-districts? Those sub-districts, like we have duplex districts, townhome districts, and that tiny home cottage district where we can get those seniors in place, because quite naturally, we know that seniors like to add, to stuff. The bigger the house, the more stuff.
There's a working, so just for reference, there's a working definition up on, this is one of a standard, pretty standard definition. Again, it does not have to be this definition, but this is generally what is comprised of a cottage court. I don't know if you can see that. Anyone can see that? It's up on that screen. I cannot, but.
Is it possible for you to put that in a bigger font, please? Or, both. Read it.
Or Florence, if you want to read it out, or Patrick.
Yeah, I can read it. So this is from Missing Middle website for cottage courts. A group of small 1 to 1.5 story detached structures arranged around a shared court visible from the street. The shared court is an important community enhancing element, and unit entrances should be from the shared court. It replaces the function of a rear yard. Often rearmost building can be up to 2 stories.
Can I get a clarification?
Please.
Did you say those are detached? The definition is detached? Okay. All right.
Commissioner Chernock?
Yeah, I'm comfortable moving forward. I don't think honing in on the nuance of a definition would affect the way I feel about the motion that's being made. And then also just know that building inspection does weigh in on this stuff with regards to chassis, and they at time of permitting, review and have their own standard for this, but essentially it's a single-family detached, and if it was on a chassis, it would require skirting, and so there's protections already in place that would regulate that, but I would be in favor of moving forward.
Well, any further discussion, commissioners? Commissioner Carpenter?
I know I'm going to regret asking this, but what happened to ADUs?
The agreement was that, the general agreement at the last meeting was that the recommendation would get moved into the implementation matrix in the back. So it was removed out of single family, out of the table, out of the matrix, and a recommendation was, I think, edited a little bit in the implementation section under housing to explore allowing accessory dwelling units in residential districts. So it's in the matrix now.
No regrets.
And as we move forward, I'm sorry, Chair.
Please.
As we move forward, some of the older PUD staff may know the godfather of pocket neighborhoods actually came to Dallas and did a tour. I think it would help us if we looked into that website, pocketneighborhood.com, and see how beautiful cottage neighborhoods can be and how we're missing out on possibly solving some of our housing issues. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion, commissioners? Commissioner Forsyth, please.
We're voting on the amended motion that I made to remove the tiny homes.
That's
from
correct.
single family.
That's correct. This motion by Commissioner Forsyth, second by Commissioner Hampton.
He's amended his own motion, so it can be accepted, it can be just accepted.
She accepted it, I believe, yeah.
Yeah, so it doesn't need, it doesn't.
The motion.
Does it?
The
this is a new
friendly
motion.
amendment doesn't require, but the amendment itself requires a vote.
Yes.
The friendly amendment does not require. a
Correct.
vote.
Yeah, we're voting on the amendment, on his motion now, yes, which was to, just on the tiny homes piece.
To remove it from the single-family detached land use.
Yes.
Yeah. But, so Commissioner Forsyth made a motion that was complex. Vice Chair Rubin asked to divide the question. So then the question was removal of the cottage homes and the tiny homes, to which Commissioner Forsyth did a friendly amendment to his own motion to
Only
make it
tiny homes.
just the tiny homes.
That's required a motion.
That voting on removal of the tiny homes, it requires a vote along with the other portions of the motion that we haven't quite got to yet.
It's not together, yes, it's just the tiny homes piece. Okay? Yeah, we are only voting on, there was a question on the amendment and the friendly amendment, and then Commissioner Forsyth then changed his motion essentially to only take out the tiny homes piece from the single-family detached. And then we had extensive discussion, and then Commissioner Carpenter added the ADU, but we didn't regret it. And so we are voting on that item now, only commissioners. Any questions on that? Make sure we're on the same page. You want to read, if you don't mind, Commissioner Forsyth, we have a request if you could reread your motion, sir.
I move to amend the motion by, in the place types land use matrix on page 3.6, remove tiny homes from the single-family detached land use category.
Thank you, sir. And we have a second by Commissioner Hampton. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
That's Commissioner, let's do a record, but why not?
District 1? District 2?
Aye.
District 3?
Aye.
District 4?
Aye.
District 5?
No.
District 6?
Aye.
District 7? No. District 8?
Aye.
District 9? No. District 10? I'm sorry? No. District 11?
No.
Oh, District, no. Oh, I'm sorry.
He's online. I didn't hear the vote.
Didn't hear the vote.
I said no.
Said no?
District 12? Absent. District 13?
No.
District 14? And place 15?
No.
Motion fails.
Motion fails. Commissioner Forsyth, let's go to the next piece.
I move to amend the motion by, in the place types land use matrix on page 3.6, remove triplexes and cottage courts from the single-family attached land use category.
One more time, Commissioners, we're kind of processing it, please.
I move to amend the motion by, in the place types land use matrix on page 3.6, remove triplexes and cottage courts from single-family attached land use category.
Do we have a second?
We ask for clarification.
Please.
'Cause I'm thinking that there was, originally, he had planned to move those somewhere else, so, no? Okay.
Well, I had also planned to say add clustered housing to multiplex, but the idea for adding clustered housing to multiplex was that that would include the cottage courts. And we've already obviously agreed that cottage courts are going to stay under the single-family detached land use. So I guess it's kind of moot now adding clustered housing to multiplex. But I still feel that triplexes and cottage courts should be removed from the single-family attached land use, and that's my motion.
Can I have a second? Are you seconding? Do you have a question?
You wanted to remove it and change it to clustered housing, am I right? It's clustered housing. Is this the part of the motion where you defined multiplex and multifamily? Or is that the next one? 'Cause
That would be, the definition of multiplex to fewer than 8 units would be in a separate motion.
Okay, so that's in a separate one.
Because Commissioner Rubin asked me to separate out each one of these items in this motion. So, the next item was to remove triplexes and cottage courts from the single-family attached land use category.
I think, can I offer a modification there? I mean, a friendly,
Yes.
No, we don't have a second.
We need a second.
oh, okay.
We don't need it, yeah.
I'm certainly open to making
Okay.
a friendly amendment.
Seconded for the purpose of discussion.
Then we do have a second.
Okay, so I would offer an amendment
Commissioner
to
Carpenter.
take the cottage courts out and leave the other two in. And then, because, they're part of, we want to keep that in single family. I think that's the consensus what we got from the last, the vote. And then leaving your other two in So I mean, leaving your other two a part of the motion and taking cottage courts out of that motion.
Wait, can I clarify?
Yeah,
Or like do a flip?
we do need clarification.
Yes, can I provide some clarification? So on the flip, so the motion is single-family attached in your table on 3.6. If you go up to single-family attached, currently right now, it includes townhomes, duplexes, triplexes, and cottage courts. The motion is to remove triplexes and cottage courts. So that would leave, for single-family attached, that would leave townhomes and duplexes. So that's the motion on the table, to remove, to just keep, for single-family attached, it would just include townhouses and duplexes, not triplexes or cottage courts.
Okay, so the cottage courts, are we considering them attached because, are we
It
considering?
could be.
Are we considering that attached because they would be on the same lot? Because I know that, so what I do, so I know attached with townhomes, it's the land up, it's separate, it's single family because the land up under each townhome is platted different. But they share a wall. Where a condo is the same build, but it has one continuous land use. Is that the same thing that we're saying about cottage homes? Cottage.
You could have a cottage court where you have a single, a duplex, a single. So in this instance, that would be single-family detached, or attached, single-family detached.
Okay, so.
Yep.
From
What she said.
Okay, so I got it. So, because I understand townhomes, condos, I understand those, the reasons. Okay.
Commissioner Herbert.
I'm not sure, this may be a friendly, if accepted, but for my protections or the protections of my neighbors, I would have kept townhomes and duplexes, possibly triplexes, but under cottage courts, I would restrict cottage courts to be no more than quad, a fourplex.
College courts in single family.
No, detached. So, yeah, so detached.
His motion is a strike. Commissioner Herbert is trying to do a friendly amendment,
I will not accept
which
that.
she will not accept.
Okay, thank you.
So you can come back and make that an unfriendly amendment if you'd like, but we can just keep this on there.
Quadplex is the same as, is worse than a triplex, is more than a triplex, so no. I'm sorry.
So I'll make a unfriendly amendment, and if I have, I'll make a comment afterwards. So my unfriendly amendment would be to leave as written in restricting cottage courts to no more than quads, and if I have a second, I'll talk to why.
You do have a second. Thank you, Commissioner Wheeler.
Yeah, so if single-family attached with cottage courts in it, as it is today, does not restrict size. We can have 9 plexes in a court that's shared, and now we have a multitude of homes, right? That's why I decided to restrict it. The way cottage homes I've seen be successful with quads and triplexes is there was a shared parking, and then those quads all had access to the community garden in the middle or the landscaping in the middle. The best I've seen it done was at a quad level, and is why I put that parameter in. I'm willing to discuss more, but limiting the cottage courts under single family attached, I think makes sense, because by the units being attached, a lot can be done, and I just want to make sure that the neighborhoods are safe.
Vice Chair Rubin, follow that.
Yeah.
Commissioner Wheeler.
I appreciate the intent of Commissioner Herbert's amendment to the amendment. My concern is that I understand that a lot of, 4 may be a good sort of point for many cottage courts, but there may be instances where creativity and flexibility call for a larger cottage court. For example, let's just say there are 2 side-by-side lots or a double lot. Maybe 6 might make sense, or 8 might make sense for a sensitively designed cottage court. So I would probably leave the number up for further discussion when we see amendments to our development code, or when we see applications for a PD or something like to hear that, rather than impose a sort of cap at this point. and we'll just need to be sensitive to numbers moving forward.
Commissioner Kingston.
Yeah, I think we're getting too far in the weeds on what cottage court is going to be. What I would anticipate is we're going to amend our development code to have an entire section on cottage courts. The city of Arlington recently amended their development code to have an entire section on cottage courts, which defines what a cottage court is with all of the different pieces that I think you're looking for. I think that is an implementation piece and not a 30,000-foot planning piece. And so I think we need to remember we're at the 30,000 foot, not the ground level.
Understood. My thinking is to what's primary, what's secondary, but I definitely agree.
Thank you, Commissioner Wheeler.
I definitely agree, but I think it's good that we're speaking on it now so that PUD can consider that, because when we're going to talk about larger, I'm talking, at that point, I'm looking at, that's almost a shared access with a townhome district type of deal. 4 keeps it cottagey feel. When you go to talking about more units and attached, you're looking at townhomes, at townhomes, condos, or whatever we call them. Whereas I think what Commissioner Herbert is saying, let's get 4 units here, 4 units here, 4 units here, and still have that courtyard feel. But that continuous building might take away from the courtyard type of situation that I think you're looking at. The courtyard plays the court part of cottage is what he's trying to make sure stays.
Commissioner Blair.
We have not had official definition that we're using for cottage court. Until then, you guys are doing nothing but confusing the situation with trying to define something that's not defined. Refine something that has not been defined. You can't refine it until you define it. Then number 2, and I see Mr. Agu's got his hand up, can I finish before you give us a definition? But then if I'm looking at single family attached, I believe what the intent reads to me, you have, and it should maybe have been in a different order, you have duplex, which is 2 families attached, with 2 living units, dwelling units attached. You have triplex, which are 3 units attached. You have townhomes, which would be 4 or more single-family units attached before you go to multiplex. And if that is the intent, then I can see if you're defining cottage courts as single-family detached. Commissioner Forsythe, your microphone is still on. If you're defining cottage courts as smaller, as single-family detached, sharing sharing the front yards, then I would say the only thing that leaving triplexes, duplexes, and townhomes and single-family attached alone, and possibly removing cottage courts because it's single-family detached. If you are defining cottage courts as single-family detached, sharing the walking space in the front and sharing the parking in the back. So that's my.
Mr. Agu?
Yeah, a lot to unpack there. So on the screen, I think earlier in the previous motion, we mentioned this definition in terms of cottage courts, and I think everybody was okay with this particular definition. I can reread it. But in addition to this, we can also, if you look in the glossary under clustered housing, that's also another term that cottage courts use. We can either do a few things in terms of using this definition on the screen for that as well, and maybe just defining in the glossary cottage courts / clustered housing. That could be a way of doing that as well. But I just want to go back to this definition that I thought we had clarified that we wanted to go forward with for cottage courts. Secondly, going back to the matrix, and I'll come back to this, going back to the matrix. Over here, just to be clear on what we're looking at in this matrix, the land uses or the examples that are underneath each of these land uses are examples. These are not the definitions of these land uses. It's more to kind of get a general understanding of what you typically see in these land uses. So if kind of defining what the number is, I think Commissioner Kingston did a good job explaining that the code would be that piece that elaborates on what that looks like. This is meant to just give a general idea of what you typically see in these land uses. So if either of these are causing confusion or they don't exist now, or not a land use that we want to see in the future, we can play with these examples. But the idea of these examples is to give a general idea of what these land uses look like on the ground. So these are not meant to define. We can use a glossary to do that, but the idea of this kind of provide generally what these land uses typically have in them. They're not they're not exhaustive, but touch on a few different things.
And Chair, I have a point of clarification to my statement. When I mentioned the quads or the four, I was meaning a courtyard of multiple fourplexes, not 4 houses in one. Just wanted to make sure that was clear.
I understood that part.
That blew my mind now.
Well, no, and I understood that that's what you're saying. And so that's why I was coming back around that that isn't necessarily even what the definition of a cottage court would be. I think that's more of a fourplex community that may be designed around a courtyard, but that's generally not.
So to that point, attached cottage courts aren't popular at all, right? Right, it's usually single family detached, so yes.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Is cottage court defined in our code? No. Then for a comp plan, we can't use something that is not defined. Can we use something that's not defined in our code?
We can, yes. But it is to say it is not the regulatory definition. So if we came back to, we're going to look at this and say, oh, when we do the zoning code update, we need to add cottage courts into the zoning code update. We are not going to be bound to any definition that's in this. We would use this as reference point, but once we get into the regulation piece, that is going to get finalized in the zoning code. It could be different from this definition.
So help me understand why we would use something that's not defined and used in our code until it's used in our code. Are we putting the cart before the horse and making a comp plan add or define code, or should we be using code as a tool to define our comp plan?
So what I would say is that this is where you look at aspirational. What our code might currently be missing, what you want to see in certain areas, and so that you can give a nudge to the code when it gets updated that says, we need you to include a definition and development standards for cottage courts.
So then, and help me understand again, and I'm thankful for this clarification and this discussion, because but help me understand if what are we defining cottage? Well, we're using what you had on the screen as cottage court as a single family detached that could be 1.5 story, blah, 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 blah. So if we're using that, a group of small 1 to 1.5 story detached structures arranged around a shared court visible from the street, then if that's what we're using as our definition, then cottage courts should not be in single-family attached if we're defining it as detached.
Vice Chair Rubin.
I think I'm good.
Commissioner Hampton.
And I actually want to make an observation on our definition, because I think what many of us are, or what I would envision, I won't speak for the body, is that these would be oriented to the street, because I think a lot of what we've been talking about is how we're creating community, addressing the public realm. And so as we consider this definition, presumably at a future meeting, I would suggest that we include that they are either perpendicular to the street or oriented towards the street, whatever language the
I
body
don't
may
think
want
that's
to consider.
right.
I don't think that it's to the courtyard.
Yeah, they're oriented to the courtyard.
But that the overall development would open to the street.
Oh, yeah.
Essentially, don't put your side, don't put your back, that they engage with the public realm. Thank you.
Commissioner Wheeler.
Because I'm a Google queen, I found a development in New Hampshire, in Keene, New Hampshire, that actually has, and I'm going to say it, they have an ordinance that was just done a month ago. Cottage courts are groupings of small houses around shared public space considered a type of missing middle housing. They can be built as for sale as up to 1,200 square feet, and the parking is in the rear. But they went in to create a adopted plan for this particular courtyard. So I'm going to make sure I send it out to staff, because somebody's, what they say in Minnesota, what good mayors do, good mayors steal. So we want to make sure, I'm going to send this to you all, like it's all written up and it's ready to go.
Okay, Commissioners, any other clarifications before we take a recorded vote? The motion.
Can we hold
Commissioner Carpenter, we need a history book. One more time, Commissioner Forsythe, I'm sorry. This discussion goes on and we need to be refreshed. Oh, my apologies, Commissioner Forsythe. It's actually, we're on Commissioner Herbert's unfriendly amendment to keep the language as is, but is it correct to say cap it at 4? Would that be correct?
Cap the attached homes inside of a courtyard at 4, yes.
Okay. Cap the attached.
Restrict courtyard and to quads and all that.
Is there a way we can just hold the whole thing until we can get some explanation?
I think this has to be.
Okay, Commissioner, no, who seconded Commissioner Herbert's motion? Commissioner Wheeler, okay. Did you get that, Yolanda? Yes. Okay, let's take a recorded vote, please.
Okay. District 1? District 2? District 3?
Yeah.
District 4? District 5?
No.
District 6?
No.
District 7?
Yes.
District 8?
I don't even know. Yes, I do have to do a no because I don't know.
District 9? District 9? District 10? District 11?
No.
District 12? Absent. District 13?
No.
District 14? And place 15?
No.
Fails.
Okay, so we go back to the motion. Now, Commissioner Forsythe, please, sir, if you don't mind repeating one more time.
I move to amend the motion by, in the place types land use matrix on page 3-6, remove triplexes and cottage courts from single-family attached land use category.
On that one, that was Hampton, okay.
No.
Pardon me, that was Carpenter, my apologies. It was, yes. So it is to remove triplexes and cottage courts.
from single-family attached.
From single-family attached. Thank you.
Oh, here it is. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we're trying our best to confuse you, Yolanda.
Yeah, and y'all are doing a thorough job. Okay, so that was 4 seconds. Okay.
Okay.
I'm ready?
We're ready for your,
Yes, sir. District 1. District 2. District 3.
No.
District 4.
Yes.
District 5.
no.
District 6.
No.
District 7. No. District 8. No. District 9. No. District 10. No. District 11.
No.
District 12 absent. District 13.
No.
District 14. And place 15.
No.
Fails.
Okay. Commissioner Forsyth, did you have a third motion, sir?
Chairman Shadid, I'm going to not make any further motions. It's obvious that this commission is, you know,
Go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead with your next.
yes, I have a right to express the reason why I'm not making any further motions, because obviously any motions that I make are like seeds that are thrown onto concrete. It's clear that this commission has, you know, on one hand said that we're moving metroplexes to a secondary land use, but on the other hand, now we're putting all these secondary land uses into the primary land use categories. You know, and so you're basically making it so that the folks that were here this morning are not going to be able to support this plan when it goes to the city council. You know, they have made it very clear that single-family neighborhoods should be one lot, one home. And they don't want these cottage courts, they don't want ADUs, they don't want the tiny homes in single-family neighborhoods. It certainly should not be a primary land use. We were willing to compromise by including the single-family neighborhoods in the community residential place type. As long as you guys were willing to put all these other things that we don't want in single-family neighborhoods in that secondary land use category. And you're not willing to do it. So guess what? The folks who are here this morning are going to continue to oppose this plan. And when it goes to city council, I'll be with them in opposing this plan. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Wheeler.
I want to say that, Lord, please don't let me have ethics today, an ethic violation. The majority of the people that come in this room does not represent the whole Dallas. The southern sector is very underrepresented when it comes to people coming to speak. Maybe because they have jobs, maybe because they can't take off from work, maybe, I don't know. But what I do hear them say is that, first of all, we have majority of renters in the southern sector, which means that we are going to always need different type of house types. We're going to need place types. We're going to need single family, large, small. Our aging in place are very much displaced. There's not enough senior living. There's not enough senior community living. There's so many things at play, and I understand single family home. I am a single family type of person. I like yards. I like all that, but I also know that as I get older, I'm probably going to want to downsize, right? Right now, I want to add on every 3-4 years to my house, you know, right? But I also know my husband is 10 years older than me, and I might have to take care of him in a couple of years, and I'm going to need something. I mean, these are the things. So a lot of the loudest voice is not always the representation. We have 1 million people in Dallas and 100,000 vote. Because of whatever reason. But I'm going to say that very seldom do I see the southern sector, the minorities of Dallas coming and speak on this, because they don't even understand. Right now, the only thing they can even consider is, how can I pay my bills? When can I pay my rent? And they're not represented. So I can't, just because the loudest voices are saying no, and I understand that in certain areas that people want to maintain maintain single family. I want that to happen. I take that in consideration, the corridors and where does this fit? It's not a one-size-fit-all Dallas. Right now, some of those areas that saying they want to keep single family have 30 different type of place types that historically has been there for over almost 100 years. So I don't think that the majority of Dallas is speaking. I'm thinking that the more affluent, some of the ones who have time to get out from work, but our younger people, our seniors, those that need it right now, a 4-family new family that's in their late 20s, early 30s cannot afford to buy housing in Dallas. And they definitely can't rent. A new family, matter of fact, a newlywed couple with no children cannot buy housing. They don't have enough housing options, which make the housing market go up. So this is not a representation of Dallas. It's just not. It has never been. There's a million voters are close to that. And again, in each district, you have 2,500 people that come out and vote. That's not representation. That's just the people that are committed to doing that. So I think that maybe, I don't know, maybe on one, I mean, you represent District 4. And I know for a fact District 4 needs more housing. It's one of the most poverty-stricken districts in this city, right? Along with District 8, District 5, District 3 and District 2, right? And I just don't believe that single family is represented when people come in this audience. You can look at the representation and say that Dallas is not represented because it doesn't look like Dallas. You see very few other than in that audience when they come. Yeah, they're loud and speaking, and I understand want to protect $300,000, $400,000, $700,000, $800,000 homes. But man, listen, in my neighborhood where we was paying for it, I paid $25,000 for my house. My taxes is getting closer to $200,000 for appraisal because someone built a mega mansion next door. I'd rather it been split in 2 houses and some single family young people could have moved in.
Commissioner Kingston?
If Commissioner Forsythe is finished with motions, I have another one.
Commissioner Blair, did you?
I would like to say that Commissioner Forsythe, that don't be discouraged. You may have not gotten a positive vote on these, but you have on some other cases. And what I would say to you, that when you look at your multifamily and redefining those, you may find some favorable votes that you didn't find elsewhere. Don't be discouraged, keep moving on. And when I was in corporate America, sometimes you had to take 15 no's to get a yes. So keep moving on.
Commissioner Herbert.
Thank you. Commissioner Forsythe, you're my neighbor. I understand your intent. I'm dealing with some of the same voices you're dealing with, but I'm also dealing with another side of those voices that are asking for not even a place to live. I live here. This is the type of living I have. I want to be included. That's important. I'm getting my butt kicked across the board in several districts other than my own. My people are supporting me. I've tried to comply as much as I can with everybody to get what we needed and be strict about it. I tried to move the needle even on Cottage Courts just now. My good favor is over. So I get it. I understand your input, and trust me, I understand your frustration as well. And to Commissioner Blair's point, we have to find compromise along the way. We're not going to win them all. I've lost more than I won here, but I come back to the table with an open ear and an open head because I know I'm going to need each and one of you guys as we move forward. So I'll send the same thing out to you. I'll ask you to speak with your group and get that understanding, and then take time to better view what can happen with cottage courts. I think without understanding completely what cottage courts are, you could be denying something that could be potentially groundbreaking for District 4. Thank you.
Any other comments, commissioners? Okay, let's come back at 2 o'clock. Let's take a break.
Chair?
Yes.
I need clarification.
Yes, please.
There was a motion, the first motion, which was from Forsyth and Hampton. I'd just like to know what happened with that motion. Because there was an original motion.
I understood those to be withdrawn, I understood them to be withdrawn when Commissioner Forsyth said he
Okay,
no
so
longer
those were
wanted
withdrawn?
to
Well,
make
the
those.
very first one was withdrawn because Commissioner Rubin
Okay.
rightly requested we do
I
them in a
understand.
break
I
separately.
must have missed that. Thank you for the.
I think we have one more comment.
I want to address one thing. I see my colleague who is disappointed with the last vote leaving, and I know that this housing piece is incredibly important to you and to all of us and the way that the votes went. You know, you're obviously dissatisfied with them, but we have incredibly important work left to do today when it comes to the environmental justice piece and the other pieces of this document. So with great respect, I would implore you to stay with us for the rest of the day and advocate for District 4, not just on this piece, but on the environmental justice piece as well, which is incredibly important to District 4 and other districts throughout the city. So I hope you will reconsider your decision to leave.
Okay, Commissioners, let's take a 15-minute break. 1:52. We are recording. Thank you very much. It is 2:15. We're back on the record. Before we head back into our sheet here of 8 items, Vice Chair has an amendment.
Yes, on the place type matrix,
Put on your seatbelts.
and I'll be happy to speak to it in just a moment. It is 3-6 on multiplex and apartment. Change the definition of multiplex to 8 or fewer attached dwelling units, and for apartments, change it to multifamily with 9 or more attached dwelling units. And if I have a second, I'm happy to.
I'll second that. Commissioner Blair will second that. Correct.
I had a really good conversation with one of our speakers today while we were on break, where she made the very good point that an 8-plex allows 4 and 4 to be built, so it's able to be more sensitive as to height in existing neighborhoods, whereas 9 largely makes it much more likely that it will go up to an additional story. And given the experience that I think some of the examples that she brought to my attention, I think that's a really sensible solution to address missing middle.
Thank you. Any discussion on that? Commissioner Carpenter, please.
I'll also say that is an improvement, because right now, the multiplex is fewer than 10, and the apartment is more than 10, so I guess 10 wouldn't be allowed anywhere.
We caught that, and we thought we would leave that for later, but I should have known. Of course you would have caught that. Gosh, I can never win with Deborah. Never. And no. Commissioner Carpenter. Oh, you can call me Tony. I don't mind. Thank you for staying with us. Appreciate the input. Commissioners, any comments on that? We have a motion and a second then. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? 1 nay over there. Motion carries. I believe it was Commissioner Chernot. Okay, now we go back to item, I think we're on 6. Is that right? Thank you. Updated context language and added location strategies and design considerations to the community residential place type, 316 through 319.
May I ask just one point of clarification?
Absolutely, please.
On 3.6 and 3.7, I think we had a handful of other changes. I'm presuming if we have comments on those, we'll bring them forward at a later date. There's other pink items that we have not discussed today.
It's up to you. Yeah, I don't mind taking them on, yeah.
Well,
Why not?
I
You want to do
just
that?
wanted to note there were more and that I would likely have comments at another meeting.
Okay, it's up
Yeah.
to you. We can take them now if you'd like.
I would rather come back.
She's not ready. It's okay. We're putting pressure on you. Okay. No, we're going to do, I think we were on 6, but Commissioner Hampton was just pointing out there are other changes that we do need to address. So we're on 6?
Could I, just for
Please.
clarification, could I point out that I think, in addition to anything that was updated in here, there are some things that, per the language that was voted on this morning in Commissioner Herbert's motion, will supersede, will include updates to that. So anything that is, a lot of this, to make it clear, what's currently in the draft in pink, some of it will be updated by Commissioner Herbert's language that was put forward to exactly. And so it's sort of a motion, now it's number 6 plus the motion that was put forth today. So I have a question.
Splits that out.
I have a question then. Not to bog us down, a lot of his motion touched a lot on community residential. Would it be easier to update this before we discuss item number 6 on this page?
Well, this has been decided on. This is what we're going with, except for, I think there was the friendly amendment by Commissioner Forsythe. So this is what we're going with. So this will get updated to reflect this. So if there's anything in these pages that weren't addressed through this, we can tackle that.
Vice Chair Rubin?
The way that I read the motion that Commissioner Herbert introduced this morning that we passed was the second and third items, housing choice and access. It says A1. I thought that was in the policy implementation section. So we replaced the design standards language that we have in the implementation section, which I believe is in section 4, with this new A1, and then we add a new item on the locational criteria, also in the implementation table. My understanding was that this did not alter pages 316 through 319, which address the community residential place type.
But does the introduction, that, I guess I have a question. I'm confused about where the introduction language goes.
My understanding is the document has an introduction.
Oh, okay.
Right.
So we can make sure that the language that was adopted this morning, that it's consistent in this section as well, because there's some information about locations that was adopted this morning that we would then, that's also in this section, but just making sure that that is consistent.
Right, and to add to that, I think the language that was proposed was for the implementation table, but I think that should be consistent in the implementation table, the theme, and this particular place type as well.
That sounds wonderful to me.
Any other questions, commissioners? I feeling comfort with this page, or what do you think, Commissioner? Commissioner Kaysen, please.
Well, given the change we made this morning, I'm not sure if the word multiplex, I'm not sure there's a better word. maybe multifamily building is, since we use multiplex in a different context, in that second paragraph. 3-116. Are we still looking at that? Am I behind?
Yeah, no, you're fine.
we use multiplex sort of as a defined term. I'm just wondering if there's a different term that might be, might convey that better. I don't know. I know it's a, right here. I mean, it's a, not a primary use, it's a secondary use. I just, and I'm not stuck on it. I just raise it given the change we already made.
Yeah, that's true.
Do you want us to call out the actual housing types to be more clear that we could say that it's duplexes, fourplexes?
I don't know, maybe I'm
Townhouses?
just being pedantic. Never mind.
No, I think you have, she has a point. That multiplex there seems a little, all right, you have to think about it.
Maybe, do we change it to different, or we could potentially say different types of housing that are sensitively integrated, and we don't even put in the examples? We just have it labeled as different housing types?
I'm probably just overthinking it. Disregard, that's fine.
Commissioner Hampton.
I actually, now that I finally found it in the language.
I had to ask, but yeah, I saw it.
I mean, I tend to agree that providing some clarity there may be helpful, because I think the goal is that it's alternate, and I think Ms. Gillis may have said it, alternate housing that integrates within the community character is I think what the larger intent here is.
Yeah, what, go ahead, please, Commissioner
Well,
Crawford.
is the phrase, I mean, if you look in the glossary under clustered housing, it says it refers to a range of multi-unit housing types that are designed to fit within the scale and form of detached single-family homes. I know, and includes all the different, so I mean, would a reference to clustered housing, sensitively integrated clustered housing types, something like that?
I think that's a good recommendation. Commissioners, it seems like we may need to wordsmith this a little bit further. Why don't we table this item and bring you back at our next session? I think there's something there that we just can't put our finger on. We can come back to it. Anything else? Commissioner Carpenter, please.
Yes, on page 316, second column, the last paragraph where it says, this place type generally appears in two different forms, and goes on to about the before 1950 and after. I know this is a legacy of the very first draft that I know Vice Chair Rubin remembers that we tackled at CLUP, but has since been eliminated. So why do we still have this remnant here? Why would not just, I don't understand the necessity of this entire paragraph, because or at least not the first part of it, where we're talking about adding new housing types is appropriate. I mean, we're talking about adding new housing types to community residential being appropriate, provided that they're sensitive to existing scale, design, and stability of the neighborhood. I mean, why are we still making this distinction about the suburban and the gridded layout?
I can speak to that, and then I guess whoever else can jump as well. So going back to what you mentioned, when this place type was last updated, we mentioned that there are two different forms that exist now of single-family neighborhoods. Those that are more suburban in nature, those are more gridded in nature. I think the previous language that we had here was explaining those in a bit too much planning terms, but I think the reality is that those contexts still exist. So just wanted to highlight that in the city, you'll see those two different forms, but it's still underneath or within this particular place type. But I'm curious if you're thinking that differentiating that in this place type makes sense, or are you thinking that this?
I'm thinking it doesn't make sense because originally this language was in here to clearly make this two separate place types, and we did away with that long ago. So I'm not quite sure that it's necessary to me.
Part of it is also to ensure that those two different designs of those communities, that those designs aren't used as a basis to prevent different type of housing. So it's an equity issue to say just because my neighborhood has curvy streets and is not like that other neighborhood, you shouldn't use this document as a basis to.
I don't see anyone making that argument. I mean, it seems like the only place this ever existed was in was the original distinction that was being made, for whatever purpose, in club, but that's gone away. So I don't know if we need to make a distinction, because the point we're trying to make is that the community residential neighborhoods, we're advocating adding new housing types that are sensitive to scale and design and all that. And well, I guess I could segue on to another question, which is, what is the mechanism for context sensitivity?
I think your second question would be the code update, and more details in that. So we haven't, that's not the scope of this, but that would be something that we elaborate in the implementation table, that the code component of that would help to get that to that point. That'll be that mechanism that you're looking at.
Do you have a follow-up, Commissioner Carpenter? Vice Chair Rubin.
I have lived this for a long, long time, and remember when there were the two different place types. I can't remember their names anymore. Traditional and blended. Thank you, Commissioner Carpenter. And yeah, as Commissioner Carpenter says much more bluntly, and I think with probably a lot of truth in there, there was a divide between North and South, and where blended was distributed versus the traditional. And I think we made a right move going with community residential, but as we still see in some comments made today, a lot of the people say, X, Y, and Z, missing middle is great. Let's put it in the southern sector. And which is, I think the southern sector should have a lot of different housing types, but I think it's true north of I-30 as well. And I think this language in here is an important sort of firewall to say that we need to have this discussion throughout the city about how we sensitively incorporate additional and new types of housing, and that the suburban character of some parts of the city is not a way out of that difficult discussion. The solutions may look different depending on what the neighborhood looks like. I don't know necessarily if that's the case, but it's a topic for future discussion. But I appreciate having this language in here with my understanding of the history of the document. It may be less important to others who haven't been on the boat for this entire journey, serving on CLUP and all that, and that's no disrespect to them, but I see this language as particularly important to our conversations moving forward.
Commissioner Herbert.
I thought reading about the grid layout, I had read information on and had some previous knowledge of. I thought it provided some context for me in understanding how our streets are laid out in different parts of the city. In context to Forward Dallas, I've had people ask, why is my neighborhood look like this, or why do I have duplexes in my neighborhood? And I think it goes back to the old grids and the way the city is built out. So I didn't see a huge issue with the language. Maybe contextualizing it more may help, but the history of how the neighborhoods are gridded today, I think, is important to overall understanding.
Thank you, sir. Any other comments on this item, commissioners? Okay. So let's go to number 7 then, since we won't vote on this item, since there's a little piece of it that I think needs a little more adjustment. We'll go to the general updates to design strategies for several place types on 3.8 through 3.55. This is item number 7.
So these largely include the second pages of, so you have page 1 of each of the place types that goes over the character description and then the place type application and sort of the land use mix. Then you flip to the second part, and that's where you get your adjacencies, urban design elements and strategies, and different, building form and character. That we received a lot of comments for recommendations for different design elements and strategies from different commissioners, and there's been a lot of discussion about it. And so in the pink on those second spreads, we've got some adjustments, and some of it's the same language carrying over, but we just want to make sure that y'all are okay with it. Can I?
Commissioner Carpenter, followed by Commissioner, pardon me, Commissioner Walker.
On page 3-14, small town residential, item STB6, any new industrial uses adjacent to this place type should be environmentally low impact, well buffered with natural vegetation from residential uses, and contained within the property to avoid negative spillover impacts on residential uses or environmentally sensitive areas. My question is, why are new industrial uses acceptable next to small town residential? We don't make that point about any other residential place types. And so to me, this is almost perpetuating an old way of thinking, which is that, well, it's kind of the natural order of things that this part of town, we have industrial uses, and if we just put in some fence and some plantings and all, that everything will be okay. And I don't think that is serving our equity goals.
Commissioner Wheeler.
I'm going to think about one in my neighborhood, and I kind of, I talked to Joppy, and I gave them a new perspective on some industrial uses, where you're looking at Joppy, and then you're looking at 310. And then 310 has some industrial uses, but what does that industrial use look like? Batch plants was 100% no, but when I told them about Alexander's cabinet makers, who we went to before Home Depot, and explained to them that's industrial, they were like, yes. And so depending on what that industrial use is so wide range. If I work in an area and the industrial use is not an environmental hazard, and that job, and I can put that job in walking space, then I think those are the industrial uses that we're talking about that are considered industrial. Small warehouses, a cabinet making shop that serves the community, but it sits in an industrial corridor like 310, which I have said that 310 needs a PD. But if this would be, if there can be a place type, or the corridor can be named that without a PD, because we know you don't like PDs, that will take into consideration that closeness to a neighborhood. Because of where it sits in proximity to 3 different major freeways. The job accessibility, that's where we look at it. But I think it's going to be, to Commissioner Carpenter's, I don't think it's the hard industrial, it's that softer industrial uses that they're talking about. Like again, like the cabinet, when you're going in and you're talking to someone like Joppy, who is 100% against any type of, was 100% against industrial uses. And when you go in and explain to them, this is an industrial use, well, they know that this isn't one, and then they say, okay, that's acceptable. Maybe that can.
If I may, I think perhaps then if we added some language here to prohibit new, potentially incompatible industrial uses next to this place type, and then focused this language on uses that are not potentially incompatible, but still, need the buffering and that sort of thing. But I think we should be pretty clear that we don't want new any uses that are potentially incompatible.
I think that's one. I do believe that's where the language is definitely a matter, and making sure that whatever the industrial use, it is not, it's not classified wrong. It has to be classified in that close, with what you're saying, and then also looking at, the opposite, building housing close to industrial uses that are grossly incompatible, And what we're seeing is we're seeing that developers are building in areas that has a high industrial use, and then 10 years from now, we'll be here and saying, well, the environmental injustices that are happening, but the developer builds, and we allow a developer to build close to our industrial areas, and then we push all industry out. So we have to make sure that it's a vice versa type of deal. Like, what one should not cancel out the other by which was their first. I guess kind of what I would say, the opposite side of 35 in those industrial areas along Walnut Hill, right? Walnut Hill back where you have nothing but, and then you have developers who's building inching down 35, and to the point that at some point they're going to buy land on that side, and then 10 years from now we'll be complaining.
Commissioner Blair?
I like the not incompatible, well, incompatible, any new industrial incompatible use, potentially incompatible uses. I do appreciate that, and that should be something called out. And other than that, I appreciate exactly what was said, but what I was going to also, I changed my mind. I'm good.
Vice Chair Rubin.
Yeah, I'm looking at this language, and as we're kind of merging on a consensus, STP 6 says any new industrial uses adjacent to this place type should be environmentally low impact, which I think does a lot of the work that we're looking to do, maybe adding the word compatible with the uses in this district to be the other phrase in there, because I like the language we have now, and I would encourage strengthening this. I wouldn't make any reference to potentially incompatible uses, because I don't think this language in there authorizes that or suggests it right now.
So what you're saying, can I? So what you're saying, just say any new, in keeping it in a positive vein, opposed to saying incompatible, potentially, is that what you're saying? So any new industrial uses adjacent to this place type should be, I don't know, something.
Compatible?
Compatible, and it should be compatible and environmentally low. I could go there.
Okay, Commissioner Carpenter, what do you think? Okay. Any other comments, commissioners? I heard someone.
I would want to point out compatible might not be the best word, because potentially incompatible and compatible goes back to our zoning code, and I don't want to get those conflated. And so someone comes in and says, well, this is industrial inside, not compatible. And so I think we have the intent of that, and I think we can keep working on the wordsmithing on that to get what Commissioner Carpenter, Blair, and Vice Chair Rubin are saying.
I'll just elaborate here, because my concern here, because I've been in Dallas for a long time, since '84, and I've lived in West Dallas since '88, and I used to come down here and regularly get beat up during zoning cases when, commissioners here would say, well, Ms. Carpenter, didn't you realize where you were moving when you moved there? And I'd say, well, I thought I moved into a neighborhood with the full protection of the Dallas Development Code like any other, and they would vote against me, and that was and they use a PD to put in a new metal salvage plant right next to my neighborhood. There's such a pre-existing bias that and that some of these less affluent neighborhoods in the South are the places to put industrial property. And I know as this document goes forward, there are going to be sentences lifted from this document forever and ever until the next iteration comes up that are going to be used to, buttress applications for zoning. And I guess what I'm really sensitive to is that since there's already the pre-existing bias that industrial goes here, we're almost encouraging it here by going, well, as long as we put in some vegetation and buffer it a little bit. I mean, not that I'm not sensitive to what Vice Chair Rubin is saying about the environmentally low impact. It's just, I guess I need to give more thought to the wording here, because I don't want to reemphasize or add weight to the pre-existing notion that these are the places to put industrial.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I would lean more towards the language as suggested by Commissioner Carpenter. I certainly agree with Vice Chair Rubin. We've tried to place what we'd want to see, but I would always feel like more clarity is helpful, particularly if those of us around this body are reading this in different formats. It seems like it would certainly be helpful to give more specificity to it. Thank you.
Vice Chair Rubin.
Yeah. STB3 hits on this. It may not do everything that we need to do, but it says the industrial hub place type should not be adjacent to this place type. So if there are other industrial uses that we have concerns about being adjacent but not within small town residential, then maybe STB3 is the place to add a little bit more teeth.
May I?
Absolutely.
I mean, is it permissible? Are we going through the pages
Yes.
sequentially? Okay.
Any adjustments
Okay.
that you want in these pages, let's please. Pardon me, yes, well, Commissioner Carpenter's looking through, yes, for this one item, we tabled that page just to make those adjustments and come back and the fresh looker next time. Literally page 39 and 310 and 355. Just kind of skim those if you have any changes, some notes that you made. Please,
I have some
Commissioner
questions.
Carpenter.
Okay,
Yes.
on page 318, under locational strategy, the second paragraph, existing housing stock should be retained whenever possible to minimize the displacement of existing residents, particularly in areas identified as high risk for displacement. Is there a mechanism for identifying areas at high risk for displacement? And I mean, this almost sounds as if upzoning should be, turned down. I'm just having trouble with the scope of this particular sentence.
So this is in response to a lot of concerns that we've heard from residents in particularly West Dallas, but also South Dallas, that say you're just going to put all the new housing and all the density there, and then we're all going to be displaced. So it is to acknowledge that we have to be intentional and careful and cautious, because there may be certain areas where there could be a greater negative impact than others. Now, I will say this, what part of what housing has been doing, the housing department, part of what we have been looking at is layering all of this different data that we have to identify, and West Dallas has done some of this, is sort of getting a displacement risk map. Now, it doesn't give an answer, but it gives us some additional guidance to say, maybe this is another layer and another consideration that we have to make before X is done. I don't know what X is, but whatever that might be.
Commissioner Blair, please.
Well, when I read this, and as Commissioner Carpenter had says, particularly in areas identified as high risk for displacement, it begs the question, well, what areas are those? And it begs the question, do we have something to identify those high risk areas? If we, otherwise, what it could be saying, anything that's ready for gentrification, it could be anywhere that has older communities that are in need of assistance. So that could be the whole entire southern sector just about. And I'm not sure that's what we want to say. So help me identify this high risk for displacement area is.
Vice Chair Rubin.
If I remember, we had our CPC retreat several months ago, and our speaker, James Armstrong from Builders of Hope, identified some metrics for displacement risk and walked us through some of those. And I admittedly have not dug deep into those metrics, sorry. Too many words that sound similar, and it's been a long day. But I assume that between the nonprofit and private sectors, and maybe even in the city's housing department, there are tools out there given what's being, what was previously presented to us. So maybe we need a specific reference there, but it sounds like it exists, even if we don't have a specific reference in there right now.
Commissioner Blair?
I would, well, I know when I go down Beckley, and I see the mega mansions in right next to the old, those that concerns me because it looks like it's moving south. And high risk areas for displacement could be anywhere a builder has a vacant lot and wants to put a mega mansion. So there could be a whole lot of opportunity to identify high risk for areas of high risk for displacement. It could be almost in any neighborhood. So I would love to use a broader brush than what the city has to offer. Sometimes the definitions are different.
Yes, and so areas at risk of displacement is sort of under construction, and I think nearing toward the end of the draft phase by multiple entities. I think Builders of Hope is working on a piece. I know that I've talked to them, staff has talked to them regularly about all of the different data layers that they're using, and they're trying to be as quantitative as possible. And it's not just one size fits all displacement risk. It is moving, we have to look at what areas where you can still intervene and there will be an impact, areas that probably should have intervened 10 years ago. So now there's another set of tools that we have to use. And then areas where we should be looking out for because in 5 years, this could be an issue. So there's the nonprofit world that's looking into this. I think we have some universities that are looking into this. Housing departments also looking into this. We've done some of it of our own layering based on what the existing conditions that we have, and then also the sort of some of the proposals. So I wish it were finalized, but we don't have a finalized map yet.
So what and correct me if I'm wrong, what I hear you saying that this could be a moving definition. So could I make a recommendation that instead of saying high risk, you can say it, but then give us the tools or the links to go to where you're pulling the information from. And if that information is kept current, then we would always have the most current, because areas of risk may change from this month to, well, from today until tomorrow. And if universities are looking at it, we're looking at it, I would say that we would change those areas on a regular basis. So if we just put the link, we can go and look at it ourselves and then say, okay, this is where we're looking to retain the housing stock, so there's a stabilization of it and not to destabilize it.
Commissioner Wheeler, please.
I think 3 examples being in areas outside of the Southern District are the parks. And that's going to be Arlington Park, North Park, and Hamilton Park. All 3 of those. And then you look at Love Field West, that is historic, that's North Park, Elm Thicket, so they do something, we call it the parks. So Elm Thicket, because of the proximity to Highland Park, Preston Wood, and University Park, gentrified quicker than Love Field West, which is on the opposite side, which is almost a total Hispanic district on the opposite side of Love Field. And their gentrification came in, but they were able to quickly do an overlay, a neighborhood stabilization overlay, but theirs came in because a developer bought a street, started buying a street of duplexes. And because of those duplexes, it caused a spur, what is it, spurge? What is this? It caused a growth in townhomes to come into a community that the duplexes they were cool with. And what that did was they were not seen, they didn't see that. I don't even think that it was able to be, no one saw that coming. But one street that was already zoned multifamily caused a uptick in their growth quickly. Whereas Elm Thicket happened because of where the proximity, and they're literally on 2 sides of the airport. One happened because of single-family homes, the other one happened because of townhomes, but one didn't see the growth coming, well, the other one did, but it was too far. West Dallas is the same. When you compare West Dallas and you compare South Dallas, COVID saved South Dallas, but it wasn't able to save West Dallas, but we're able to intervene now. But I believe if COVID never happened, we might have saw happen in South Dallas, happen in West Dallas. That happened to West Dallas, where it's almost totally gentrified. But it's not just south of 30, so that moving part is you have those 3 little areas that either Hispanic or majority African American that has been gentrified in some kind of way that were set aside for just that, for that affordable housing for those different type of people.
Commissioner Hampton.
I appreciate Commissioner Wheeler's comments. I think it highlights one of the things that hopefully this plan will help mitigate, which is that what you're seeing in Love Field West in particular is that one area is zoned R75, another section of the neighborhood that had historically the same type of development pattern was rezoned to multifamily many years ago, predating everything with this group. And we are now seeing the results of that. It happens throughout East Dallas. It happens throughout our city, as she is alluding to. One of the things I do hope that comes out of this, and I will get to the language in a minute, but how we strengthen NSOs. Love Field West has been working on an NSO for, to my knowledge, 8 years.
And that's how I identified and learned about NSOs because, and I brought it to Spectre South Dallas, had never heard of it, because of that one street that was already duplexes, and 3 streets over were already duplexes. The rest of the neighborhood association hurried up and they learned about their NSO, but it was those 3 streets that triggered it, and they never would have did it.
So I think this speaks to strengthening the language, clarity of our language is really critical as we're reviewing these comments. When we talk about the displacement, I will look forward to maybe understanding how we think about links or how we might track that. Again, that might be something that we also look at in the implementation area. In the first sentence under locational strategy, first paragraph, last sentence, one question I have is that it states, the locations where it might be, and it ends by saying should be considered for adding these housing types, but I don't see where we're talking about what these are, and I'm wondering if that should be alternative or some other word that speaks to the secondary uses that we're referring to. And I'm happy to make a motion or to just submit that to staff for a separate review. I know we've had a lot of discussion on it, so it seems like there might be a more holistic review of that. So I don't want to get ahead of my fellow commissioners.
I
Thank
think
you.
you're right. Please.
I think alternative housing type works.
Commissioner Carpenter.
Page 319, I see some discrepancies between like number 13, 19, I'm sorry, 13, 20, 21. 13, in more gridded communities, establish compact blocks and locate buildings toward the front property line. Number 20, buildings are typically located away from streets and have front yards. And then front yards are semi-private and may include front stoops and porches. So we're moving forward, but we're also moving back and having front yards and putting in porches and stoops. I mean, if we're talking about different types of places, I think we need more language too.
I understood that as more commercial, something more.
Yeah.
Commissioner Carpenter, when we're looking at community residential, I think of this as a typical R5, R75 neighborhood. And when I look at this wording, where you say front yards are semi-private, and you're thinking, and may include front stoops, portion contribute to neighborhood character. Are you, I would look at that as something that would be more like townhome-ish, where you have brownstones with stoops, but where you say, but when I see buildings are typically located away from the streets and have front yards, that would be, I do see that in single-family R5, R75 with 25-foot setbacks and things of that nature, where townhomes may only have 10 feet, 5 feet, small front yards, no front yards. So are you saying that the front yards are semi-private. Number 21, 2021 should be reworded for just R75, R5.
I'm not sure I mean, it just seems like we're saying opposite things, because number 13, it's very specifically calling out gridded communities and locating buildings toward the front property line. So that seems to me that we're saying in these particular communities, it sounds like, some neighborhoods are being singled out for more density, closer to the street, a more, urban sort of development pattern. But then I don't understand how it goes with number 20, saying buildings are typically located away from streets and have front yards. I mean, those two things are antithetical.
I totally agree with you.
And
I
then,
think 13 should be stricken.
It seems to me that it's more characteristic of a mixed-use environment.
Are you saying that?
Well, there's block face continuity, first of all. So if you have infill, denser, anyway, sorry.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so I think just going back to even that first, the previous spread where it touches on the two different types of forms that we have in this particular place type. This place type is describing a lot of different types of single-family neighborhoods that we have. It's not just the suburban. It's not just the more gridded. It's talking about both. So I think that in number 13 is probably focused more on the gridded types of neighborhoods. And number 2021 speaks more maybe to that more suburban type of form that you have, but they're still part of this place type. So maybe we can provide more specificity as to which one. Or if you're trying to be more general, like you mentioned, Commissioner Carpenter, we can go that direction. But I think that's kind of the idea, is that this place type is speaking to different forms. So we can either clarify what that form is looking like, or we can be more general with what this is describing.
There's more to it than that, because it almost looks like we're going back to our the preliminary dichotomy that we had, where we were advocating pushing more density into the gridded neighborhoods, and allowing the non-gridded to be more suburban. And that's my understanding from what we decided at CLUP was that was the direction we did not want to go in.
Commissioner Hampton, follow-up, Commissioner Kingston.
I would just say I live in a gridded community, and I would say 20 and 21 speak directly to the development pattern of my community, but I could also see areas, I'll use State Thomas. That's probably one where the buildings are placed closer to the street, also on a gridded pattern. I think your point is it really could occur in either, but I think by using the term gridded, it's what is creating maybe a conflict there that isn't necessarily there, because they can both coexist really in any of the areas that we're talking about. So I think if we could come up with what we're trying to define by saying compact blocks locate buildings toward the front of the property, I think compact blocks is covered when you get down to 19, where we're talking about block length. And I guess really what I'm getting to is, do we need to talk about buildings toward the street, or is that already covered elsewhere?
Right, and I think what we're talking about too, possibly, 13, if that's even needed, that's something we can talk about too as well, because I think it's covered in some other elements, but just curious what y'all think.
Right, or it may be that 20 is expanded to just note that depending on the established character, or, as communities evolve, not quite sure where that might be, but that both could be correct, but it should be comprehensive isn't the word I'm looking for, but there should be continuity in the pattern. So it may be that it's combining 13 and 20 and then articulating how they would be implemented. I have two other comments not related to that, so I think others have comments on this item. So,
Commissioner Kingston.
Yeah, I'm sort of wondering if we're getting community residential and city residential conflated. Community residential, in my mind, is designed more like our sort of single-family traditional that we think about, where you would have kind of block front continuity and the front yards, and this idea that you would have, catering to stoops and the buildings being at the front, seems more in line with city residential. And to Commissioner Hampton's example, I'm guessing State Thomas is labeled city residential and not community residential, which would make sense. So, I mean, if we're talking about places where we're going to allow general density like duplexes and such, isn't the goal of that they fit into the existing framework of those neighborhoods? So shouldn't the building form and character and the setbacks and the parking and all fit in as well? Which is, I think, to Commissioner Carpenter's point, that there's a lot of incongruity in this. What am I missing?
Are we thinking maybe combine 13 and 20 and strike 21? No. Keep 21?
Mr. Chair, can I make a
Please.
motion? And I'll speak to why I think this will work. On page 319, strike items 13 and 20 into the final paragraph on that page, which reads front, side, and rear setbacks may vary in size across neighborhoods, but are generally consistent with an individual neighborhood. Actually, I'll just strike 13 and 20 because I think that's where the confusion is coming from. We address most of what we're trying to get at, if not all of it, through the rest of the provisions.
Commissioner Herbert? Okay, discussion. Commissioner Carpenter?
I do have a question about generally consistent. Doesn't block face continuity require, and just zoning regulations require consistency? I mean, what, front and side and rear setbacks?
I see that there's a difference between continuity of a single block face and continuity throughout a neighborhood. So I see this at a higher level. We've got the block face continuity policy in the development code.
Any other questions on that? Digesting? Okay with that? Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it. Reuben Herbert. Next page. Oh, pardon me, Commissioner Hampton.
Sorry. Back on 318 CRB4, is there a reason why we're referencing mid to high rise when the definition of mid rise is less than 10 stories and we're talking about lower scaled areas? It doesn't seem like high rise is appropriate in that context.
Which number? I'm sorry.
318 under adjacencies, CRB4. Last element, last sentence.
Yeah.
Right, that's Chair Rubin.
This does not, I don't see this authorizing mid or high rise within community residential itself. This talks about what's allowed in adjacent place types. So if you have community residential and you have some other place type that calls for higher heights next to community residential, you can step up. And I see city staff nodding along with me, so I'm glad I'm not coming out of left field. You step up to mid-rise, not in community residential, but adjacent to it. And then if there's high-rise, it's coming even further away from community residential.
I understand and I agree with all of that. I'm just asking that if we're talking about what's going to be immediately adjacent to a low-rise place type, and we're saying that up to 10 stories, wouldn't your high-rise then be adjacent to where you have mid-rise? In other words, that whole idea of you're stepping up?
You're trying to think through how this body would use it moving forward. So if there was regional mixed use adjacent to community residential, and someone has a zoning case that proposes a high-rise right next to community residential, this would be a point to say, wait a minute, no, the place type says that if it's adjacent, regardless, because regional mixed use would say, yes, this is appropriate for mid to high rise, but this would be the point where you would go back in the document and say the reason why staff or CPC or council is recommending, denial of that zoning request, it's because it's, yes, that height might be allowed in that place type or suggested in that place type, but because of the adjacency to this place type, it would be something that staff or CPC may recommend denial of, if that, again, makes sense. And it may be that, and again, I believe that same language is in some of the other mixed-use place types, where it talks about that adjacency, but again, trying to sometimes make it redundant so it's easy to be used as a document moving forward.
I'll give some thought to any further language clarifications. Thank you.
Commissioner Blair?
319, item number 12, place surface parking at the rear or interior of the lot to enhance the pedestrian experience. If this is on single-family residential, how do we place parking in the interior of the lot?
That's true.
I'll hop in on this one as well, having thought through that quite a bit. So within community residential, it's, not solely single-family lots. There are schools, there are churches, so on and so forth, institutional uses. So those sorts of community-serving uses, which are already in our existing community residential areas today, some of them we see them push their parking right up against the street, which makes for a very unpleasant pedestrian environment. So we're asking them and suggesting they be more sensitive about where they locate it.
So then, if that's the case, can we rewrite that to say in the type of house, the type of development you're talking about? So when churches are co-located in this place type, that their parking is placed in the rear or interior opposed to the front? Can that be wordsmithed to do that?
Am I?
For non-residential? For non-residential?
Okay, not to limit it to just churches, any type of institutional development in this.
I think Commissioner Carpenter has a non-residential.
But for non-residential uses.
Commissioner Wheeler? Yes, she is. Commissioner Wheeler.
So Patrick and Andrea, you know that that's going to be an issue in areas that are landlocked. And so we have enough parking issues. And in again, South Dallas. And our issue is that that's the reason we don't have economic development, our parking issues. And we put any more constraints on areas that are landlocked in some of these older communities that already have not addressed parking requirements because we waited on ZOAC for 5 years, 6 years to make that decision. How will that affect those areas? We already have that we can't park in the front of our in our communities. Those parking that's similar to Bishop Art and Greenville is not even considered in our parking requirements, even though that our customers park out front. They do not park in the rear for safety issues. So they use only our front parking. We can't consider it in our parking when we go to get certificate of occupancies. So having that type of language in this concerns me greatly, and it's a major issue in these type of communities. Nowhere else do I really know that that's an issue, but in PD 595.
So Commissioner Wheeler does make a good point that those can be a limiting factor, especially in redevelopment of older areas. Other than Forward Dallas being a guy that says you should try to make that happen, if that case comes up and someone says, well, we can't make it happen because of X, Y, and Z, again, they're not held, it's not the zoning, so it's not going to prevent them from getting an SUP. It's just when the zoning case comes up and they can describe the reasons why, yes, there is general guidance in Forward Dallas that says that church, that office, that retail, we should figure out a way to not have all that parking up front. someone can say, well, the reason why it is in this case is because we have a smaller lot and, it was developed in the 1940s, and so it fits a different urban form where that parking being behind that building is not conducive.
So my concern is that we already are oversaturated with SUPs and PD 595. SUPs and PD 595, which is the cute way for those who develop PD 595 to almost say no. Any parking, there was two major, before housing never took shape on the issue in South Dallas, it was parking and the SUPs. I believe that will cause a greater restraint because most of our properties are, again, I got a cousin who owns a property on Reed and Malcolm X. At one point, we had to make an agreement with Development Services with the city, saying she wouldn't rent out 2 of her suites because of parking. She was at her parking max on a building that for 50 years was filled because of parking restraints. So any other parking restraints in our legacy areas, I am going to be 100% against because of what has happened in our community.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
Can I propose an amendment?
Please do.
Okay. On item 12 on page 319, insert the words "when feasible," comma, before place surface parking.
I'll second that.
And
Please.
Simply put, that addresses that some areas may have unique challenges that prevent surface parking from being located in the rear or interior of the lot, and allows for greater flexibility when we actually make zoning decisions and code decisions moving forward.
Discussion. Yep. Commissioner Blair.
Can I ask that when you say when feasible, place surface park is at the rear or interior of non-residential uses? I don't know why we would do that. You don't.
I'm thinking back to my comments earlier, and certainly I think that the worst offenders for putting parking next to the street are probably the non-residential uses, but I guess I'd like to revise what I said earlier. That's priority number 1, but also, yeah, or even for a single family home, some of the front loaded houses that we see are very inhospitable to the streetscape. So if we can encourage them to rear load or side load or move their parking more interior, I think I'm fine with this as is, as my, so thank you.
Commissioner Wheeler.
So I think that with our community, we've had that with that's one of our design standards, and they are looking into that with their design standard in areas we would have, when they're building garage, wanted it in the alley, but the city makes them pave the whole alley. So it makes them pave the whole alley, but these are on residential. But what we did say was when parking that the garage would not sit out, it will not, what was it, Patrick, impede, it has to be set back, it's not, what is it?
Yeah, so in South Dallas and PD 595, the recommendations are, again, porches in the front, garages in the back, 2 stories in height, the pitched roof. And when we say garages in the back, that could be alley access, rear access, that could be side access, that could be if it's a detached garage, it's in the rear 30%. It could also be that the garage facade is offset a certain amount of feet from the front facade. So again, it's trying to say that if you walk down the street, regardless of the lane use, you shouldn't just see a bunch of driveways and cars.
Yeah, and so we also, and now that's also because we asked for front porches. We have front porches, we want the garage, where the garage now is sitting halfway into the driveway, we want it to sit back and the house protrude forward. And so making sure that happens, because you do have, we would love to have garages, but the only alleys that's paved in our neighborhood is the ones that's now walkable. You can walk as a walking trail.
And I'm hopeful between when feasible and the reference to interior parking as opposed to at the front, hopefully that strikes the right balance. So recognizing that PD 595 and some other areas may face unique challenges, hopefully there's enough flexibility with the language as amended.
Commissioner Hampton?
Just point of clarification, it's my understanding, and I will apologize, I can't get 51A up at the moment, that parking is prohibited in the front yard in our districts. It is allowed in multifamily districts and then for institutional uses. And so I think what I understood the intent of this is that where we have, again, whether it's a duplex, whatever it may be, that's where we want to focus having interior, rear. Now, granted, that would be a non-residential use, but I think it's already prohibited in the front yard. Therefore, I don't think it has that same challenge that we see in other development types. And I think by including non-residential, it speaks to where we see it perhaps going in the other direction, where you do have parking in the front yard that's taking away from the pedestrian realm and what we're trying to achieve with this. So I certainly understand you want to have it everywhere, but I think we've already got that covered in our code and are trying to address where it's not currently covered in the code as future guidance. So I certainly think including non-residential may just, again, speak to what we're trying to achieve. So my thoughts. Thank you.
I don't know, because a duplex that we just approved has a curved drive, like, that was placed, that has the majority of front yard is parking. And so I don't know how that was approved.
It's a little bit of both, commissioners. So the required parking for residential or for single-family duplex land use can't be in the front yard. Doesn't mean that you can't put parking there. So you can pave the entirety of your single-family lot right now for parking. You don't even need a permit to do it. And you can park there, but your required parking has got to be beyond the front yard setback.
That's for duplex though, correct?
For single-family and duplex.
I have a single-family home in my neighborhood that I can show you pictures where they paved the whole front parking lot, whole front yard, and they parked 8 cars there.
I fully agree, and I look forward to our debate of impervious coverage that's coming before us soon. I'm checking on the other requirements.
Commissioner Herbert, followed by Commissioner Carpenter.
Yeah, so the crescent parking lots I've seen are parking lots in several high-end neighborhoods to low-end neighborhoods, and I've also seen the entire front yards parked. Those crescent-shaped spots, to me, make more sense in neighborhoods, especially ones that are gridded for long driveways on one side and short driveways on the other side of the street. So I think interior parking defined is important. I also am suffering in District 4 and 3 in my residential neighborhoods where the garages are serving as the front face continuity. So the front door is back where the other homes are, but the garage pokes out, this camel style. And I think if we don't address that here or somewhere, it will continue. And it just doesn't call neighbor. Right, and as we move forward to code, I think giving them some knowledge of what's happening on the ground is important. Yep.
Okay, this is, by the way, the discussion on the motion on the table to add when feasible.
Hey, that does not include non-residential at this point.
Yes,
Thank you.
but we can, if someone wants to add that friendly amendment, we can. If not, that's the motion on the table. Commissioner Carpenter?
No, I was on to the next topic, sorry.
We have not voted on it, so any other discussion on that item, commissioners? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Commissioner Carpenter.
Kind of segueing on to the discussion of pervious and impervious. On 318, mobility and access, number 3. Local streets typically have 6-foot sidewalks with planting strips in locations with less intense development and have 8-foot and sidewalks in locations with more intense development. With getting potentially, denser, what we call, community residential neighborhoods, where is the recommendation for 6-foot sidewalks coming from? It almost seems like it's going the opposite way from our desire generally to have less impervious surface and to have, to deal with the urban heat island effect. And normally, our local streets have 4-foot sidewalks. So what's driving this?
Yeah, both of that. So I think in addition to the ADA best practices, also other comp plans that focused on what happens on the local streets being a bit wider. But I think ADA is one of those reasons that is wider than the typical 3-4 feet that we have in the interior of a neighborhood.
Because currently only 4 feet are required in.
What was that? Excuse me?
Currently only 4 feet are required in most, yeah.
But isn't it true that with ADA, you have to have a minimum of 5 feet in order for a wheelchair to be able to get down, to be wheeled down the street? It has to be a minimum of 5 feet.
Right.
So then that means that when we're looking at our code, this is another item that should be updated that says that all sidewalks should be ADA compliant, which means they should be a minimum of 5 to 6 feet.
Well, really more. Encore's going to suck up 3 feet.
Yeah, well. So.
Okay, next item, Commissioner Wheeler.
Would the 6 feet only apply to the outer community commercial corridors and the 5 feet, the interior? But I know that part of the driving factor is that people say that they are, the majority of people that I've heard from is the safety and walkability of neighborhoods that they have not had, especially along major corridors. The traditional, I want to say they're 36 feet that just have been improved by the city up to 5 to 6 feet along our major corridors so that people can walk because of safety. But inside the corridor, so do we look at the interior streets 5 feet and the exterior streets 6 feet?
So going to your comment about safety, I think these corridors that are typically heavier traffic, the more local streets, the idea of the buffer, the idea of it being wider is to provide just a larger buffer from the vehicles and those who are walking on it. In addition to those using wheelchairs, you're talking about the radius when you turn around, and also if two wheelchairs are coming with each other, just providing that width. So going back to your point, in the interior, typically it's usually less. When you go closer to those local streets, it's typically going to be more. These are more just best practices. They're not code, so we can add language in terms of what the development code should say if you have any suggestions. But the intent is to provide some safety for those that are closer to local streets.
Okay, any other changes on that page, commissioners? Okay, let's keep going, next page. Not much red there. Commissioner Carpenter.
On page 322, place type application, CUA6, employing anti-displacement tools when aging multifamily housing stock gets redeveloped should be considered to reduce displacement. I mean, should's kind of a word. I mean, should we just say those tools should be used to reduce displacement as opposed to should be considered? I mean, we seem to make that point throughout the document that we're supposedly doing everything we can do to prevent displacement. So does that need to be strengthened?
So I think we could. I think that works. Employing anti-displacement tools when aging multifamily housing stock gets redeveloped should be used. Yes.
Okay.
Because we can't say must in a plan. We
Right.
can't say must or shall, just for reference.
That was a motion, and we have a second, seconded by someone over there, and I'll take it. Commissioner Kingston, I appreciate it. Can you please clarify? Where are we
Sure,
on?
that we are on page 322, up at the top in the orange area, CU 86. The motion is to employing anti-displacement tools when aging multifamily housing stock gets redeveloped should be used to reduce displacement. Considered to used.
Changing considered to use, was Carpenter okay with that? Commissioner Carpenter made the motion, and Commissioner Geiston seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it. Please, Commissioner Carpenter.
Okay. Item number 5, local and arterial streets have 8-foot sidewalks with a planting strip. So are we going to 8 feet here instead of 6 feet? So was that intentional or just an inconsistency? Because we had local streets being 6 and arterial 8 under community residential. Is it a decision that local streets in city residential need to be as wide as the arterial street sidewalks?
Yeah, this is intentional because this place type is actually denser. There'll be more people probably walking these streets, so that's the idea of keeping this at 8.
I've got the same kind of problem here with 13, 17, and 18. 13, locate commercial and mixed-use buildings toward the front property line to activate sidewalks and enhance the public realm. Number 17, buildings are typically away from the street with lawns between the building and the sidewalk. And then 18, when located along arterial or complete streets, buildings are set back farther from the street to reduce noise or other traffic impacts and to provide privacy. So it seems like it's bouncing all around. So
Lawrence, do you know where those
Yes,
last three, because, so I think what I will say, probably blanket statement I'm imagining for these is, this is trying to piece together multiple comments from multiple folks. So this is good that we're reviewing it with the entire body, because I imagine that some of that is this.
So if we're looking at, okay, is this something to talk about city residential and the difference between a suburban view versus an urban view? Because in a suburban view, are we setting things back further? In an urban view, things are up closer. So if we're saying that locate commercial and mixed-use building number 13 towards the front, that would be an urban view. But when your buildings are typically located, and so in a suburban view, buildings are typically located away from the streets with lawns between the building and sidewalk. However, buildings in more urban context with ground floor retail may be located closer to the street. So from what I'm reading on number 17, it's trying to distinguish suburban from urban.
So we strike out 13?
Yes.
Because
if you use 17, but if you strike out 13 and 17, you have to differentiate what you're saying that's suburban from urban. So you're saying if you strike out 13, buildings in a suburban view, buildings are typically located away from the streets with lawns between the buildings and sidewalks. However, in an urban view or urban community, buildings are more, well, however, buildings in a more urban context would be the same, but in the first sentence, you need to put the word suburban. So buildings In a suburban view, buildings are typically located away from the streets with lawns between the buildings and sidewalks. However, buildings in a more urban context or with ground floor retail may be located closer to the street. I just think so if you put in a suburban,
context versus the urban context.
Yes.
What are we feeling there? And strike out 13?
correct.
How do we feel with that? Is that a motion?
That's a motion.
And I see a second. It's Commissioner Blair, seconded by Commissioner Kingston. Please, Commissioner Hampton.
Point of clarification. So within 13, it talks about activating sidewalks and enhancing the public realm, and I don't think I see that in 17. So it seems like that, I'm trying to read the others and make sure it's not picked up somewhere else.
Could we, if you wanted to keep that in, could we say, however, buildings in more urban contexts or with ground floor retail may be located closer to the street to activate sidewalks and enhance the public realm?
Yes.
Yep.
Thank you.
Could I ask a question here?
Please.
Was there a reason in 13 why it specifically called out commercial and mixed-use buildings? Because 17 and 18 just say buildings. So was there some other point that was trying to be made? Was it what you suggested before, just different suggestions from different people that got spliced together somehow?
I think it's a splicing together because the 13 has been there for a while.
Right.
And so, yes, I believe it's splicing.
I have another question. I'm sorry.
Oh, wait, yeah, we got to vote on that one, yeah. Before we move on, so we're striking out 13 and then adding the additional language to 17. Is that the motion?
Yes.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Commissioner Carpenter.
Are items 2 and 11 trying to get to the same place? 2 says developments are designed to include driveways for low-rise multi-unit buildings as well as for larger mid-rise multifamily developments. I don't really understand why we're calling those out. To limit the number of individual access points from local streets. And 11 says limiting the number of driveways provides a safe and inviting public realm along streets that encourages walking and cycling. Is there some way to splice those two together? And why does number 2 specifically call out the low-rise and the larger because we're really trying to make that point for all developments, is that we're trying to minimize the access points to encourage whatever ability. And am I missing something?
Yeah, I think number 2 could be removed just based on the context of this place type. But the other, I think 11 makes sense to keep.
Is that a motion, Commissioner Carpenter?
Well, did you also want to take the part from number 2 that says limiting the number of individual access points from local streets? Because, I mean, the other one says encouraging walking and bicycling, or you just, if we're encouraging walking and cycling, that's because we're limiting the number of individual access points. I mean, I'm fine with eliminating 2 and keeping 11. I just wanted to make sure that all the points you're trying to make are included.
I think the last sentence of 2 could be moved into maybe 3, talking about number of driveways and access points. We could add that too as well. Remove 2 and then you keep 11.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, add driveways to 3. Drop 2 entirely and add driveways to 3, and then keep 11.
I second that. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it.
This is Carpenter.
Commissioner Kingston.
What's the purpose of 19? Why is that true?
So I think it goes back to the suburban context of this place type. And I believe Commissioner Blair mentioned, get my notes real quick. Yeah, so just you're speaking more to the suburban context of this particular place type, but if we want to focus on just on a more compact or removing it, we can, but it'll focus just on the more suburban nature of that.
I think we've covered that and the changes are already made. I move that we strike 19.
Motion and a second, Commissioner Kingston, second by Vice Chair Rubin, to strike number 19. Any comments? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Yes, Commissioner Hampton.
Question on 14 on the compact pedestrian-friendly blocks. I had a note that we talked about the sizes on that, similar to what we included in the community residential. And I will say, my notes had a 1,600-foot perimeter block with a 400-foot frontage. And again, that may be too limiting, but we used 400 and 800 in the earlier place type, which seems might be a good reference.
Just to clarify, you want thinking about adding that same block dimension into this place type? Okay.
If there's no exception, I'm happy to make a motion to add on page 323, item 14, compact pedestrian-friendly blocks. Stand by. I'll find the note again. Between 400 feet and block lengths typically not exceed 800 should be framed by residential streets.
So also to just as we're referencing the community residential place type, I'm just going forward to the community mixed use place type, and that block length is 500 to 650 in terms of.
A little bit larger. So you're saying under 14 to make it 500 minimum?
No, just to give context in terms of like the size you're looking for. So I just wanted to provide the context on the single family, community residential, and then the mixed use, if that's even helpful. So just providing context.
Can you say it one more time?
Sorry, so in terms of context, so we're just referencing the community residential place type and that block length, which is less dense than this particular city residential. So just providing another example from the community mixed use, just to give an idea of what that block length looks like if the body wanted to discuss the size of that. So I think the reference back to community residential, I think that could also fit into this one. Just wanted to provide some context.
May I make a suggestion? Since all the other place types have a separate item for the preferred block length, should we follow the same pattern here and not cobble it onto the statement about low vehicle speeds and all that?
I would be delighted to add a new item that speaks to the preferred block length. Suggestion to add the preferred block length is
400, whatever you want to say.
400 feet, and block lengths typically do not exceed, and I'm going to look at Mr. Agu, what was the maximum you mentioned?
650.
You want to use 650?
I'm going back to community residential. We have, this one is 400 feet, not to exceed 800 feet, but I would keep 400 to 650.
I was going to say, because we used 500 to 650 in the mixed use, which seems more walkable, which.
Right.
Okay. Final statement.
Okay, read whatever you like. Put in whatever numbers.
The preferred block length is 400 feet, and block lengths typically do not exceed 650 feet as a new item under building form and character, page 323.
I'll second that. Any comments, discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, let's take a break. Commissioners, let's go back at 4. Take a break, 10-minute break. And we'll keep working through the document. We will table the item number 8, clarification of environmental justice implementation steps. I know we have a ton of changes there, so we're going to receive them by mail, and that way we can have a chance to look at them. But we are still back at number 7, going through the pages. But just letting you know, number 8 will be tabled. Was that correct?
I thought we were going
No?
to table or the industrial place
I
types.
thought that was,
And then we'll move to at least get started on 8.
okay, that's cool.
You said
Industrial place type. Place types. Okay, I got you then. So we're essentially on neighborhood mixed use, is that what we are? Please.
I don't know if now's the time to bring it up, but I still have a big problem with the map when it comes to this because it incorporates what's traditionally been single-family, or I guess what we're now calling the yellow neighborhood, in the brown. It's overreaching on the map.
Do you want to propose a change?
I do.
Yeah,
Okay, let me,
please.
well, it's in the map section, so I can wait until we get to that if you want, but,
I think it's fine if you
Okay.
have it. Let's go. Yeah.
all right, let me,
She's gonna call it out. Is it on, it's the map on 3.6? Oh, 356. Oh, the big one, 356.
yeah, I couldn't get it to pull up on my computer, so let me see if I can find the paper.
I think it's 356.
What is it?
356? No. Or your individual map?
We have the blow-ups.
Back here, gotcha.
No, keep going, keep going. They're thinking something different.
No, it's not.
Yes.
No, she's going into the individual maps.
On the back.
I think it's map NE1
Is it
maybe?
A12?
It's on page 839 or something.
A12.
The NE1 map, Northeast Dallas, on page A12.
It's in the appendix A maps.
A12? Yep.
Okay.
I don't even get a appendix.
I'm not sure, I'm not sure if I understand it, because the map I saw had Lois, Greenville, and Brown, and that's what it says on,
325.
yeah. So which is it? Is it in orange or brown?
That should be Brown.
Okay. So that's not what's reflected, unless I'm reading this wrong, that's not what it says on A12.
That should be.
Am I seeing it wrong?
That it needs to be.
It appears to be orange, but
Commissioner, I think that's because, based on some conversations that we had, our staff changed what was brown to orange, where what should have happened is some of the brown should have been changed to yellow, some of the brown should have been changed to orange, and some of the brown should have stayed brown. That
On page 812?
on page A12, if it's on the Lois Greenville area, that there is a part of Lois Greenville that's neighborhood mixed use. And then there's a part of Lois Greenville that's more city residential. And then there's a part, and again, if we were looking at this on a GIS-based map so we could zoom in and get some clarity on some of those parcels, that some of the parcels probably should be yellow, not orange or brown.
So when I was looking at this on the computer, and I can't get it to pull up here at City Hall, it looked to me like there was a discrepancy in the maps. Is that true?
So right now, I can't get the online map to pull up either on my machine, but I can look into that and get you an answer by tomorrow, if not tomorrow, by the meeting, the CPC's meeting on Thursday, to provide some clarity on that.
Okay.
Commissioner Kingston, could you?
We can revisit this.
Well, what we can do is maybe through a motion, set what you think they should be, and then that way that can be reflected on the map either on Thursday or coming back in July.
that appears to be orange. Lakewood looks to be the only brown.
I don't even understand that.
It's Columbia. I don't know why that would be brown.
Yeah. Okay, well, I guess I'm going to move that the map that is marked NE1 be the reflection of what the color should, what the designations for the place type should be. Yeah, that's at page A12. So to the extent that any of the other maps are inconsistent with map NE1 located at page A12, they should be brought into compliance with this.
Okay, I'll second that. So the other maps align with this one. This is the
Correct.
master plan map.
A12 is the right map.
That,
Right.
yes,
Okay,
that's what I.
perfect.
All the color designations should match.
Yes,
on all the
to
other
this
maps,
one.
to A12.
Yes. Vice Chair Rubin?
I just want to make sure that I understand what this is going to look like. So now all of Lois Greenville will be either yellow or orange. Is that right?
Correct.
Can you just speak to the differences between neighborhood mixed use versus city residential and why you think that for even Lois Greenville itself, I'm not talking one block in either direction, but just that sole block, why NMU is not the right call in your view?
Well, there are swaths of, so Lower Greenville starts at Mockingbird and goes to Ross. And there are swaths all along the way that are just residential. And then there are nodes or whatever that have commercial. And lowest Greenville starts at Belmont and goes to Ross. And that appears to be what's in the orange. And it does have, and I think that that more closely meets what is defined as city residential, because it does have mixed use, but it's mostly neighborhood serving mixed use. It's bars, restaurants, grocery, barbershops, coffee shops. It is not the broader category of things that you find in what we've defined as neighborhood mixed use, which includes a bunch of other uses.
Great, thank you so much for explaining that.
Thank you.
Commissioner Wheeler?
Is this the part of Lower Greenville that's closest to Ross, going toward Ross? Yeah, so I think that part actually speaks to what, kind of like what we're talking about in other parts of the city, where we're talking about the corridors, the outer corridors being that mixed use in the inner corridors, but still serving the inner corridors that's mostly single family. And that's a good example of what we've talked about, having that multifamily on the outskirts and protecting the inskirts with that. I do like that end of Greenville.
Commissioner Herbert?
And not to muddy the waters more, but it's our nearest Salad and Go. It's our nearest Chick-fil-A. It's our nearest Tom Thumb. It's a lot of nearest for us in District 4 and District 7. There's another one nearer. There's a Trader Joe's nearer.
Oh, no, I like Joe Weiss.
I like Joe V's too now. Joe V's just got there. Give me a second. No, but so I get it is used by a lot of residences south of 30, FYI. You can't, even at 12 noon today, I got a message that the parking lot was packed at Joe V's, FYI, but yes.
Point of
Commissioner Hampton,
clarification.
please.
There's a section along Henderson that appears to be shown as city residential that is primarily residential, that seems more in keeping with the community residential versus city. So I'm happy to provide a more detailed review, but I believe there's a section of this that should also have been color-coded to the yellow to reflect current and community vision for that area. And again, this is more of a very granular, so I'm supportive of Commissioner Kingston's recommendation on this, but I do think that there's a section of Henderson that is perhaps not correctly identified.
I'm going to withdraw my motion. I just think this needs more work. I'm going to get a marker and a blow-up map and do it right, and give it to you next time.
We'll table it for now. Thank you. Commissioner Carpenter.
Well, I'll start by saying I used to like to play the game concentration when I was a kid, where you found pairs that matched. So on page 327, items 14 and 16 seem to say pretty much the same thing. 14 says commercial buildings are located closer to the street on main local streets, but may have greater landscaping areas when situated on arterials. 16 says buildings are typically located near the back of the sidewalk on local and main streets, and on arterial streets, greater separation between the building and street travel lanes is provided. So is there some way we can merge those two? I mean, one says commercial buildings and one says just buildings. And then located closer on main local, okay, located near the back of the sidewalk on local and main. And then one greater landscaping area when situated on arterials. The other one's greater separation between the building and street travel lanes is provided. It doesn't specify landscaping necessarily. And then it also ties into number 19, where it says space between the sidewalk and the face of the buildings contain outdoor seating or usable open space.
And just FYI, there's a typo. There's two number 16s. So just we can.
The second 16.
The second 16. Yeah. So second 16 and the 13.
And 14.
14. Okay.
Seem to say just about the same thing.
Yeah, I think we can do that.
Okay. And then.
But I think 19 speaks to a slightly different issue about the space between the sidewalks and the buildings themselves.
Right. Yeah. It just talks about having enough space to, I understand that, but number NMB3 on 326 talks about commercial and mixed-use areas should have increased
Commissioner?
distance. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, before we move on, can we decide, are we just going between 14 and the second 16?
I think
Are we
those should
going with
be-
one or the other?
Well, I guess the question, well, it'd be fine with me if we go from one or the other, but I was asking staff if there was a preference or if we needed to merge the two somehow.
They do look like they read the same. I would recommend 16.
The second 16?
The second 16.
Okay. And just
To get rid of 14.
lose 14.
Sounds like a motion to strike 14.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Carpenter, for your motion. Second by Commissioner Rubin. Any comments? See none of those in favor, say aye. Opposed? Ayes have it.
I guess actually the second 16 could become 14.
Yes, the second 16 is going to become 14.
Okay, moving on. NMB3 and 18 seem to say about the same thing. Although, let me start with 18, because the first sentence of 18 says buildings are located near the side and rear property lines, and that seems to conflict with what we just decided about 14 and 16, which says they're closer to the streets. But then it goes on to say when abutting neighborhoods, the buildings are further from the property line and there's room for a landscape buffer. You look over on 326, NB3, commercial and mixed-use areas should have increased distances from abutting property lines to allow for enhanced landscaping buffers when adjacent to existing residential areas. So I guess there's two questions here. The first sentence of 18 seems to conflict with what we just said about the buildings should be closer to the streets, because this says the buildings are located near the side and rear property lines. So is it a different kind of building, a different place, or just another splicing problem?
It can be all three. It can be close to the front, close to the rear, close to the sides, to say that when you have a number of mixed-use buildings next to each other, that the setback isn't needed necessarily unless you're close to residential areas, and that's the case for you might need increased setback from those mixed-use or commercial buildings.
Strike 18.
18 would be fine with me, because I think what you just said is covered by NMB3. that still leaves me with the first sentence of 18. I'm okay with striking it, but I'm just trying to figure out what where you were going with that, because buildings are located near the side and rear property lines, but we just said the opposite, that the buildings should be located closer to the street, so.
Sorry. I was going to say they're looking to move the building in different parts of the environment. So the first piece on 16 focuses more on the street relationship. 18 is more about the building-to-building relationship. So I think what Patrick was saying is that we can add all of that together. So maybe this one is just more clear in terms of the building relationship to each other, and the 16 is focused just on the relationship to the street.
So just one clarification, pardon me, Commissioner Carpenter, just one clarification, just for myself, frankly. The pink items here were born from us, from someone somehow got this on the radar and it made it to this page. So it seems natural that at some point it may conflict with something that was the work of club or it came along from staff, and that's what Commissioner Carpenter is so good at finding.
Correct.
But that's why it may be a little bit difficult for you to justify, why is it like this? Because it didn't come from you, it came from us.
Correct.
Thank you, sir. You want to strike 18?
I do. I just wanted to make sure that we weren't striking, in that first sentence, we weren't striking something that was important. But no, I'm fine with, my motion is to strike 18.
And we do have a second by Vice Chair Rubin. All those in favor say aye. Any motion carries. Striking number 18.
Mr. Chair,
Please, Commissioner Hunter.
and Commissioner Carpenter may have covered this. Do we speak to where we're talking about landscape buffer and some of the other elements? And I'm trying to find it within green and open space, and I'm not sure that it's, I guess we have under item 6, incorporate landscape buffers to minimize, but it's talking about established residential areas, which is more about transition than speaking to the character of these developments. Thank you. As I expected, Commissioner Carpenter had already covered it.
It's a fast train. Yes. Okay, so we're still on 328. Please.
I have a sort of a general philosophical overview question about this, because it seems to me when reading this, community mixed use, that we're really combining two types of places. One that is the typical community mixed use that we're envisioning, and the other is a place that has transitioned from a situation where they had industrial proximities. Because, we're allowing looking at the place types, we're allowing some kinds of industrial, but that might be appropriate for places that are transitioning away from industrial, but I'm not sure we really want to introduce industrial uses into places that already have a fairly established community mixed use in the more traditional sense. Is that clear at all?
So in this particular place type, I think when we talk about industrial, I feel like that term just in the last few years can have a negative connotation, I guess rightly so, but in some areas when you think about, the example that comes up is like a maker space or some type of maybe back house, kitchen or something that's smaller in scale, secondary again to the primary use, but I think that's still industrial in terms of the land uses. But I guess in terms of the scale, maybe we can kind of provide some more clarity on what that looks like. But there's going to be some of that in this particular place type. Again, going back to the design district, that is community mixed use, but there are still some supporting smaller scaled industrial uses that aren't hazardous or negative to the community, but are still part of that area. So if you want
No, I get that, but it just seems like there are also places, say like the West Village, that never had any industrial, don't have any longing for it. So it just seems like we're kind of blurring it because, you know, kind of the baby steps, if you've been industrial of some sort and then we're aspiring to be flex commercial, and then when you grow up, maybe you can be community mixed use or something. There's some stair steps there, but it seems like we're blending things a little bit.
Yes, and what I would suggest is that on 329, on the place type applications, I think it's CMA5 and CMA6, it starts to talk about that language. I think we can probably, again, if there is better language to talk about those legacy, you know, I think we call them legacy industrial areas as they are transitioning, and we can look at that or review that, or you know, we're open to having more proposed language from yourself or other commissioners to do a better job of talking about that area where, okay, it's not, because yes, there are, you know, shopping centers that don't have any industry over here that is this place type, and then we have other areas that used to have warehousing that are transitioning into this place type, and so perhaps having that language in there to speak to both of those places would be helpful.
Right. Well, I will work on that, but I did not come prepared to do that today. But I did notice when I read the description that it seemed to me that we had kind of uneasily cobbled together some places that there might be some friction.
Please.
Sorry about that. I'll have to come back better prepared with exact language later. But on 330, CMB2, additional industrial uses should not be added to areas transitioning away from industrial, but the chart allows light industrial as supportive uses. Because really the only difference in the land use mix between neighborhood mixed use and community mixed use is that there's light industrial that's.
So again, that point, or CMB2, is intended to capture an area that is becoming community mixed use, that has existing industrial land uses, that if someone comes in with a zoning case to rezone property for more industrial land uses under this place type, that would be the point of guidance to say that shouldn't, you know, one thing for the CPC and staff to consider is this point in this language in here that says, no, we shouldn't have, this area should be more mixed use and less industrial. Just because it's across the street from an industrial doesn't mean it's another good location for, possibly another good location for industrial land use to move in.
I follow that, but considering that this place type we're applying to areas that are transitioning away and have industrial, that means that, you know, in the future, even in future land use mix, we have light industrial as a secondary use. So if we're allowing it as a secondary use, even in the future, to say that additional industrial uses should not be added seems, maybe it's just a language situation.
Again,
Okay.
I would think it's a language situation. I personally would like to see some fleshing out of what do we mean by industrial uses? Like additional, is it more, I would assume
Intense.
it's more, exactly.
Yes.
Because again, maker spaces are technically industrial uses, and do we not want, I think those are perfectly appropriate in this kind of, so I think we just need to clarify what we mean by that.
We'll come back to that. This is CMB2, clarification of additional industrial. Page 330. Commissioner Carpenter, please.
Well, once again, 11 and 13 seem to be saying opposite things. You know, we have 11 says buildings are typically located near the back of the sidewalk, and number 13 says buildings are located near the side and rear property lines.
So if you think about Deep Ellum, a structure in Deep Ellum, a building is generally located towards the sidewalk, to the front, but also a lot of buildings in Deep Ellum don't have a side setback and don't have a rear setback. So it's not saying that the building should be pushed to the very back or the sides, but saying that it should be, the structure should be close to the front, to the sidewalk, but can also be, rear and side setbacks. It could be pushed back to those as well to take up full utilization of the site.
I can see that in Deep Ellum, some of the others, but I'll just let this go because I think we just need to sit down and do the language. There's no sense in spending more time on this right now. Thanks.
Please. Oh, yes, please.
I did have a question about, on page 334, we added a number 6, incorporate more transit-aware landscaping materials at bus stops, such as increased utilization of permeable pavement pads while reducing river rocks usage. That's just a mystery to me. I'm not.
Yeah, I can speak to that. That was directly from DART. So in terms of when we're looking to integrate transit into these areas, when you're speaking of transit aware, there are a lot of bus stops that are by some nice looking landscape, but it's not usable for those who are stepping out of the bus and then stepping into pebble rocks or other types of landscaping materials that aren't conducive to moving about those transit stops or facilities. So this was more direction to provide more transit-aware landscaping that's more conducive for navigating around those facilities.
Are we saying that any development that we're doing in this location, is it the recommendation that when the developer does the developing, that they incorporate more transit-aware, or is it that DART will incorporate more transit-aware, especially since this came from DART?
It's a two-way street. So in terms of, for DART to be able to provide what the transit needs from this area, they aren't the developers typically, but when developers come in, they can say, okay, your proposal should help us as DART to be able to kind of provide a place or an environment that we can go in and out to the bus facilities and likewise. So I think it's a two-way street. It's not just DART, it's not just the city, it's kind of both, and developers too as well. So it's a...
let me think about it for a second.
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner.
Would it perhaps make sense, instead of being so material specific, that we revise the language to say reducing non-pedestrian friendly material usage, essentially instead of calling out river rocks? Because I think the intent is that it's transit aware, inviting, usable. And by adding pedestrian friendly, it speaks to, I think, the desire to encourage the uses of these spaces. Is that fair? And
I
I'm
think that's a
happy to
motion.
turn that into a motion.
I think that's a motion. I will second that. Commissioner Kingston, please.
I just feel like we shouldn't be discriminating against river rocks.
if I can.
Commissioner Herbert.
I too think we shouldn't be discriminating. No, I think that the term still leaves room for loophole. So what's pedestrian friendly to me may not be to Rob Baldwin. No, he's not here. Good. You know, so that's just my thought, but I still support the motion. Thank you.
On pedestrian friendly to page 334, number 6, utilization permeable pavement pads while reducing non-pedestrian friendly material. Commissioner Hampton, seconded by me. Poor thing.
We're all going to come and read the transcript with you, Ms. Pacina.
Yolanda's note on that was listening to the audio later. Non-pedestrian friendly material.
At the end of instead of river rocks.
Instead of river rocks.
Item 6.
Strike river rocks.
Add non-pedestrian friendly material.
Yes. Hampton should did, yes. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Opposed, motion passes. Commissioner Carpenter, please.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, please.
334, under place type application, the RMA9. There's some text, where it says overall composition of the place type. I think that has been left from some previous incarnation, because the previous sentence ends with a period and there's just this floating phrase, overall composition of the place type. So my motion is to strike overall composition of the place type from that item.
Commissioner Carpenter, can you remind us where you are?
RMA9 on page 334. It says multifamily development, including mixed income housing options, should be integrated into regional commercial areas to reduce the need to commute long distances between where people live, work, and shop, period. And then it just says overall composition of the place type. So my motion is to strike overall composition of the place type from RMA9.
Motion by Commissioner Carpenter, seconded by myself. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Commissioner Hampton.
Thank you. On page 335, under building form and character, item 15, I see that we edited, and that matches my notes to bring clarity, that the use scale appropriate intersections to serve as the focus of regional commercial hubs, concentrating intense uses along major roadways. I know we've added some diagrams on the front end. This is one that I'm not sure those words help convey the intent of that. And my specific note was street section. So is there something that could help either through words or a diagram bring more clarity to that?
So perhaps more of an example to show what those words mean?
That, and again, because I'm not sure that I can read that and tell you exactly. I think when I do read it, what I think I hear is I'm at a major intersection and I want to put the density closer to that and then step back down as it's going out at the perimeter. I'm not actually sure that's what you intended to say.
I think it comes out of a more placemaking approach to give different size and scales intersections a different feel to let you know that you're in a certain area.
So is that more about gateways as one example?
Yes, gateways could be one example, but again, it's trying to say that, trying to give a sense of place to some places that don't have a sense of place, and using scale appropriate intersection design is one way to do that. I think we can look at that language and see if there's a better way to say what that point is trying to say. Or to your point, if there is a better example that we can either point to that, Complete Streets has already done or something, to say, and reference this, or to have something that better reflects what that point is trying to make.
I think this is, so to me, as I'm reading it, I'm trying to figure out what we're actually trying to, so to me, it's like the flip, concentrate more intense, so basically, if you're going to do a regional commercial hub, it should be concentrated along the more intense, concentrate the more intense uses within that regional hub along the major roadways, and then scale back as you move away from the major roadways. So to start it with use scale appropriate intersections to serve as the focus, it doesn't.
That's not really the point.
That's not the point.
Okay.
It's basically, if your most intense uses and buildings in a regional hub should be at the highest order intersections. And then sort of scale away from that as you get to lower order streets. Not saying it like that, but I think that's the intent of what this is.
But how does that work at examples such as North Park and Redbird and?
Scale appropriate intersection.
The original sentence said use key scale appropriate intersections to serve as the focus of regional commercial hubs, concentrating more intense uses along major roadways. And so again, I think this is trying to talk about where the more intense of these types of uses are on major roadways. And I'm not I fully support having active and well-designed intersections, but I'm just not quite sure it fits with what the intent of what this item is.
Yeah.
And it's almost like it needs to be broken into two. So what would be the intent of the intersection design? To serve as a gateway? To serve as a placemaking opportunity?
So I think I'm looking at this too, because as I'm looking at that particular item, doesn't make too much sense to me as I'm just rereading it. Like, for example, CMB1 talks about the intensity of the building and where that's located from an adjacency standpoint. I think this one was supposed to focus on kind of the ground plane. Excuse me, just keep zooming in and out. In terms of the ground plane, that the placemaking component, I think we had language in other place types. I was trying to find to see if that makes more sense here, because I think it's the first time that we've crafted the language this way. So let me do a quick canvas, because I think the way that this is saying it doesn't address or speak to what we were thinking of. So I think we can just either remove this and reintroduce another version that touches on that piece.
So if I can try this on page 335, item 15, revised to say use scale appropriate intersections to serve as placemaking opportunities, period, and then strike the focus of regional commercial hubs, et cetera, because that's covered by CMB1.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Makes sense.
I'm seeing nods, So on page 335, item 15, revised to read, use scale appropriate intersections to serve as placemaking opportunities, period. Strike the balance of that sentence.
Motion by Commissioner Hampton, seconded by Commissioner Carpenter. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it. Carpenter. Commissioner Blair, please.
Item number 16, buildings are typically located near the back of the sidewalk. I don't understand, what does that mean?
That would be, if you're walking along the sidewalk, the front of the sidewalk would be on the street, the back of the sidewalk, you would then have a building that's pushed up closer towards it.
Okay.
We can just say the sidewalk.
Just the sidewalk, on the
Yeah.
back of the sidewalk.
Yeah.
Commissioner Carpenter.
May I just add that, I mean, 16, 17, 18, and 19 seem to apply to certain regional mixed use, perhaps the Cedars, which is an example. It doesn't really apply to North Park Mall or Red Bird Mall or that sort of thing. Are we supposed to interpret this to mean we're discouraging that sort of development?
So I think these place types are, again, more aspirational. So some of those areas that you mentioned currently might not look like that, but that could be a direction they were looking for this place type to go or to be in that area. But I think it's more aspirational what it could be in the future.
Number 11, loading and service area should be located toward the rear of the building and screened from public view unless located against a natural feature such as a creek or green open space. I mean, if you do, we do encourage the design throughout this document for people to, for developments to interact with open space and green space. Why would we want to have unscreened back of house next to those amenities?
I think that's a great point. So we can either remove that last.
So is the motion to strike 11?
The last part of 11?
Or just as, unless located against a natural feature? Okay. So my motion is for 11 to read, loading and service areas should be located toward the rear of the building and screened from public view, period.
Seconded by Commissioner. Motion by Commissioner Carpenter, second by Commissioner Blair. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it. Commissioner Hampton.
Just one question for the body. My notes on 331, so the first page of this under the local examples, I had noted Uptown to be added. And I don't know that that's necessarily correct, but. And again, I'm asking the question because I'm not quite clear where I would have come up with that.
What page?
331?
Yeah, well, just under local examples. Again, I'm asking the body because I'm.
333?
333?
Well, sorry, old page, 333, correct, in the current draft.
Okay.
I looked at the old draft number. Again, I'm not sure that it necessarily applies. I'm trying to understand why I have that note.
Just to get some clarification, so for the community mixed use example or the regional mixed use example, which place types are we looking at?
I had it under the regional mixed use example.
Regional mixed use,
And again,
okay.
I'm trying to get some clarity from the body on how that might have been a discussion point because it seems a little counterintuitive other than if it was in reference to somewhere like the Cedars, but I thought we had moved the Cedars. Well, actually, I know where it came from. It came from the map because the map shows the flanking both the Cedars and Uptown in the same color in the central district. And so the question was, wouldn't they both be listed or both not be listed?
We had Uptown and City Center, Uptown and Downtown in the same category.
So then we should.
It's the next section we're going to look at.
So then the correction is to strike the Cedars from this area.
Or
Potentially.
maybe move it.
Or move it, correct.
Yeah, I think the Cedars probably belongs in a different area.
Yes, and I think that's more consistent with the map.
So I guess.
So the feedback that we got on the Cedars was that the Cedars was the regional mixed-use place type, that the future vision for that area that they've done here fairly recently is for mid to high-rise development of a mixed-use variety in the Cedars. There 100% are some low-rise residential and mixed use that are part of that vision, but that and again, they have a more distinct and finite vision than Forward Dallas can get to, but their vision was more related to a regional mixed-use place type than the other place types.
Right, and then earlier in the process with the community, that area that actually some people wanted that area to be designated as city center. So I think either the compromise in the discussion was to keep this as regional open space, because a lot of the density and the form and the land uses still fall within that. So keeping the cedars within here is kind of falling in line with what the community provided us direction
and
to.
That just, again, we have some time before the plan is adopted, so if there's further discussion in the cedars that's needed, more than happy to have that conversation.
Well, and again, I finally found, my brain is caught up with my notes. On A24, within our maps, both Uptown and the Cedars are both shown as regional mixed use, so the Cedars is correctly listed. So this may be a question more for Commissioner Kingston, is if Uptown is shown as it wishes to be reflected. And having been involved in the recent adoption of the revised PD 317, I will fully embrace that the Cedars has a clear community vision for how they'd like to go.
Commissioner Wheeler?
And I've been working with some people in the Cedars, and especially with them being on the end, the side closest to what it's going to be, the new,
high-speed rail.
the new, my brain is, I'm asleep, the new convention center. The new convention center and what it's all entails in that, and so that is part of that
I-30
reasoning
rail
also.
line.
So it'll be, they're wanting to make sure that they're like flowing into that new vision, and so it's continuous, yeah.
I have no recommendations on this item at this time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So I will say, as far as Uptown, we've had a number of conversations, and there's different, it has started out as the city center, others said it should be regional, then it should be city, and there has been some conversations that have continued to evolve in that area. Right now, it's listed as the entirety of Uptown, and the area around the American Airlines Center has been listed as regional mixed use. Again, there's time to evolve that conversation before we adopt the plan to say, should some areas be city centers, should some areas be regional mixed use? But right now, both the Cedars and Uptown are listed as regional mixed use. We can use both of those examples in our local examples, but again, trying to get to the greater variety of geographic variety of those of this place type throughout Dallas, and not wanting to list all of the places. I think that's why we went and listed some stuff like the International District or Energy Square or the Redbird Mall site, as opposed to just saying Uptown and the Cedars.
Commissioner Sleeper?
Well, I think the question was asked earlier, is this the proper designation for Uptown? And I would say, based on my discussions with the consultants and I'm trying to be very careful not to step on the toes of Commissioner Kingston, but I believe that Uptown is properly designated now as a regional mixed-use area. I think that makes the most sense for that area. It reflects what's there today and what's likely to come in the future.
Please, Commissioner Carpenter.
All right, if we're on to institutional campus public utility, I realize this was a kind of a late edition mashup, and unfortunately, most of it doesn't seem to apply to public utility at all. There's, very little, there's one sentence on page 340, this place type also houses civic utility campuses and facilities that provide essential services to the city. And then on page 342, IPB6 says public utility campuses and facilities should not be redeveloped adjacent or abutting residential place types. And while that applies to public utilities, it really isn't true because some of these things, such as water pumping stations, are in residential areas and pretty much have to be. Fundamental problem here is you have a lot of residential uses allowed in this place type, but there are not residential uses that go along with public utility uses. Water treatment plants and electrical substations and pumping stations and that sort of thing. So I don't have any problem with the institutional campus the way it's written, but I think cobbling together the public utility doesn't really make sense. Also, the future land use mix, it doesn't allow any industrial in this place type, but a lot of these public utilities, I think, are really industrial uses. So to me, the solution is they just need to be uncoupled. That's my motion, or that's my suggestion to staff to.
And that was a motion, in fact, seconded by Vice Chair Rubin. And we have a third. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it.
And just for clarity, so like if the motion was to remove public utility from this place type, that's the first part, or to split it?
Well, my motion was actually to decouple the two.
So I think.
So you would have a separate, so an institutional campus place type, and then, to me, public utility is a unique place type. I know it's a headache to create another place type, but, we have an airport place type with a little asterisk.
Right.
Because I don't know that public utility really needs a lot of explanation
That's kind
or
of what we were
design
just talking
standards.
about.
So
I think
I'm thinking, if you want me to make a motion to make public utility an
Right.
asterisk
So, yeah, I
place
think just
type, like airport, that would be fine with me.
Yeah, I think some background too. I think when we were looking at that particular land use, that was also another suggestion that we actually had a discussion on with CLUP in terms of how to address that. So I think that could be another way, is just treating it similar to the airport, where we have it as a category, but there's no elaboration in terms of what it is.
All of this information about building form and character and all that, it just doesn't really apply to those because they just look the way they look, and and they have to be the way where they are. So
Okay, we can do that. So basically, just be utility transportation.
Yeah, and just pull it out and almost copy and paste for airports.
Right. Okay.
Commissioner Blair. Thank you. Some of these sections have extensive changes that might take hours to do. So I think what we're going to do is Commissioner Carpenter is going to send in her recommendations, and then we will all see them all in one and digest them, and then it'll be much faster. Yes. Now we're just kind of taking the low-hanging fruit. In terms of the sections we're going to skip. Yes, whatever you think, you'll have some low-hanging fruit. Vice Chair Rubin.
On the environmental justice piece, I have a couple of amendments that I want to.
yes, we're skipping flex commercial, logistics, and industrial hub because I don't think anyone at this time of night wants to listen to extensive comments about this, and I think it'd be more efficient for me just to, since we're moving on to writing explicit language for motions, if I just take the time and do that and get it distributed so that staff and the other commissioners have time to digest it, it'll be less painful for everyone.
And thank you for that, Commissioner Carpenter. Okay, Vice Chairman, please.
On page 4.6, which is the environmental justice sustainability goals, I would like to move that we amend item 2 under item A2 to read as follows. Coordinate with city departments, local agencies, communities impacted by environmental justice issues, environmental justice organizations, and other appropriate experts to identify areas of EJ concern. To identify areas of EJ concern, gather and track data, and address EJ issues. So really the intent there is, after speaking with some people who are very strong advocates in this area, is that we need to do more to center the impacted communities and those who are really on the ground working on those issues, and those with expertise who may not be inside the city, as we move forward and address the significant EJ issues that our city faces.
Thank you, Commissioner Rubin, for your motion, and Commissioner Carpenter for your second. Any discussion on that? Commissioner Hampton, please.
And I was trying to listen and read. So are we keeping the element that talks about providing resources?
I'm just saying, I struck provide resources and I said address EJ issues. So I want to be even more direct there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? None of those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. It's true.
One more. On page 4.7, which is the page we're already on, under Part A, add a new goal. Consider the development of additional tools to address incompatible industrial nonconforming uses in light of recent state law modifications to the city's amortization ordinance.
Which number are we on?
It's a new goal. Yeah. Consider the development of additional tools to address incompatible industrial nonconforming uses in light of recent state law modifications to the city's amortization ordinance. Page 4.7.
4.6. 4.7 or 6?
4.6, 4.7, yep. Sure. That spread of 2 pages.
I do have a question. Are we only addressing here challenges presented by nonconforming uses? Would there be a reason? I mean, I understand that amortization has to do with nonconforming, but do we need new tools to deal with challenges presented by uses that are conforming?
I'm fine striking the word nonconforming if that's a friendly amendment that you'd like to make.
Perfect. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I have it. Yes. Yes. And then she changed the language, made an adjustment, which was accepted. It was in addition, yeah. It was in, yeah. Commissioner Carpenter, please.
I do have a question, because I know this was a kind of a tense discussion at CLUP. Item number 11, talking about updating the development code in Article 10 to prioritize the protection of mature trees, the city's tree canopy coverage, et cetera. Because the Article 10 revision made it easier to develop pieces of land that had extensive tree canopies. And I know, based on conversation we had at CLUP, there will be pushback from the development community to change that. But, so I'm not sure where, I mean, I guess the question is, was this item discussed across the spectrum of various parties that will have different viewpoints about it.
So, yeah, so this item within internal staff, this was kind of vetted by our current planners, our OEQS team, and our consultant in terms of, and we actually consulted briefly with, I'm forgetting it, our arborist. Philip, yeah. So there were no issues that were brought up to our attention regarding how this is phrased, but based on what your experience is with Article X, is there anything that provides or gives you concern regarding Article X?
Oh, no, I'm completely supportive of the intention of this. I've been around long enough that I remember what an intense fight it was and what a struggle it was to reach a compromise. So I was wondering, how vetted that language was. I mean, if it comes from the consultants and staff, I completely understand it, and I support it. I just know that this is going to be controversial.
It is a large document. I think the folks that would look at this and have some concern about it, we can put it in front of them, but I don't think we've had those in detailed conversations with those parties.
Well, and I would just emphasize that the real fight will come at the update the development code. This just points to we need to prioritize taking these into consideration when we do update the development code. It's at that point where I'm assuming it'll really.
Yes, and now, of course, we've had enough experience with the revision of the code, and we've seen, parcels of land with mature trees being redeveloped into truck parking lots, and also there's room for adjustment and nuance here.
Vice Chair Rudin?
I'll also add that we had a diverse membership of club, and that included a couple people who are in the development community, and I don't recall any of them waving the red flags about this. Not that they won't in the future, but
I remember differently. That's okay. Maybe we weren't. I mean, I don't know. No, but I do. I have a clear memory of this.
Commissioner Hampton.
2 questions on item 5. Make sure I've got the right one. Update the development code to reduce percentage of impervious surface areas where appropriate. And there was some discussion about, as we're looking at additional densities and infill, whether or not there should be monitoring of residential communities for stormwater. And it seems like this would potentially be the place to do that. And I'm happy to make a motion with some language. I would make a motion to add monitoring of residential communities for stormwater impacts, including monitoring of residential communities for stormwater impacts. Item 5. I'm not sure it's the best place to put it, but it's.
And I guess quick question as we're looking to that, just so we get some clarity from our side. So I know the end of number 4 speaks on excessive stormwater runoff. And then number 6, you mentioned that kind of touches on some of that water quality piece. Just want to make sure there's those 3, do they speak to what you're looking to? If we're adding that language to number 5, just want to add some more context.
Commissioner Kingston, have a question? Oh, can you repeat it, Commissioner Hampton, please?
Yes, and give me 1 second. I'm trying to make.
Would you like me to read it, Commissioner
Well,
Hampton?
I can't, I'm just still trying to make sure 5 is the right place. So on page 4.6, item 5, under updated the development code to reduce the percentage of impervious surface areas where appropriate, including monitoring of residential communities for potential stormwater impacts.
There was a motion by Commissioner Hampton, second by Commissioner Herbert. Discussion? Mr. Rubin?
I think this is a really, really important topic, and so important that it may deserve its own line item. And not only that, but certainly there are stormwater runoff concerns with new residential development, but I think we also see them with commercial development as well. So I would think that maybe if we either come up with some good comprehensive language now, that would be great, or maybe we take another shot at this, stick a pin in it, and do it at our next meeting, because I don't think tacking this onto 5 is the.
It's certainly not the only approach. I'm more than happy to create a separate item.
Yeah, and so I think I would
I
suggest
will
doing that.
withdraw the motion and submit language for our next meeting.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. And then Phil. Okay. Commissioner
I
Herbert.
just want to say my southwest corner has a lot of trouble with topography, so this is very essential to our area. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yeah, we have two very quick tweaks, Vice Chair Rubin.
Going back to page 1 for the introduction, there are just a couple items I wanted. 1-4. Just a couple of important things that I'd like to clarify while we're still all here today. On the what this is not paragraph, or section on page 1 for the second paragraph, between the terms of and design characteristics, add the words uses or.
Oh, I was going to make the same. Yes.
Yeah, it's that the first pink paragraph in the what this is not column. Right now it reads, it does not guarantee that individual properties are suitable for the full range of design characteristics described within each designation. In addition to design characteristics, I wanted to add the word uses there. Uses and design. Thank you, Commissioner Carpenter. Uses and design characteristics.
Perfect. I'll second that. Seconded by Commissioner Carpenter and triple by Commissioner Blair. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, ayes have it.
Oh, good.
Go ahead, Commissioner Kingston. Yeah, let's do it.
I'm going to suggest we fix the grammar while we're at it. I think on the third line, nor should include does it, or do they. Yeah, this is just not, this plan and maps contained herein do not establish zoning district boundaries or regulations, nor do they guarantee blah, blah, blah.
I'll second that. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes.
Then one more tweak to this, and then one comment, I think. On the final paragraph under what this is not, strike the words with other housing types. Yeah. Furthermore, tearing down existing single-family structures for replacement is not encouraged by this plan, particularly in areas at risk of displacement. And I'll speak to my rationale
Commissioner Carpenter, second that. Comments?
there. Yeah, simply, our problem is not, that we're seeing today is not simply tear downs of single-family homes to be replaced with other housing types. We also see tear downs of single-family homes that are perfectly good homes for people that get replaced by much larger single-family homes that lead to displacement, so.
Well, I mean, are we limiting it to tearing down existing single-family homes? I mean, aren't we tearing down a bunch of older, smaller apartment buildings and stuff too?
Tearing down
Existing
Homes?
older housing? Yeah, housing.
housing. That's fine with me. That's a great friendly amendment.
Existing housing. Reads existing housing. Any further
That's fine.
comments? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Commissioner Carpenter, please.
The pink paragraph's on the same page, the third paragraph, it says, "This plan does not recommend a city-initiated zoning of single-family neighborhoods." Does that mean rezoning?
I had the same comment.
Yes. Yes, okay. Motion by Commissioner Carpenter, second by Vice Chair Rubin. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it.
I have one more comment on this third paragraph. It is anticipated that established neighborhoods will remain largely unchanged. I understand the intent there, but established neighborhoods have already seen loads of change already just with our existing land use and zoning as we have it on the ground today. I don't know if this neighborhood or this language really reflects the truth on the ground of what we're already seeing, so perhaps language acknowledging that change is already happening, that change should be sensitive, change should be thoughtful. I don't have it with me today, but I wanted to flag that for discussion at our next meeting.
I agree.
Okay. Commissioners, any other adjustments at this time? Okay, I need a motion to hold the item to July 11th. Thank you, Commissioner Blair, second by Commissioner Kingston, to hold this matter under advisement, keeping the...
Commissioner Blair, and that's as amended today, correct?
As amended?
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, as amended, my goodness. We don't want to go backwards.
I guess
As
one,
amended, keeping the public hearing open to July 11th, second by Commissioner Kingston. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Motion to adjourn. So moved by Commissioner Blair. Commissioners, thank you for all your hard work today and for taking your time for this special session and for all the compromise today. Really greatly appreciate it. It is 5:19. Our meeting is adjourned. We have pizza in the back. Yes, so the meeting, this was noticed as a briefing on Thursday, just as a placeholder in case someone has a question, we'll be able to take that on Thursday. But if not, we'll see it back on July 11th, and then by then, commissioners, please send in all your proposed changes, all of them to staff, so we can see them and dispose of them quickly. Not by Thursday, no, as soon as you can, yeah, but not by Thursday.